to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, good morning and welcome to Thursday edition of VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, today we will be looking again at one issue that has bedeviled us for a very long time, but there seems to be an increase, and I'm talking insecurity. There seems to be an increase in insecurity. Videos from the Kwara incident, the CAC church in Eruku, Kwara State, surfaced online, and this morning when I saw it, I mean, it popped up on my phone again. and I saw, bodies, blood-stained floors, and the rest. Terrible, terrible incident happening at this time. And like I said, there seemed to be an increase in these killings. So we'll be looking at a few of these killings and what government can do and should do to ensure that there is a stop to it and we don't attract unnecessary international attention. Well, there is no society without crime, they say. Senate President Akpabio says as Tinubu cancels global trips as crisis deepens. Democracy firestorm, police seal PDP secretariat as Obi blames Tinubu, Wike hits back. And also, we'll be looking at doctors shutting down services, rejecting government's claim of meeting 19 out of 20 demands. Well, those are the major conversations on our table this morning.
Oh, well, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. I think we are living in very troubling times, especially when we have people in government. Instead of taking responsibility, they are becoming very, very defensive every other day. Oh, well, those are the major topics of discussion, but we also have other interesting and trending stories that we'll chime into in the course of this conversation. Please do join us.
All right, and I'm Fina Okechukwu, and talking about trending stories. Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, plunged deeper into crisis on Wednesday as armed police officers seal off its national secretariat in Abuja, barricading the premises with barbed wire and fired tear gas to disperse rival factions. The Democratic and the dramatic shutdown followed the controversial emergence of Kabiru Turaki as PDP national chairman at the Ibadan convention, a move rejected by a faction loyal to the FCT minister Nyesom Wike, which insists the convention violated a subsisting court group. The Wike-backed led group by embattled National Secretary Samuel Anyanwu had appointed Mohammed Abdurrahman as its own chairman, setting the stage for a violent confrontation when both camps attempted to hold parallel meeting at the secretariat. Witnesses have reported heated exchanges between Wike, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, and PDP Governors Forum Chair Bala Mohammed before police fired dozens of tear gas canisters inside and outside the building to prevent further clashes. The PDP had earlier expelled Wike, Anyanwu, Abdurrahman, and 8 others for alleged anti-party activities, but the faction refused to back down, insisting on its legitimacy. The sealing of the secretariat forced the postponement of the party's National Executive Committee and their next meeting, leaving ordinary Nigerians bewildered as the opposition's internal war spills into the streets, raising fears about its ability to provide credible checks on government in power. I saw a particular headline yesterday on one of the cover page of the national dailies that says something about PDP and tear gas, something like that. But this also speaks to how our political elected officials behave, and also people who play within the corridors of power too. Why should we be having such internal wrangling? Why should we be having such issues? Why should PDP at this point be having back and forth to the point that I saw the video where people were being pushed out of the door, the windows, some people were hijacking others. Men, I'm talking about people's father, people's son. Men, not boys this time around. Throwing punches, tearing people's clothes and all that. But anyway, some persons reacted on social media yesterday were like, okay, let's see what is going to happen now that the police have shot the secretariat. They've sealed it with barbed wire. Some were saying that the hand of the FCT minister also is still on this. And I asked, how can an individual hold a party to ransom to the point that it's more like some agencies are being used to favor a particular faction? If there was a PDP convention that happened in Oyo, and that convention have something according to the constitution of the PDP, then I think others should understand what the convention states and stay away. In one breath, a particular Sani man said that people have come up, especially in Wike, have come up to say that the only way for peace to return in PDP is if the party will not field in any candidate for the 2027 general election. And then I asked, then you say you're still a PDP member, and then you're trying your best to deprive your team or your platform, your political party from having a candidate to run in the 2027 election. That speaks that you're working for another party entirely different from the party that you have. And for me, if you ask me in my layman's understanding, I think that is a clear indication of anti-party activity. But let's see how this actually turn out, because Turaki the other day was calling on so many people to come into Nigeria, that democracy is no longer the way it should be. You know, so many things back and forth. PDP is not the only opposition party that is having this issue present time in Nigeria. The LP, that's the Labour Party also, they're having their internal wrangling. SDP, the same thing. And we have a particular man being fingered to be the one, you know, trying to make all these internal issues to be happening in other parties so that they will not have a strong opposition for the 2027 election. But I think Nigerians are the ones that will decide what will happen in 2027.
Well, Fina, I just hope that Nigerians will decide in 2027, because everything that is happening now is geared towards 2027. Did I say 1997? As a matter of fact, 2027, not 1997. Because I'm also distrust, you know, with what is happening. So that's why I can't even remember that we are in the 20s. Well, that said, what is happening in PDP is not just about PDP, it's about Nigeria. To be very honest with you, it's about Nigeria. Now, let me break it down the way I understand it. President Tinubu wants to remain in office 2027 to 2031. Now, he is using Wike, to my understanding, to ensure that he gets block votes from what used to be the PDP and the South-South. Now, the North is also very intentional in making sure that Tinubu, not APC, doesn't return to power in 2027. And so how are they going about it? They are going about that with with PDP and ADC. The North is very intentional about it. Now, the problem is, if you want to come back to power in 2027, what happens to the gentleman agreement that power stays in the North for 8 years and comes back down south 8 years, rotational 8 years up, 8 years down? Whatever happens in the North, Northwest, Northeast, and North Central is the business of the North. Whatever happens in the South, Southeast, Southwest, and South-South is the business of the South. Now, but the problem is that the North wants back power at all cost. They did it in 2015 when Jonathan was in government, because they wanted to bridge that gap that, look, Jonathan should not come and finish Yar'Adua's term, do his own term, and now do another term. The North was against that. So they cooked up things everywhere. Insecurity blossomed, orchestrated, state managed, mastermind by them. They even went to the United States and all of that. So that is what is at replay now. That is what is at replay. And you know what? It's very, very dangerous for Nigeria, because the South also insists on completing its term. So in everything that we do, I see this thing beyond the PDP. It's about Nigeria as a whole. It's about the struggle for power between the North and the South. And if you go back to 64, 66, what happened? It was elections. In 1992, it was elections. Now we are nearing an election again, very critical election, 2027, and we are seeing all these troubles, landmines laid before us. The only thing we can do for ourselves is, Nigerians, please be careful so that you don't step on any mine, because if it explodes, it's going to consume everybody. North, Southwest, Southeast. Unfortunately, the South and everywhere will be consumed. Let's be careful what to wish for at this time.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've said a lot already. Let's be careful what we wish for. And all of this rests at the table of the president. What has he done so far? Now, Nigeria is in... The world is looking at Nigeria now. Yesterday, it was Nicki Minaj speaking about genocidal killings in Nigeria, and Nigeria there was no representative of Nigeria at that meeting to defend the country. None. And, you know, I start to ask again, I mean, these are questions I've asked myself repeatedly. Did this government really know what it was getting into? Or was it just about grabbing power and retaining power? Because that's what it seems like. Now, because the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu wanted to be in office, and then he wanted to appease the North, or whatever his reasons were, he insisted on a Muslim ticket, which goes against what we've been practicing in Nigeria. If it's a Christian that is there, a Muslim becomes the vice. If it's a Muslim that is there, the other one becomes the vice. Now the president decides not to care, not to bother. And then he goes ahead. Now the world is using it against us. You listen to, you watch international media and they say there's an obvious reason. I mean, it's obvious that Christians are being sidelined in Nigeria and there is genocidal killings targeted at Christians and the rest. And I think President Tinubu has played into the hands of that narrative. But he doesn't seem to bother yet. He doesn't seem perturbed by what is going on. He was going to fly to South Africa yesterday. He was going to fly. We had been told that he jets out of the country to South Africa with killings happening around us. But
he said something more. He said the reason through the Olusegun guy, the social media handler, he said the reason for him to go to South Africa for the G20 summit is the fact that it's the first time it is happening on the soil of Africa.
On the soil of Africa.
So he will go to South Africa and go to Angola. But now that he
all of that, well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that he chose not to. It is also troubling that he didn't even go to the place where these killings happened. He sent his vice to go, to the place. That's also troubling. I mean, if you're not traveling and you're staying back. And another thing that is fueling this crisis, there's an upsurge right now. And I think it rests on the platform of the fact that the president is being accused of not allowing opposition to thrive, just so he gets a smooth sail into 2027. That in itself has sparked a lot of angry reaction. And that's why we are seeing a repeat of the 2013, 2014 incident. Because people are pushing back. There's just so much you can do. If you push people to the wall, they will fight back. They will push back. So, this presidency, this administration, largely reactionary, seems clueless. It is when they fly a kite and Nigerians react and they be like, okay, let's pacify them this way. I think they should think deeply. Like my colleague rightly said, we should do some deep thinking and ensure that Nigeria does not become a battlefield.
Nigeria is already won.
It doesn't get worse. My fear is it might get worse.
It might actually get worse.
Yes, there's a political...
The way we are traveling.
What is playing out in international... There's a bigger game. There's a bigger ploy. It goes beyond PDP, APC, ADC.
Yes. And the funny thing is, yet our leaders somewhere, they are busy pointing fingers, accusing...
Being very defensive. Instead of trying to tackle... Look at what George Akume said.
Being defensive.
Look at what George Akume said, is that it's because that the killings have spiked because of U.S. designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Can you imagine? So what have you done to ensure that we get out of that list again? What have you done? Nothing. Instead, we
are fanning the embers of these things, and when it blows over, I fear.
I fear too, because
I saw a post put out yesterday also, still on this insecurity issue. Larry Olayinka, Wike's media aide, talking about how some masked men that are Fulani headers were speaking Hausa with Igbo accent and saying they are IPOB. And I'm like, how are you even peddling this narrative?
What has that got to do with?
No, they say that IPOB, the Biafras are the ones who actually are fingering this issue of...
They're making it worse.
Making it worse. Biafras are the ones championing it.
Do we have killings in Nigeria? The answer is yes. Who are being killed? Christians and Muslims alike. Yes. Should anybody be killed in the first instance?
No. People should not be killed. The government or Nigeria.
And the government is being defensive. No, Christians, Muslims are killed as well.
telling me that only 177
Excuse me.
Christians were killed in the north. Why should
And these people are still in government. Nobody's career is damaged. People even get promoted.
We don't.
You know, there was a post
Anyway,
made in 2020.
we're talking about insecurity
where
today,
someone
so-
said, if this persists, the president in power then, at 2015, should resign. And we have seen double or triple of what was playing out then, repeating itself at this point in time.
Because
And no one is
Bola
saying-
Ahmed Tinubu then said that, look, Jonathan, if you cannot solve this problem, just
Resign.
get out of office because the buck stops on your table. So where is the buck now? Do you know? Where does it stop?
Anyway,
Well, let's get into
the
another.
president's table.
Yes.
But I don't think the president even realizes that it's on his table.
Anyway, let's
Because
get into
his-
another
his
interesting
passing
story that
away.
is also political. Nigeria's political corridors are in turmoil as hundreds of retired police officers, some who served for over 30 years, continue their relentless protests at the gates of the National Assembly, demanding justice over what they call decades of pension neglect. While the House of Representatives has openly pressured the Senate to urgently concur on the police pension reform bill, which seeks to remove police personnel from the contributory pension scheme and establish a dedicated police pension board. Lawmakers describe the sight of aged officers camping in rain and sun with placards as a national embarrassment and a blow to the morale of serving personnel. While the House Committee on Police Affairs confirmed that the bill has already passed all readings in the lower chamber and was transmitted to the Senate in late October, with assurances that President Bola Tinubu will assent once concurrence is secured. While the protesters accuse the National Pension Commission of violating their rights, legislators insist their grievances have been captured in the new bill, urging them to disperse and trust the process. Yet the spectacle of uniformed veterans sleeping at the assembly gates ignited public outrage, raising questions about how a nation can leave its protectors to suffer in retirement. Well, unfortunately, that is what our senior citizens are passing through. Not just the police, we are also looking at the military veterans. Not just veterans, you also have teachers in some parts of the country. Like I normally say, you know, in my own state, we still have the issue of pensions, not just in my state, in practically other states. But I think there was a report I saw yesterday that what is the salary, the pension arrears owed in that particular state. On top of my head, I can't recall the state, but the pension arrears owed in that state is higher than the state's budget of 2025. So how are they going to fix all of that? You know, people work for 35 years, you owe them, we have a contributory pension scheme, you don't sign them into all of that, and at the end of the day, people that even contributed, someone dips hands into that tilt, walks away, and we are looking for him up and down. You know, police pension scheme and all of that, and up until today, what has happened to that man? Was he jailed? And I think there was a jail term, and there was also an option of fine, which he dipped hands inside his suit pocket and paid down and walked away, and all of that. It's quite hurting. And you know why? Do you know why people commit bribery, where there is bribery and corruption? It's because people don't trust the system that when they retire, that the system is going to protect them. So what do? They start taking care of themselves while they are still in office. That is part of the problem that we have. So, but the police people also, how have you engaged yourself in the cause of service? We have Nigerians that were trying to protest and protect you sometime in October 2020. What did you do? You came out and started killing and shooting.
It's a good thing you said that, because that's where I was going to start from, because personally I don't feel pity for them.
Bless you for saying
At this
what
point.
No, please joke.
No, why should I?
Not all of them. There are a few bad eggs in the police.
I know.
There are a
Yes,
few bad
but
eggs.
unfortunately, the bad eggs.
when one finger dips the oil,
The rest gets stained.
The rest gets stained. You know.
I don't feel pity for them, because when Nigerians come out to protest for the general good of everybody, they take orders. You know, they say they are taking orders. They shoot at people. They chase people, beat people with batons and the rest. And then what? And then you leave office and you realize that, oh, okay, it's not as rosy. You don't have the power to. I was watching a video the other day. A military lady, a soldier, was saying, "Look, I'm a soldier. Regardless of your degree, I can order you around." And I was just smiling. I'll just fine. That's the mentality. So the police too feel, okay, yeah, I'm a uniformed person. I can deal with you and nothing will happen. I mean, we heard people say that during NSAS. I'll shoot you and nothing will happen. Okay, so you do that and God gives you life. You retire and you don't have anything to you don't have money. The government that you defended, against your people, your neighbors, your brothers and sisters, turn their backs at you, and then you start to protest. Well, I wonder if...
And you expect me, whom you say you will deal with, to join in the protest. That's
I wait to see if they will use policemen to disperse those retired policemen who are protesting. I wait to see if that will happen. I'm sorry, but I don't feel pity for them.
Same here.
Yes.
Same here.
But I do.
I don't. Reason is this: when you people were in office, or when they are in office, they were overzealous. Nigerians in 2020 come up to say we want a total overhaul of the police reform. Guess what happened? People were killed because we were tagged at #EndSARS, #EndSARS, end police brutality, which you will believe that if that actually had been done in the real sense, some of you will earn higher and you also be subjected to work in more conducive environments and every other thing made available for you. But guess what? We were tear gassed and every other thing was bad. 2024, 2025, I think, August 1, 2024, it was 2024 that we did that protest, August 1 to 10, #end bad governance. Guess what? The same police again that use tear gas to disperse people who are protesting, arrest people, even send them, try innocent children, small children in adult court. Now, no problem. I believe some people who actually played role or participated in that happen to have retired now because of the retaining of the IGP and all that. Some people were forced to retire, a whole lot of things. And guess what? Today, some are protesting in front of the National Assembly. And then you expect maybe someone like me who have inhaled tear gas before from the hands of the police people to say, let us do this. Even show already other time, joined in protesting for the police for them to receive their pension. And I think he was the one that was rough-handled the other day again by...
It was the same police that stole his AI powered glasses and all of that.
So he said. So please, I think what happened now is that Nigeria that have happened to us or people that have come up to protest initially is happening to the retired policemen. They should enjoy. But it's quite unfortunate, on a more serious note, it's quite unfortunate that veterans who have sacrificed their all, their life, their time, everything to protect Nigeria will go on the way to protest before what is their entitlement to be given to them. That's more like a very big blow on the face of Nigeria. Do something about this government and redeem your face and stop saying people are denigrating you. Redeem your face first so that you gain back your respect in the international face. Anyway, that is how far we can go on that. I will just let us know of this. Very simple. That Nigeria has been thrown into mourning following the sudden death of Senator Oke Eze, who represented Enugu North in the National Assembly at the age of 62. That was when he died. According to his family, the lawmaker passed away late on November 18 at a private hospital in Lagos after a brief illness. Eze, a founding member of the APC in Enugu before winning his Senate seat in 2023, was widely respected for his calm disposition and principled leadership. He chaired the Senate Committee on Ethic, Privileges and Public Petition at the start of the current legislative session and later served as a vice chairman of the committees on House, Urban Development, Cooperation and Integration in Africa, NEPD, and Culture and Creative Economy. He was known for sponsoring the bill to establish the Federal College of Agriculture, Adani, and for championing the creation of Adada State. And, Nigerians are mourning his death, and also members of the Senate too are also mourning his death. They said he's a good man. The likes of Natasha Botudaga also, applauded him, saying he's a very great man when he was there, showing her guidance and all that. Our heart goes out to the family of later Senator Eze. May God grant his soul eternal rest.
All right, then may he rest in peace. Now let's get into the papers now. We do have Nigerian Tribune. I do have Nigerian Tribune in front of me. And these are the headlines. On top of the masthead, HID Awolowo Foundation hosts National Dialogue on Women in Politics 30 years after Beijing. And then the big story on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. Terrorism, NLC, JNI, CAN, others call for decisive action. As FG says, Nigeria security puts on highest alert ever. Soldiers take over Kwara community. Youths block Ilori Kaba highway. Shetima in Kebbi says abductors of schoolgirls will face the law. Kebbi LGA chairman releases names of abducted schoolgirls. Refutes claim they are Christians, but they are students that have been, I think that's the most important thing. Take decisive action to return students, JNI. Confront the evil before it consumes us all, NLC tells FG. Attack on Nigeria, a destabilization plot, Northern Can. President aborts G20, AU, EU meetings, await security briefings. Police seal off PDP's Wadata Plaza, block access points. Obi blames crisis in PDP, LP, SDP on APC-led government. Call on Trump to save Nigerian democracy, a national security threat. Wike. Okay. All right. So 230 million Nigerians will defeat 25 governors in 2027. El-Rufai. Ribadu Egbetoku Fagbemi lead 10-man FG delegation to U.S. Meet Congressman Moore. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune.
Daily Independent newspaper is up next, and the window headlines are: Rising Day, Old Sheiks prices strain small-scale poultry farms. Fresh attacks, U.S. genocide claim has emboldened violent groups. That is coming from FG. We have the banner headline: KB schoolgirls abduction. Tinubu shares your anguish. Shetima tells victims' families. Interesting. Right after that story, FG vowed to rescue schoolgirls and show abductors face justice. Pledges support for families of girls slain. General, Vice Principal. Tinubu shelves foreign trip over bandits attack in KB Kwara. KB government releases name of 25 abducted schoolgirls. All right, all the stories on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper. Nigeria edged towards debt distress. Experts warn as revenue crisis deepens. Playing Patson's song before judges' national pride desecration. That's coming from Atiku Abubakar. Right after that, judges didn't sing on your mandate. NUJ clarifies. Governors affecting to APC in Nigeria detecting to ADC El-Rufai. JNI condemns abduction of KB schoolgirls, says tragedy avoidable. And we have another bold headline here. INEC rejects Wike-backed Mohammed as PDP acting national chair. BOT condemns invasion of secretariat by expelled members. Police seals party headquarters after Tuesday's showdown. The last but not the least of the headlines, Army to recruit 24,000 soldiers to boost operational strength.
Okay, let's quickly run through The Guardian with the window headlines. SMBLF fears Nigeria drifting towards one-party rule. Alleged Christian genocide. FG accuses US of inciting violent groups. FG states LG's share 2.09 trillion naira as October revenue. Now the big story, outrage over rising abductions. Attacks as military rallies 24,000 recruits. That story is on page 6 of The Guardian. Cross River to begin forensic audit of civil servant certificates in January. Health worker strike will continue until FG reviews CONHES. Over 6,386 cargoes detained by NPF. Customs incur 472.5 million naira daily demurrage. Northern groups reject FEC's lopsided road projects. 230 million Nigerians to unseat Tinubu, defecting governors, El-Rufai says. And the bottom strip headline, Governor Yusuf presents 1.36 trillion naira 2026 budget. And that's it from The Guardian newspaper.
And that's how far we can go on newspaper review. Do well to join Chukuma and Moses for the newspaper analysis proper on top of the hour at 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. We'll touch on the first topic of conversation, which is about the insecurity. Some people are saying there is no society without crime. That's coming from the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, as President Tinubu cancels global trips as crisis deepens in Nigeria. The world to stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Society is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's get into the conversation this morning. Nigeria's political stage has erupted into fresh controversy as Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Gregory Obi, has accused President Bola Tinubu of deliberately fueling internal crisis across opposition parties to weaken democracy. Obi's remarks came amid the dramatic sealing of the People's Democratic Party National Secretariat in Abuja by heavily armed policemen who fired tear gas to disperse rival factions attempting to hold parallel meetings. The chaos followed the disputed emergence of Kabiru Turaki as PDP national chairman at the Ibadan convention, a move rejected by a faction loyal to FCT minister Nyesom Wike, who insists that the convention flouted a subsisting court order. But the PDP had earlier expelled Wike and several allies for alleged anti-party activities, but his camp responded by appointing Mohammed Abdul Rahman as its own chairman, escalating tensions that spilled into the streets. Well, Wike countered, dismissing Obi's claims and insisting Nigeria's democracy is not under threat, accusing Turaki's faction of illegitimacy and warning against dragging Tinubu into PDP's internal battles. The sealing of the secretariat forced the postponement of the party's National Executive Committee NEC meeting, leaving ordinary Nigerians bewildered as opposition leaders traded accusations, while police barricaded the premises with barbed wire. Well, analysts say the spectacle underscores the fragility of Nigeria's political system. Oh well. Well, we do have our analysts with us to make sense of it all. We have Dele Fanimo with us in the building. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Moses, Fina, Tukuma. Good morning.
And also, we are being joined by Barrister Asim Adams, Esquire. He joins the conversation. He's a civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tumo, a P2B campaign organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023. Well, thank you very much for joining the conversation. And also, we're being joined by Frank Itul, a native of Yelawata, Benue State, a British-trained lawyer, former principal special assistant to the Benue State governor between 2020 and 2023, currently a graduate student and policy researcher at the University of Central Oklahoma, USA. Now, we want to talk to you, Frank, about the insecurity in parts of Nigeria and the rest. So we'll come to you much later, but let's just talk about the politics of things, the PDP and APT crisis, and then we'll come to you and talk insecurity. So let me start off with you. I mean, you are a sympathizer of PDP, and PDP is basically in the mud right now with all the things going on. Now their secretariat has been sealed, and we know how you're also, you seem to be in a fix this morning, if I may say, because you're a sympathizer of the PDP, not a card-carrying member of any party that I know of.
I'm not.
Okay, so a sympathizer of the PDP and a fan of Tinubu, President Tinubu. So how does it make you feel that he's been accused of preventing opposition from standing or doing their thing? Then he's also been fingered.
Yeah, there's no denying the fact that I have my sympathy for PDP. And I've worked through PDP as media strategist and mobilizer in my state particularly, and at some point through proxy at the national level. So I know one thing. Of all the political parties we have in this country today, internal structure is solid in PDP. Unfortunately, greed and unbridled ambition of certain elements in PDP had made nonsense of these structures. PDP is the only party that from ward level to local government to state and federal, they have internal structures. Unfortunately, what is happening now is PDP in some of the states, and a particular example is that of Ondo State, my state. Most ADC members in Ondo State are PDP members. So it's like one leg in, one leg out.
Okay.
And that is the unfortunate thing that is happening now. So it's like, in case this ship sinks, I can have a safe haven in another ship that is close by. Now, I would not subscribe to this allusion that it's the president that is causing problems in PDP. Let's trace it back to how this problem started. This current president was not Nigerian president when Obi, Wike, and Atiku had issues in PDP towards picking a candidate for the presidential race in 2023. Obi came strong to PDP with the anger of the people that we want to change things, as it were. And it was a recipe for PDP to take back what they lost in 2014 and 15. But somehow, Wike was also angling, but it was not as strong as P2B.
Okay.
In the build-up to the primaries. Now, rather than blame Tinubu for the collapse of PDP, as we are witnessing today, I'd rather blame Atiku. Atiku knew what he wanted, just like what he's doing in ADC now. Atiku wanted the ticket of PDP at all costs against the gentleman agreement that PDP and APC, PDP had with zoning south-north. Because he's forever ambitious to become president of Nigeria. And so, what he did was to set Wike and Obi against themselves while waiting in the wings.
Okay.
And eventually he emerged. The emergence of Atiku led to the exit of P2B. So now, how can we just forget history and begin to say the current, listen, let me explain, that the current president is the problem. Well, if the president had seen opportunity of escalating the problem in PDP and he lashed it on it, that's another matter. But to say that he is the cause, I don't want to subscribe to it, because if not for the emergence of Atiku, P2B wouldn't have left PDP.
Okay.
If not for the emergence of Atiku, Wike would not be this belligerent.
Okay. So basically, the president saw an opportunity and latched in on it.
I am not too sure about that, but I know that if he had done that, it's politics.
El-Rufai also said, look, he's trying to stifle opposition. He's bribing, he's giving out monies to ensure that there is instability in parties, in the Labour Party, in the PDP.
How can somebody say that the president is giving 250 billion to government?
Well, that's not putting El-Rufai.
I mean, that's another. I'm saying it. Whoever thought of that? There are some things that
you think it's impossible.
Even if it is impossible.
Why so?
It is impossible. What is the size of the budget? That just one governor. What is the governor going to do to upset things that you now give 250 billion to a governor?
But yet we see
as bad as our currency is, 250 is no more. Is not small money.
But yet we see governors in the PDP.
Some states, the total revenue of a state in 1 year is not up to 250 billion.
Since you've decided to go,
so you are giving the state budget for 1 year to one person just because he wants to cross over. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not logical.
Mr. Fanimo, we decided to go down the history. Some people will also say that if Wike did not come up to say zone the ticket to the south in general, Atiku wouldn't have participated in that election, that primary election, because the party accepts that they are making the ticket to go straight down to the southeast for Peter Gregory to participate. But Wike, being who he is, said we cannot be the south, a southeast, let it be the south. And that was all bringing the likes of Atiku Abubakar to play, and we know what happened at the end of the day. People that thought they have something end up not being able to measure up with the strength of people that played there initially. And that's happened to be some of the stories back in what happened in 2023.
My sister, let me tell you.
Okay.
No matter how you want to twist the narrative, the fact is, if Atiku was not inordinately ambitious Atiku should have resolved that rift between Wike and Obi. If only in the interest of the party. Look at the 36% was what produced the president. It shows that because of that cohesion that was lacking in PDP, it gave the president
you create the impression that Atiku Abubakar caused the problem in the PDP.
Yes.
Atiku has left the party is still a problem.
But the problem has been there. It wasn't caused last year, it was caused 2 years ago. So it will take just 1 day to fix it. When there are so many agreed parties. You know, you and I know that in peace and conflict studies, that it is easier to cause damage than to fix the damage.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there. And well, let's bring in Paul A.O.B. Let's bring in Paul A.O.B. into the conversation. Well, good to have you. Good to have you join us. Let's talk about the PDP crisis and the allegations. The president has been accused. Peter Obi is saying, it is the president of the country that has ensured that the trouble in PDP persists. And El-Rufai also said the same thing. In fact, a lot of other people have said, look, it is the APC, and not just the APC, it is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is ensuring that opposition doesn't stand so he gets a smooth sail in 2027. You think that's an unfair accusation, or you think that's apt? What are your thoughts?
Please, good morning, everybody. Good morning, the anchors and the audience as well. I'm speaking as a journalist who has been very close to the People's Democratic Party. And then when I left journalism also, I've also worked closely as a member of the PDP before I went into academics. Number one, I will subscribe completely to the elder statement sitting close to you there, that Atiku is responsible for the crisis of the PDP. When Atiku left PDP in 2014 to APC, he suddenly came back in 2017, and he was handed over the ticket in 2019. After 2019, it was obvious in the whole of the history of PDP, right from 1998 till date, the Southeast and the South-South have been the highest contributors to the sustenance of the People's Democratic Party, both in financing the party, in funding the party, and both in numerical strength. And it was obvious at that 2023. In 2022-23, I was a member of the presidential committee within the media unit. Yes, so I have facts. I'm not speaking as an outsider here. So it was obvious that the Southeast should be given that ticket. Whatever people are saying, whether Wike said that, your anchor there said that because Wike said it was the turn of the South and not the Southeast. If Atiku had not entered that race, Wike wouldn't have gotten the ticket. The ticket of the PDP would have been zoned squarely to the Southeast geopolitical zone, and PDP would have clinched that ticket. And the thing with Atiku is that for several years, he has made it, maybe, I don't know, people say Marabod or some spirit told him that he must be Nigerian president, and he has refused to give up on that. He has never won wholeheartedly his geopolitical zone and the North. His vote has always been, he talked about having 11 million vote bank. Those vote bank squarely are from the South-South and the Southeast. They're not from the Northwest, Northeast, where he comes from. So he has always used covert means, politically, some nocturnal means and all those things through the backstage to stage himself or force himself within the PDP, and that caused the damages we have here. Okay. And hello, sorry, please. I'm not in support of Wike. I don't subscribe to his tactics and all that. But remember, you should also recall to, the fact that between 2013 or thereabout, 15 to 17, all these people who came back to PDP were in APC. Wike was the one that resurrected PDP. Then on the part of the president, that the president is responsible for the crisis of PDP. The arrowhead of the PDP crisis is Atiku Abubakar. Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Let's take that for
That's your thought.
All right, Mr. Obi, I want to stay with you. You said something about You align your thoughts with that of Dele that, look, Atiku Abubakar is the problem. But I want us to talk about what led Atiku into the contest in 2023. Are you aware there's also a story out there, a different narrative that says that, look, at the PDP meeting, their caucus meeting, the issue of zoning came up, and certain group of people said, look, it is the turn of the South, not just the South, but the Southeast. And then Nyesom Wike said, no, it should be thrown open to the South. Atiku Abubakar at that point said, no. If it is not the Southeast, then I am in. Wike said, okay, beautiful, let's throw it open. Thinking that with his deep pockets, that he was going to clinch the ticket. Now, at the convention, at the primaries, primaries, Atiku was able to outsmart him. And that was how he started fighting. Again, he went back thinking that Atiku would choose him as vice presidential, as running mate. They left him and chose Okowa. That was how Wike now went full-blown into battlefield. Are you aware of that angle of the story?
To be honest with you, that is an aspect that I've been bandied around across board. But let me tell you, at the point in 2007 or thereabout, when the presidency was to return back to the North after Obasanjo 8 years, from 1999 to 2007, it was zoned to the North. Now, the North went to a caucus from the Arewa Conservative Forum. Now, let me tell you, what happened was that Atiku was very instrumental in tilting that zoning to himself. He has always done that. I introduced myself and told people that I'm not only speaking as a journalist. My first assignment when I left the university and became a journalist was with PDP. Vincent Ogbulafo, I will never forget that. So I'm speaking as an insider who have fact from the journalistic standpoint and somebody who is a participant, a member of the PDP then, before I left. I deliberately left PDP to go and support P2B because of that anger. I'm speaking to you as a member of that party also, who is no more there. Now, you said that Wike was capitalizing on Atiku's insistence to run that election. If the party has come together and said that and zoned that ticket to the Southeast, which was the obvious thing to do, which was the sincere thing to do, Wike wouldn't have the opportunity. And let me tell you, I'm giving you an insider point here that many people don't know. P2B wouldn't have left PDP if he had been given the vice presidential ticket in 2022 by the PDP and Atiku. What happened is that the gang up against P2B, most of them underestimated P2B. I know of the former national chairman and former governor who said P2B could not get 2 states or win 2 million votes, that if he win, they would resign. But they didn't know. Now, they went behind. Atiku has always been looking for somebody who will support him financially, a running mate who will support him financially. So they brought Okowa, who was a sitting governor. That's one of the factors that led to P2B leaving the PTB. It's not just denying him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ebe, let's put facts right. P2B had left before Okowa was chosen. True or false?
No, listen, what I'm telling you is that when P2B realized that even the vice presidential ticket was not going to be given to him.
At what point did he realize that? Because at the point you are talking about, the running mate had not even, a presidential candidate had not even emerged. It was after the emergence of Atiku that they constituted a committee that said, look for a running mate from the South. And information we have is that they chose Wike. Overnight, they had to change the whole thing to Okowa. Are you aware of that angle of the story too?
No, listen. Listen, I'm speaking to you how political tactics are made. The decision in announcing a candidate, before that announcement, before all those things would transpire in the public glare, the decision would have been made like even 2 weeks before the main action. The decision not to give P2B the vice presidential ticket, apart from even the presidential ticket, has been reached 3 weeks before even the conduct of the presidential primaries itself. Do you understand? So in realizing that he will not emerge the presidential candidate, he will not emerge the vice presidential candidate, that prompted to leave. There are many things I will say, I can say, but because of confidentiality and all those things, I will not reveal who told me all these things. So that is why I'm insisting that when he realized that even the vice presidential ticket will not be given to him, that's when he made up his mind to run that election. And he had the number. He had the number. So people, we pass across half-truth a lot in our public space. People who don't have the fact, and we rely on speculation so much.
Now that we have the fact that the headquarters or the secretariat of PDP have been barricaded by the police, and we also saw the video of how people were going all physical with themselves. In one of the national dailies today, we learned that INEC rejects Wike's backed Mohammed as PDP acting national chair. And this actually happened after the Oyo convention played out. So what do you think is going to be the fate of PDP at this point? With the back and forth, the suspended team, suspending people that suspend them, expelled teams, still having access to the secretariat of PDP at this point, and with the whole fifth columnist that people have also projected to be playing out all this back and forth in that party.
Okay, that's a very important and critical question you've asked. What is happening is that Wike's intention is to make PDP comatose and like lying in the intensive care unit until 2027 elections. Then he will come back to resurrect the PDP. That is his intention, to ensure that the president gets a smooth ride for 2027 presidential elections.
Sorry, I would like to say that again, please.
That
the president gets a smooth ride.
Yeah, Wike's intention is to ensure that PDP at this juncture remain comatose and lying low at the intensive care unit until 2027.
So is it then, based on this, is it then right if somebody, a Peter Obi or anybody says president has a hand in what is going on in the PDP?
I cannot rule that out. I'm not saying the president doesn't have a hand. The president would have played a statesmanship role as the president of the country. He wouldn't have allowed Wike to, in this manner, in this kind of like outright destruction of the opposition party. It's not fair. It doesn't. It's very telling on our democracy, and the president at the head of the country ought not to give room to that. Wike is his cabinet member, he's an appointee. He's supposed to call Wike to order. But I understand what the president has been saying. He has said that very clearly, and he has been playing. Is that it is his intention for PDP, for the opposition party, to be in disarray. It's his own advantage. But I think that's disingenuous to our democracy also, if you checked it. But what I cannot subscribe to is to wholeheartedly put the blame on the president. Atiku Abubakar and his camp should be held responsible for the PDP crisis. Wike is also responsible, and he's ensuring that PDP remain comatose until 2027, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have gotten his second ticket. That is the plan. It's very clear. And it goes against the law. It goes against democratic tenets also. These are things that we need to come out clear and say.
All right, now that the newly appointed national chairman, Turaki, making a video, he's called on the international organization to look into what is happening in Nigeria democratically, saying that it's more like democracy have eluded us. Some people tag that to be that he's crying foul when they're having internal issues. Why not come all out to talk before now? Do you think that anyway the issues happening in PDP is going to be abated? And with the expulsion of Wike from the party, are we still going to see his fang or the claws still hold or grip on PDP to destabilize it further?
I subscribe to that. He can cry to the world to draw the attention to the crisis of democracy that is deliberately perpetrated by the states. Wike is using the instrument of the states to displace opposition parties in Nigeria. And without opposition, there is no democracy. So when the national chairman is crying foul across the world, calling on the world attention, he's right. Because without the state apparatus, Wike would not be in a position to disrupt opposition. He's using the backing of the states. There's a cover, there's a shield that is provided by the state that Wike is using to disrupt the opposition.
So
that's where the president comes in.
All right, then. So from your understanding of everything that is going on in the PDP, which of the factions would you say is the authentic one? Is it the Turaki faction now, or the Samuel Anyanwu faction?
There is no way the weakest faction or the Samuel Anyanwu faction can legally lay claim to the authentic faction of the party. What the PDP has done has gone through the emergence of Turaki SAN and former minister. That should be recognized as the authentic party. And most of these things, the judiciary is also culpable. It's also responsible for all these things that is destroying our democracy. I think that should be placed squarely.
Okay. Now, some pundits are of the opinion that the former members of the G5, the PDP G5, Makinde and Wike, might be working hand in hand, even though it seems like they're working against each other, in the open. But behind closed doors, they might be working hand in hand to ensure that whoever emerges as a candidate in the PDP at whatever level will have problems after elections. Because, I mean, if you can't defend whoever signs your form and you win that election and it goes to court, there's a possibility that that win might be thrown out. What do you say to that?
If not for the situation we have found ourselves with our judiciary, the judiciary is in a position to set the record straight in terms of which faction should hold the ass of the People's Democratic Party. I think that's the challenge. So there's no way people should say that the governor for your state and Wike are working together. I don't think that is feasible. That's not feasible. They are at, of course, they were together, like you said, the G5, but at this moment, they are fighting for the soul of the party. Wike is looking to protect the interests of the president come 2027, and the governor of your state has his own interest. He wants to run also. I don't see how that would be feasible, but that is his intention, and it's legally binding on him to so express such an ambition. But to say that they're working hand in hand with this.
All right, Paul, I would like for us to reconcile something that you said. I hear you say that, look, the president has no direct hand to what is happening in the PDP and in the opposition. But I also hear you say that, look, that the minister of the FCT, Wike, who, by the way, is the president's appointee, is using state apparatus to cause problem in PDP and democracy. How do you reconcile all of that?
I didn't say that the president is not culpable in this crisis. What I said is that he doesn't have, when you want to lay blame, he's not the first point of call to lay the blame responsible for the crisis of the PDP. The first point of call, like Mr. Dele said, this crisis degenerated around 2022 when the PDP, through article structure, clandestinely used force to collect the ticket from the Southeast geopolitical zone and run on it. And that's why the PDP failed. There's no way the APC would have won that election, no matter what. So that is responsible for the crisis. And what Wike swore to do. And remember that even at the presidential primaries, I was there. I was the deputy rapporteur, the deputy chief rapporteur of the PDP National Convention at the Velodrome in the National Stadium in Abuja. I was the rapporteur, the assistant rapporteur of that event. What Wike swore to do was, remember that the former national chairman and former Senate president, Yochayo, on the morning after the convention, the former governor of Sokoto State came to see him. He started hailing him as the hero, which was a behind the same plan to disrupt the smooth primaries for the. If without Tambowa stepping down, Wike would have picked that ticket of the presidential distance. So Wike swore to bring down the party down. So I'm not saying that the president is not culpable. What I'm saying is that it's not the first point of call if you want to
well, you made that point clearly. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, let's get into another conversation. We'd like you to stay with us as well. And also, Dele Fanimo. Now, we also have Frank joining, Frank Utu, joining the conversation. And, well, he's one that has been affected by the killings in Yelawata in Benue State. And, well, let's talk about the insecurity in the country now. Let's talk about the insecurity in the country. Senate President Akpabio, Godswill Akpabio, has said there is no society without crime. Oh well. Let's look at this statement and the insecurity that is deepening, worsening around the country, even as the United States President Donald Trump has classified Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Join us again.
Glad to have you back as still VOP this morning. Nigeria is relying on a wave of violent attacks that have shaken communities across the north and beyond, with the abduction of dozens of school girls in Maga and Kebbi State, sparking outrage both locally and internationally. Vice President Kashim Shettima vowed that the girls would be rescued in honor of the slain vice principal who died defending them. While the Kebbi government released the names of the abducted students to counter claims by the U.S. lawmaker that authorities failed to protect school children, the tragedy comes amid fresh terrorist assault in Sokoto communities and the deadly Eruku church attack in Kwara State, where Governor Abdul Rahman Abdurazak has urgently requested reinforcement. Earlier this year, gunmen massacred over 100 villagers in Plateau State, leaving charred bodies and shattered lives, underscoring the scale of insecurity that continues to haunt ordinary, I beg your pardon, not in Plateau State, somewhere in Benue State. The crisis had forced President Bola Tinubu to postpone key international trips to the G20 AU and EU summit, as critics accuse his administration of failing to protect citizens. While Foreign Minister Yusuf Toga controversially claimed that only 177 Christians have been killed in recent attacks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio dismissed fears by saying there is no society without crime. Remarks that have drawn sharp condemnation, popular musician Fowles have joined voices calling for Tinubu's resignation, while U.S. Senator Jim Risch insists that Nigeria's government has failed its children. Like we told you earlier, we have with us Frank Uto, who is a native of Yelwata in Benue State. Also, he's a British-trained lawyer, former principal special assistant to the Benue State governor between 2020 and 2023. Currently, he's a graduate student and policy researcher at University of Central Oklahoma, United States of America. We also have with us in the studio Dele Fanimo, a reporter and a public and political affairs analyst. And we have Paul AOB, who happens to be a lecturer as well as an information analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Good morning, Mr. Frank, if you can hear me. Frank Uto. Good morning. Good to have you join today's conversation.
Yeah, good morning.
All right, we launched you a native of Yelwata, where we had the charred bodies, the massacre that happened in Benue State. Let's get your opinion first on this. How does that make you feel? You know, that the people you left home, are now, some of them are dead, some of them in IDP camps, and we have also information that foreign entities are occupying some villages in Benue State.
All right, thank you for having me first and foremost. I want to say the problem we've been having in Yerota is not new. What happened on June 13th and 14th, 2025 was just somehow the culmination of what we've been having and been living with in the last 10 years. It has like defined our lives It has become like part and parcel of our village that at each and every passing month, I mean every month, these jihadists always attack. And so we, for the past 10 years, we've been losing our men each and every month. But you know, what's happened on June 13 and 14 is just because of the number, the quantum of death recorded within 4 hours that night, between the hours of 9 p.m. on June 13th and 1 a.m. on June 14th. And so, unfortunately, we went into global notoriety as the village that recorded the highest number of deaths within the first half of 2025. It never happened between the war involving Israel and Houthi. It never happened between Israel and Iran. It never happened between Israel and Hamas. It never even happened between Russia and Ukraine. That within 4 hours, 278 people were killed. In that attack, I lost 34 members of my immediate family. I lost several of my friends.
No, I didn't get that. To say you lost 34 members, we didn't get that.
Yeah, of my own direct family, my immediate family. And I lost several of my friends, my neighbors. And let me also give you somehow a picture of what's happened to show the extent to which I'm close to some of the people who died. Like during my Thanksgiving in the village on 9th of January 2023, the person, I'm a Catholic, so the village is overwhelmingly a Catholic village. We're just like 80% a Catholic village. And so during my Thanksgiving, the person who took the first reading in that Thanksgiving was killed. The person who took the second reading was killed. The choir mistress on that day was killed, and about 6 members of the choir, and even the church warden on that day, you know, lost several of my cousins in the most horrific manner. So it is actually not something to remember. It's quite, it was quite gruesome, and it is something that will live with us for the rest of our lives.
Mr. Frank, for that information. You know, we've been hearing about it, but we'll never know it is this big. 34 members of your immediate family. Now, it's also important to know that you once worked as a special assistant to the Benue State governor between the 2020 and 2023. The first massacre that happened, within the 21st century in Nigeria at this point happened in Benue State. That was the first time we saw different coffins lining up, and we learned it was as a result of clashes between herders and the farmers in that community during the time of Governor Autumn. Now, what do you have to say about the fact that some people have come up to say that these wars or the carnages, the killings in Benue State is ethnic? It has nothing to do with invaders or people infiltrating the community. What do you know of it, and how do you explain that to Nigerians too?
Okay, I think it's quite a pity, and it's quite very unfortunate for anyone to describe this act of genocide as farmers-herders clash. We've never clashed with herders at any point. When you say clash, there must be a setting, isn't it? There must be a battlefield. Is it at the War of Gettysburg? Is it at the War of Waterloo? Is it at Normandy? At which particular war was that? Was there a clash between farmers and herders? If there's going to be a clash, I'm going to assure you that these people cannot stand the Tea people. We're naturally warriors, and we stopped the jihad from progressing southwards in the 19th century. It's in around 1809, So it's quite a spit on the grave of the innocent people who were killed, that a lot of people do mischaracterize the genocide and represent it as farmers-herders clash. Who was my cousin, my very small nephew, Amakisate, fighting, 2-year-old Amakisate fighting when they came and doused him with fire and burnt him to ashes? Who was he fighting? Who was Godo Mary, mom, fighting when she was in the depth of her sleep, a 300-level accounting student of the Nasarawa State University, very beautiful girl, and she was doused that night and burnt to death? Who was my friend, pharmacist Matthew Yomba, fighting? A guy who sold kerosene in the village, hardworking guy, and then was able to save enough money to sponsor himself to study pharmacy at the University of Jos. He just finished. He did his mastership last year in Kanu, and then he came to the village 2 nights before that night. And on June 13, these guys came and surrounded his room.
Okay. Okay, Frank. Okay, all right, Frank. All right, Frank.
So it was
quite unfortunate things that happen. Quite unfortunate things that happen.
Let's stop mischaracterizing
all right,
this, please.
Mischaracterizing it. Frank, it's quite unfortunate what happened. Now we have buried the dead. We are mourning. Let us protect the living. You were part of the government. You served in government between 2020 and 2023. What conscious efforts did the government of Benue State make in trying to interface with both the federal government and the security agencies to ensure that these killings stop? What conscious effort do you know that the government made at that time?
Lots. Okay. You know, I was a principal special assistant under the government of Otum, and on several occasions there have always been meetings right there in my village, because my village is at the borderline between Benue and Nasarawa State, and it's actually the midpoint between the 2 state capitals, Lafia and Makurdi. My village is just 51 kilometers away from Makurdi and 49 kilometers away from Lafia. So we're just like in the middle. And when I was in government, there were 3 meetings that were held in that village between the government of Benue State and the government of Nasarawa State. 3 peace meetings. And the effort made by Benue State government to tackle this was quite very clear and visible to even the blind, because in 2017, the people of Benue State congregated for the first time. We had a law that is very popular, that is a pro-people law, the law that the people themselves gave the state. That was when the people sat down and enacted for themselves the open grazing prohibition law. Because a lot of people, just like you mentioned here, a lot of people always use the guise of farmers, herders clash. So we ask ourselves, we say, okay, how do we tackle this? Since some of these people came under this guise. So we enacted for ourselves the open grazing prohibition and ranches establishment law of Benue State 2017. This is simple. I'm here in America. I'm in the state of Oklahoma. Everywhere you go, Oklahoma is somewhat an agrarian state as much as it is an oil-producing state. You see farmlands, you see ranches everywhere. So that is the modern means of animal husbandry. That you create a ranch. So that is what the government of Benue State enacted in 2017. All it takes is for these people who always come using the guise of farmers herders clash to comply.
Okay.
Get for themselves a land and establish a ranch.
Okay. So So Frank, there is an anti-open grazing act, in place.
Law.
Now,
law of Benue State.
Okay, law of Benue State. Now, you also said that the meeting was held between the Benue State government and the Nasarawa State government. Why Nasarawa State government? Because we also hear that at a point someone said, look, these people come over from Nasarawa State. Is that what you are trying to validate?
Very well. So Nasarawa State, unfortunately, has become the safe haven for these guys. The 4 local governments of Obi, Kiana, Doma, Awe, these 4 local government bordering Benue State have become the landing pads for these guys. They always congregate in these local governments, and they mix up with their kinsmen coming from elsewhere, including those who are coming from outside Nigeria, and attack Benue State at every point. Like I told you, my village is at the borderline, and that is where we've been bearing the brunt of these attacks. And so Nasarawa State, they found it as a safe haven, and that is why we always say, why? We should always ask the government of Nasarawa State why they were able to make themselves as a landing pad. And you see, that is why there is so much interest in Nasarawa State by the Sultanate. At every time, they always make sure their Lakai becomes the governor of that state. so that they can always use that, because it is also from Nasarawa State that they use as a landing pad to attack Plateau State from the forest of Mahanga around Wamba local government. Because Nasarawa State is the state that is sandwiched by Plateau State and Benue State. And so they use it to attack Plateau State.
Okay, all right, Frank, let's look for solutions. Now, permit me to put you on the spot. If you are asked to prescribe solutions, what will be the key points? What do you think? What do you want the federal and state governments to do further to ensure that these killings stop? We all know about the problems. What are the solutions? What do you think?
Look, the solution is for the federal government to disarm, to go after these guys. They are very visible. They are not spirits. Their sponsors are known. Unfortunately, many of them are in government, as ministers, as senators, as governors, as emirs, traditional rulers. Their sponsors are known. Let's stop lying to ourselves. Look, in 2022, United Arab Emirates sent a list of about 300 sponsors of terrorism to the government of Nigeria after apprehending a corresponding number in United Arab Emirates, prosecuting them and jailing them. They sent a corresponding list of these sponsors to Nigerian government. What has the Nigerian government done up to this moment? Nothing. These people are well known. Let me tell you something. This attack of Yerwata of June 13. Do you know, maybe I'm saying it for the first time, do you know that about 3 of the attackers were killed when they were retreating that very morning? Do you know that one of the attackers is a military officer with his ID card in his pocket? So these people are well known. They are well known. They are mixed. So there is state collusion. There is complicity. There's complicity in this. And so it is an outright act of jihad against our people for the sake of expansion. Expanding the Islamic State.
Let's clear, Frank, let's clear something. One of the attackers was killed as they made their way out after that attack, and your people found his ID card. Are you sure that that's a valid ID card?
Let me tell you, I'm saying this on national TV. I've already said it a lot of times on international television. I've addressed the Sub-Congressional Committee on Africa, the United States Congress, the Subcommittee on Africa. I've told them this, I've told them this again when I addressed the American press at the press club, the iconic press club, which is just 3 blocks away from the White House in Washington, D.C. I've told them this, look, I'm an authority in this area. I've been immersed in this thing in the last 10 years. I'm like the poster boy of my village. I've been around, I've been on ground. Do you know that even 2 weeks before June 13th attack?
Yes.
2 weeks. That's on May 28th, on the eve of this the second anniversary of this government. There was an attack on my village where 6 people were killed. They slaughtered one of my father's closest friends, a retired army corporal, Ulam, that's his name, with his wife and his 2 children and his nephews in his compound. That's on May 28th. So the following day, May 29th, in our ward headquarters, which is called Ude, it's in the hinterland. Yerwata is on the highway. So Ude, our ward headquarters, is 5 kilometers away from Yerwata in the bush. It's a village that has a railway station. So in that Ude, in the morning of the following day, a thief woman was going to her farm to fetch firewood, and she passed a Fulani guy who was squatting and was trying to fix something in a motorbike that was spoiled.
Okay.
So she saw some splashes of blood on his clothes. Of course, that's the ground for suspicion. So she went back to the village and raised alarm amongst the youth. And so the youth came to the scene where the guy was repairing his bike. They accosted him, and after some interrogation, the guy was able to confess that they were the ones who struck in Yerwata the previous night and slaughtered about 6 people. And so that the guy who gave him that bike is a soldier, a Fulani soldier in that village of Ude. That village, Ude. Because, there are detachment of soldiers in Yerwata.
Yes.
There are detachment of soldiers in Ude. And so they took the guy and went to the station where it's a primary school in the village where soldiers were stationed. They accosted the soldiers there. The soldiers started shooting the air. The youth said they dared the soldiers to kill all of them. That this guy, the soldier who gave this guy this bike, must answer to it. So the officer in charge in Uday now brought out the soldier that was accused. Do you know his reasons for giving the guy the bike? He said he gave the guy the bike the previous day because the guy came to meet him and say his brother was beaten by a snake, and so he needed to take the brother to the hospital, and so he gave the guy the bike to take his brother. So who is that brother who was beaten by a snake? Which hospital? Why would a Fulani soldier give a Fulani guy who has never met anywhere a bike? 24 hours to last more than 24 hours. And that was how this Suleiman was taken back to Makurdi, to the 72 Special Forces Brigade in Makurdi, and handed over to the soldiers. And that was the end of the case. So these are some things we'll be facing every now and then: soldiers collusion, the government collusion. It's something we live with. And like I told you, I'm an authority in this area. That is my village. My dad was the immediate past village head who he passed in 2023, and my cousin Kumagajo is the current village head. So a lot of people sometimes when I speak from America, they begin to imagine, they say, no, this guy, no, bro. I am a complete villager.
So you have
details minute by minute of what has been happening.
If I understand you clearly, you are accentuating the fact that there is a targeted killing of Christians in your village in Nigeria. Pardon? Okay. Well, you are accentuating that fact that there is a targeted killing of Christians. Now, just yesterday, one Tangara, I think that's his nickname, but he's called Ismail or something, who's said to be one of the leaders of one of these groups, these insurgent groups, was arrested and sentenced to 20 years in prison. And, you know, if you juxtapose that with the man who was sentenced to death for defending himself, and then also some of the pictures surfaced online yesterday of some soldiers who allegedly were dismissed from service because they did not obey standing order to cease fire when they were attacked by terrorist groups. They continued to fire, and we hear from that report, allegedly, that they were suspended. And then, you know, if you juxtapose 20 years in prison, soldiers suspended for not ceasing fire when attacked by terrorist groups, and a man who was stabbed, defended himself, and stabbed his attacker, sentenced to death. Do you think the sentencing for 20 years was a fair sentence? And do you think government is doing enough?
You see, it's quite unfortunate. Some of the things we see in Nigeria, they seem to be script from movies, but of course they are reality in Nigeria. How do you describe that? The law, Nigerian law, Section 33 provides for right to life. The Constitution of Nigeria provides for the right to life, and that the same Constitution provides for the right of self-defense. It provides for the rights of self-defense, and somebody who was attacked in his farm. That's the case of Sunday Jackson, if that's the case you have mentioned.
Yes, that's the name, Sunday Jackson.
The case of Sunday Jackson,
yes,
who was attacked in his farm by a Fulani attacker. And he was stabbed. And he used the same knife that he was stabbed with. And in the defense of himself, stabbed his attacker, which led to death. So what is self-defense in essence? If that's not self-defense, which is recognized by the Constitution. So it's quite unfortunate. So you could see the political angle to this whole thing, and you could see, and it's unfortunate the world is looking at us because it's a case that is popular all over the world. Here in the United States, it's a case that is so quite very popular.
When you say the world is looking at us, we have the likes of Nicki Minaj, talking about the genocide in Nigeria. And also we heard about a particular UN summit that was organized, and then Nigeria was excluded. They weren't allowed to talk, and they have made the church d'affaires to speak about it's more like you are crucifying Nigerians without leaving them the right to defend themselves and all that. And let's take it back to what is playing, or what played out during the Peace Accord, the Middle Belt town hall meeting, where Prophet Ila Buba decided to talk about the people who are killing Nigerians. He said 80% of the Mieti Allah, 80% of the blame should go to the Mieti Allah. And in other breath, we have Minister Toga saying that there's no Christian genocide in Nigeria. Nobody is dying. We have the president of the Senate also talking about no community without a crime and all that. What picture does all this paint in the international space? Because I know you're in diaspora.
If we are here in the United States, you understand that what's happening in Nigeria is not secret. These people, the people here, the security agencies here, the politicians here, especially those of them in the foreign affairs committees of both chambers of the Congress, my sister, they know 100% better than what you know. Better than what you know. These people, do you know the presence of American consulate in Lagos and American embassy in Abuja is like the presence of the White House? The intelligence from these units is an out of this world intelligence that they gather. So people begin to speak as if those guys are foreign. They are right there in your country. They are right there. And then these again, like we keep saying, they are the owners of technology, for goodness sake. They have satellite imaging of all these things. They have this WhatsApp that we talk and we feel is encrypted. It's not encrypted to them. It belongs to them. The microchips in your phone belong to these people. The microchips in your SIM cards. They own the e-passport. When you scan your passport, you send your details to them. They own the global financial transactions and institutions, because when you transact with MasterCard, with Visa card, it belongs to them. It goes through the American financial institutions. We don't own Visa cards. We don't own MasterCards. We don't own Amex, American Express. And then sometimes when you say, okay, you want to make your conversation through a very highly encrypted means like satellite telephone to Raya, for goodness sake, who owns the satellite? Is it Masa that you're using or Akamu that you're using to make communication? It goes through a channel. So listen, these people own very powerful means to have. Listen, I heard about my own village here in Washington from an American journalist and an American politician. Some other things that happened in my village that I never knew. I got it, it was firsthand. And then sometime again, when a lot of people begin to say, no, why are they not giving Nigeria a fair hearing? For goodness sake, I'm not a Nigerian. So if they hear from me, they are hearing from a Nigerian. It must not necessarily be government. The government have their position, which is well known. Which is well known. So a lot of people, when they begin to, like I keep saying, America did not sow moto on their own. Designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. They did that because of the mass evidence given to them by Nigerians, me inclusive.
Right, now, Frank, we are gradually coasting home on this one. I wish there was a lot more time for us to talk about this. And I must say that hearing you mention the names of, those people, we saw pictures. We saw pictures of burnt houses, charred bodies, and then we felt it. Yes, we felt it. But, it hits different. It hits differently when you can put a name to it. Then you start to see that body as a human, a real human who lived. So I must say, you mentioning those names has hit me differently. And I feel, I'm sobbing inside of me, but I can't do that on television. But, it's really terrible. But some have said, a U.S. involvement or the West involvement in all of this might be, tilted towards their own interest. Could it be? And then all of this, and then if you've been following things in Nigeria, there's been an increase in kidnappings and the rest. Just yesterday, we're talking about a church in Kwara State that was attacked as well, with people killed, 3 people killed, some other people kidnapped. Some have said there's been an increase in all of this, and it's all to further draw the international community in, and that they have their own agenda, which may not generally be in the best interest of Nigerians in the long run. Even if they displace insurgents, it may not be in the interest of Nigerians. What do you think? What do you think about that? And also, are we also affected by the fact that other countries, the countries surrounding Nigeria, are allies of Russia? Is that part of the reason Nigeria is where it is today?
Okay, let me start from the rear. Your conclusion. We have no reason to always blame
Well, very unfortunately, we lost connection to Frank Utu there. The internet just did its thing, took him off at that point. But he has said a lot already. I mean, a lot has been said. A lot has been said, and let's bring it to the studio here, Mr. Fanimo. Now, I don't know how you felt hearing those names. 2-year-olds, people sleeping in their bedrooms, having, what is supposed to be a good night rest.
No. Because it's one thing to just watch video clips. It's another thing for somebody to take it nearer to you, as if it happened to you or your immediate family. Now, as I was talking, I was like watching a new movie away from what used to be. It's just like when you have rushes of the manuscripts other than the edited version. And I looked at, the one that really touched me was that 2-year-old boy. Somebody who was harmless, had no reason to be killed, and in a gruesome manner like that. And we are trivializing this. Honestly, I just hope I'll be able to get over it because of the day.
You think it's the sentencing, 20 years for that one that was caught, Mai Taranga that was caught, sentenced, the leader of Mahmuda terrorist group, 20 years. You think that's a fair?
It's a slap on the wrist. The law is clear. Somebody who has killed,
who confessed
to killing people.
Yes, killed people.
That's murder. How else do you want to describe murder? And murder attracts capital punishment.
Then beyond that, why is the sentencing coming at this time? Isn't it
the sentencing is coming at this time when the government is under severe pressure to do something about terrorism. And at the same time, only yesterday, we got reports of NAF, Nigerian Air Force, bombarding Sambisa Forest. So does it mean that the intel was not there all this while, and suddenly within a week of Trump talking, now they could isolate targets to be taken out?
How effective is the isolation and the targeting or bombardment of NAF? Well, we saw the people moving to Kwara State.
The focus is no longer, shouldn't be Sambisa anymore. Because whatever is left in Sambisa is a far cry compared to what is assailing us in the middle belt, particularly Plateau and Benue. It would have been something that would resonate well with me if I was told yesterday that the camps which had been isolated to Nasarawa, the takeoff point of these terrorists in Nasarawa had been targeted and people were exterminated. It would have been a fine thing, but Sambisa does not pose more threats to Nigerians as much as the ones that are within. You have Zamfara almost taken over by bandits. You are going to Sambisa. Sambisa was long abandoned. They're not threats. They're not threats to us. So, for me, whatever the Nigerian Air Force had done does not make much impact in the fight against terrorism. And then for somebody who confessed to have killed not just one person, several persons, arraigned in court, doesn't mean that part of the charges does not include, murder.
It was a 4 counts charge, and I'm pretty sure that murder was included in it.
Exactly. So, is it that they exonerated him of murder, that they are now giving him 20 years imprisonment, which is also a way of preparing him for state pardon?
So what does this speak to, the emboldening of these elements? Because if you check it out, you find out that even the people who did the massacre in our church, some people are also going behind closed doors to seek for their release, for them
You see, let me tell you one
and now we
terrible
have the
thing.
Kwara church again.
Let me tell you one terrible thing about the way things run in this country. A friend of mine, Bayo, was murdered way back 2013 or so. A colleague of mine, we were sitting together in the office. When police came to parade suspects, those suspects had nothing. In fact, they didn't even know that somebody like Bayo was killed. This Frank Kuba, that is DIG, was the first police PRO in Lagos State. They orchestrated the parade of those guys. These were miscreants. It was, I was deputy news editor then. I worked with my news editor to that place. And they didn't know because I was in suit. They thought I was a lawyer. They were tutoring these suspects to confess to a crime they never committed. So when the CP came out, and I started asking those people questions, in fact, the CP was embarrassed and he just fled up and left the venue. The phone paraded by these policemen, Bayo never had that kind of phone in his lifetime. The laptop that was shown us, I don't need anybody to tell me that that laptop was never Bayo's, because the only laptop we had then was the NUJ contributory laptop that were distributed. So these people that we talked about in Owo, you'll be amazed that they may not even be the real suspects.
The real suspects. And I mean, the question.
Has anybody identified any one of them?
And the question lingers: is there truly a fight against insecurity in Nigeria?
There is no fight against insecurity.
That's the question.
There is no fight against insecurity.
Well, that's the question I'd like to leave our viewers with as we get into, as we wrap up newspaper, I beg your pardon, we wrap up VOP this morning and get into a newspaper review a few minutes from now. Well, thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, for your contribution. It's been, yes, a very touchy one, I must say. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on VOP this morning, and I hope, I pray, that somebody somewhere in government is listening to this and will truly, genuinely fight insecurity. And so those who have lost loved ones, children, 2-year-olds, babies, women, men sleeping in their beds, burned to death, some attacked. The other ones were in church, thanking God for the release of some that were kidnapped before and they were attacked again. All of this needs to stop, and I hope that somebody somewhere will be honest enough to put an end to this, at least make a genuine start to putting an end to it. Well, that's it on VOP this morning. I'm Moses Humphrey.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
I am Chukwu Makoro. Bye for now. See you at 10 o'clock.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, to games in heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner. perfect destination for curious minds.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, we have Dele Fanimo with us. He stays back from VOP this morning. Thank you very much for staying back. Now, let's look at the headlines. Let's look at the headlines from the different dailies. Starting off with... Yes, just about. Okay. Well, starting off with Nigerian Tribune. Yes, these are the headlines here on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. Terrorism, that's the big story there. Terrorism, NLC, JNI, CAN, others call for decisive action. And that's pretty much what we are also calling for right here. The riders to that story, as FG says, Nigeria security put on highest alert ever. Soldiers take over Kwara community. Youths block Ilorin Kaba highway. Shetima in Kebbi says abductors of schoolgirls will face the law. Kebbi LGA chairman releases names of abducted schoolgirls. Refutes claim they are Christians. Well, I wonder why we are focusing on that. They have been abducted. They should be released. Not whether they are Christians or not. Is that... Take decisive action to return students, JNI. Confront the evil before it consumes us all, NLC tells FG. Attack on Nigeria, a destabilization plot. Northern CAN. President aborts G20, AU, EU meetings, awaits security briefing. He awaits security briefing. Ribadu Egbetokun Fagbemi lead 10-man FG delegation to US. Meet Congressman Moore. I think that's Riley Moore. Police seal off PDP's Wadata Plaza, block access points. Obi, blames crisis on PDP, LP, SDP on APC-led government. Call on Trump to save Nigerian democracy. A national security threat, WK. 230 million Nigerians will defeat 25 governors in 2027 Aerofy. That's politics. But, well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. Let's look at the Guardian also has its headlines. SMBLF fears Nigeria drifting towards one-party rule. Alleged Christian genocide. FG accuses US of inciting violent groups. FG accuses US of inciting violent groups. FG states LGs share 2.09 trillion naira as October revenue. Outrage over rising abductions. 6 attacks as Army rallies 24,000 recruits. Now let's flip the pages to get to the riders of that story. And yes, as usual, 5 killed as gunmen raid Kwara Church, abduct worshippers. Tinubu cancels G20, AU, EU outing to oversee security response. Shetima visits Kebbi, conveys presidential assurance to grieving families. Kwara youths block Ilorin Kaba highway over delayed security response. Saraki Abdulrazak decry attacks, demand urgent reinforcement. Amechi, NBA, MPAC, Dawn demand security overhaul. Arming to recruit 24,000 soldiers. Arming to recruit from where? 24,000 soldiers to strengthen national security, says Chief of Army Staff. You're recruiting 24 from where? 24,000? From where, actually?
From Nigeria. Is it much?
Have they applied?
No, they have. Is it difficult?
Or they have them already, waiting in the wings or something?
Recruiting.
Recruiting. You will have to go get them from somewhere. So whoever
You have
is
to
applying,
open the portal and people will apply.
people will apply.
And we have unemployment.
We do have unemployment.
Yes. So unemployed youths will apply between the ages of 18 and 25.
To go fight.
No, into the military.
To go fight, of course.
Of course.
With insecurity increasing.
Even in a peace situation, soldiers are recruited to go
and we hear that some have been dismissed.
That some
have been dismissed.
Okay, because
that's operational.
Okay, so you dismiss some for disobeying orders, and then you recruit 24,000.
No,
and we hear that
the first
soldiers are being killed as well. I'm just trying to look at the mindset of the people.
In a normal situation,
Yes.
even in peace times, soldiers that commit one offense or the other are court-martialed and dismissed. Even in peace times, soldiers are recruited in anticipation of what? War, defense systems, and all of that. But this one is some form of coincidence that, look, it's not even a coincidence. This is what they ought to have done before. If they feel that, look, the Nigerian military presently as constituted, that they're overwhelmed.
Yeah.
You know, you need to recruit more people.
No,
I think the question we should be asking is,
indication that we are in war.
the question we should be asking is, the ones that we have, how have we utilized them? We have situations where soldiers come out. The video that is making rounds in social media, someone said at the point they were trying to overcome the terrorists, there was an order to pull back.
Yes.
And one man said, no, I'm not going to do that. And he continued firing.
And then we hear he was dismissed.
He's dismissed. So that's the question. That's the problem.
Even
So these
general
24,000 people
that was retired prematurely just because the same system that appointed him as head of a team to go after leaders of Boko Haram. Same thing, after the man had arrested some leaders of Boko Haram, came back to say he has to go on retirement. And apart from going on retirement, he was kept in solitary confinement for 64 days. He will meet the general. And I also have a case back in the days when Boko Haram started, who was a brigadier general, and right there he was a brigade commander. You know, brigade commanders have barracks under him. In one of the barracks, 2 Boko Haram members that were kept inside the same cells, that in separate cells, one in each cell, with 2 soldiers running guard duties on them. The 2 of them escaped at the same time. Escape in quotes. And they didn't court-martial the CEO, a lieutenant colonel of that particular barrack. They went to court-martial the brigade commander, who was then a brigadier general. And at the end of the day, they couldn't find anything. In fact, they used the man that should be court-martialed, who was the commanding officer of that particular barrack, as witness against brigade commander. It's so funny. This thing is just playing out now. It has always been there. People were either dismissed or sacked for doing what they should do. But this same military establishment, when Buhari, as the brigade commander in Borno State, went after this religious sect, the commander-in-chief, then Shagari, told him to retreat. He didn't listen. He pursued them beyond the borders of Nigeria. And it was not commercial. See, one thing I know about this country is that, so all animals are equal. Some are more equal.
The bigger problem is that those animals that are more equal than others are fewer in number than all the other animals. So all the other animals that are less now, why is it that it is difficult for them to come together and say, look, these few that are seem to be bigger than all of us. Why must you allow them to do
How
that?
many-
It was
how
in our
many-
presence
how
in
many
this
goats?
country. It was in our
pigs,
it was in our
that's
presence. It was in our presence in this country that an army chief of staff was removed. Why? Because a few people said, "Your people are killing my people."
Yes.
And he was defending the integrity of this country,
Which is what to.
which is what to the sovereignty of this country. And he was
And he even
removed.
committed his life to it.
And the next thing we heard was that, look, people were
question
going
was-
to ICC to say, oh, this man committed crimes against humanity.
The only thing, the answer to your question is, how many goats can fight a tiger or lion?
Then do you think that 10,000 goats can be killed by one lion?
Over a period of time.
Over a period of time.
No, if they don't come together, if they do, they will kill the lion.
But I can tell you they will not come.
No, they have been
No,
coming.
they can.
They can and they do. We see these things in
That's
Niger
not
Live.
goat, oh.
No, Niger Wild.
That's
You know,
not goat.
Niger Wild. We see these
You
things.
see these things actually.
Those ones are either hyena
No,
or
but
No, but
buffalo.
even one-on-one, a hyena cannot confront a lion.
But
But when you see like 10 hyenas,
Yes.
they can overcome a
That's what
lion.
I'm saying. We are goats. That's why I said goats. I didn't use hyena.
no. The goat illustration is just to say that okay.
Because we are weaklings. We don't want to die.
No, we are not weaklings.
We are not.
We don't want to die.
No, we are not.
The fact is
And the
that
moment
the fact is
your
that
assailant knows that
war.
you don't
We fought
want
a
to
civil
die,
war.
it becomes emboldened.
We fought a civil war in Nigeria, and people were not afraid to die. So what happened to Nigeria?
You fought a civil war
Yes.
because you know that your existential life was threatened.
What's is
But
the
now-
it's even worse now. It's even worse now than it was
You know why
50
this
years
this
ago.
situation is different? While you are complaining, while you are crying, another ethnic group is saying, yes, God don't catch up. There was unity of purpose at that level, at that time.
Was there?
There was unity of purpose in the Biafra army. And there was semblance of unity of purpose in the Nigerian army. But go to any, do you know that as we speak, talk about Biafra in some Igbo areas now, they will go after you and say, forget out of this place. We don't want to lose our investment. We don't want to lose so and so. But at that time,
No, but even at that time, we had people from the southeast.
what is the
Southeast
population?
Igbo that were against the civil war. At that time, we had them. I think there was unity of purpose on both sides. On the side
That's what I'm
of
saying.
the Biafran government,
Yes.
there was also unity of purpose on the side of the Nigerian government, talking about other ethnic groups that fought against one ethnic group. You know, so but the position now is that what happened how many years ago? More than 50 years ago. It's even worse. We are in a worse situation now than then.
That's why I said, are we not fragmented now?
So it is because of that fragmentation that we will allow one.
Now, if anything happens to Kwara and Kogi, it doesn't bother the average northerner. Even when the northerner had been assailed by the same set of people in the past. And if you move down south, probably to southwest, it doesn't bother other people.
No,
they are left to contend with. But do you know that if there is this convergence, that unity of purpose that transcend ethnic lines or religious lines, these people, most times they are cowards. They can't withstand the onslaught of a collective resolve. But unfortunately, we don't have that collective resolve. That's why they are doing all these things they are doing to us.
I think we are saying the same thing. We don't have that resolve, you know, because we have a situation where 10 or 20 hyenas, you know, instead of coming together, are running away.
If they come in ones and twos,
they will be swallowed.
Meal for the lion.
All right, so as this headline here, the punch seems more
It appears
interesting.
Moses is overwhelmed.
There are too many
about
stories.
all
Too many
these
stories of
things.
killings.
Killings.
It's demoralizing.
It's demoralizing. And you know one
Anyone
unfortunate
that has a conscience is demoralizing.
You know one unfortunate thing is that we have a delegation, you know, Ribadu, Ebekuku, and Co that have gone to wait to United States of America.
Yeah, they have to.
They shouldn't have to. They don't have to. You know what they should do? They should stay here. They should stay here and solve the problem.
No, I think there's a need to talk to
who?
The American government.
And tell
There's
them
a need
what?
to talk to the government.
And tell them what?
Well, tell them that
that there is no genocide. That you're overwhelmed.
Or there is no
what are you going to tell them that they don't know?
Well, they know.
What is the representative going to do there?
Are you going to tell
No, Moses, we have a situation. We have a situation where your neighbors, you know, in the same compound with you, have come into your house to fight you. Instead of you, or they brought a problem to your house. Instead of you staying back inside, you now go and start looking for the caretaker.
Looking for somebody.
The caretaker to come and solve the problem
for diplomacy.
you.
So I think that's
no. The diplomacy. You know the diplomacy that works best. The diplomacy that works best is solving your problem, so that the world will see that you have solved their problem. Because what they are going to do there is talk show.
Okay, now let's look at what has been done now. Okay. Now they've sent emissaries. Basically, that's what they are. They've sent emissaries to go talk to America and said, okay, it's not. There's no targeted killings of Christians and the rest. And then we are also seeing in the news. And I choose my words.
Advisedly.
Yes. We are also seeing in the news that there's an attack on Sambisa. There's an attack here. They're trying to, push back. Push back. They're sending some to jail. So I think they're trying to approach this from both ends.
Approach.
Yes. From both ends. We are trying to solve the problem, and we're also trying to dialogue with the international community to let them know, look, it's not what you think. But the question is that what we should be doing really? Is that, I mean, because some of the action being seen in Nigeria, some Nigerians are seeing it as just a
pushback, more like
as you make belief. Like you are not
smoke screen.
It's not true. Yes, I think that's the word I was looking for. Like a smoke screen, trying to deceive people because I can't see a genuine action in the fight against insurgency. That news of that individual, my Tangara or something, broke me yesterday. I was watching it and someone called me and said, can you imagine 20 years? And I ran to my TV and like 20 years. He confessed to have killed people. Not one, not two, not 10. He confessed to have killed people. Mahmouda had killed people. And he led that. And you're giving him 20 years. And I sat.
That was why I was asking.
I
didn't see the charges. I was asking, maybe that was not included.
From what we know, some of these people don't even do time. They are let
go.
Yeah.
They let them go.
Who is that person that will monitor him in the prison?
In the prison.
So this is
he's struggling. Like, so that's why I said that. Look, that trip is it's a jamboree. That what they should do is sit.
You think it's a jamboree?
Yeah, it is. They should just sit back here and solve the problem. Unfortunately, the America that you are running to also know, they understand that you don't have sincerity of purpose.
Yes, they do.
In solving this problem.
They know.
They have their information. They have their intels.
Look at what that
guy even do.
He said what he felt he knew was child's play to what Americans that were in America knew about water.
They have intel. Information is currency, so they have enough of it. Oh well. So yes, it's demoralizing to me, but and then hearing Frank mention those names.
I think for our sanity, maybe we should just leave this matter, because the more we talk about it, the more it sinks.
I think as journalists, we need to go for some sort of
the mental evaluation.
Sometimes you need the briefing.
The mental evaluation.
Debriefed.
When you talk about these things for a period of time,
when they accumulate, you understand. But I think everything that we are seeing now, it's geared towards 2027.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
No, it's clear.
Yes, it is. Most definitely.
And maybe because a group of people allowed it happen in 2011. There were no consequences because in 2011 someone said, "Look, if we lose this election, baboons and monkeys,
will be soaked in blood."
They killed Southerners in parts of
you call members.
Core members. One man, I recall vividly, there was an army general whose elder brother pleaded with him, "Please, my son is going for service. I don't want him to go to the north. I want him to serve in the southern part of the country." You know, they're from south. And you know what happened? The major general, younger brother, said, "Look, brother, let this young man go and explore Nigeria. Let him go and serve." This young man was posted to a state in the north, one of those violence-prone states and all of that. You know what happened? After the 2011 elections, the crisis erupted. He was one of the core members killed in that incident. And the Major General never forgave himself.
Of course.
So my brother approached me to help influence the posting of his. Because these things happen. We don't have to pretend, you know, because they happen. And that was how. And he said, my elder brother has not forgiven me.
He cannot.
For what I did. Because
he had every opportunity to save that.
Because that was yes, and that was the essence of NYSC. Go and no other parts of the country. People were slaughtered. Beautiful women, young men, that the parents had spent years to train them up to university.
The one that was so gory at that time was a particular UCOR member that he saw these people coming to his compound and was on the phone with the mother, relaying the message, they are coming, nobody to save us. So they were saying, he was telling the mother until the phone went dead. And the next thing, when the mother called back again, it was the assailant that picked the call. We just killed your son. Now, that's
psychological trauma. That's a trauma she would have.
And in all of this, no consequences. Nobody was punished. Nobody was arrested.
The one that was killed, Deborah, daylight.
I think if government doesn't really do something,
no single arrest was made.
It's just a matter of.
It's a matter of time.
And in 2015, we heard people say, "Look, foreign observers, you have to be careful because
you live in body bags."
In body bags, and that person is walking the streets of Nigeria free as we speak. And people get the government they deserve. That is what we have.
If we don't have anybody to run to in government, in the military, in the judiciary, who do we run to? Because these are institutions that should safeguard the society. Either if somebody does anything that is not right to you, you go to court, you get justice. If somebody is trying to assail you, you run to the military, you run to the police, and you are protected. But if those institutions had become failures
and then come after you,
and then become willing collaborator of the assailant, then
look at what Frank said. One of the attackers that killed 6 people, when they overpowered him, they discovered that he had a military
ID card.
Military ID card. It's not strange because you also see people that have attacked farmers. You see them with assault rifle, assault rifle that mark Nigerian Army. Nigerian Army, NA, with the Syrian
Army. The NSA has dismissed that, saying that it is saboteurs that give their weapons to these terrorists. But the perception I got from Frank's statement is that it is members of the Nigerian Army. Some of them, the recalcitrant ones that are perpetuating.
No, but we know it is true now.
No,
of course,
it's true. It happens. But the same NSA said, look, a high percentage of the weapons used by these bandits and so belong to the Nigerian government.
Indeed.
So how did I get them? And the man is still national
security advisor. And you keep capturing and then integrating them to the same
military.
As if you have removed their brain box and put another one.
And you are going to the United States to talk to members of the House of Reps. You think they are dunces or what?
Okay.
I beg, please find a story, lighter mood, a story that can,
Is there any lighter story? Well, I'm looking for I should start flipping the pages.
We can talk about inflation. We can talk about borrowing. We can talk about whatever.
Well, let's talk about let's talk about something else.
You can't find.
It's really tough.
You can't find.
It's tough. It's a tough call. But okay, what I'll do is I'll read the headlines. We'll just pick one. When we are done with that, we'll pick another. So, okay, now let's talk about the monies they are sharing.
2.09 trillion.
2.09 trillion. Let's talk about that one because the other stories here: genocide. FG accuses US of inciting violence.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Federal government. Let's not
talk about it.
I didn't say we should talk about it. I'm only pointing to the fact that it is there on the cover page. So FG states LG's share 2.09 trillion naira as October revenue, and the obvious riders to that one. Okay. Well, that's the headline. That's the story.
You see, Moses, despite the weakness of our naira, 2 trillion naira is no joke.
This is the breakdown of it. So, the revenue was shared at the November 2025 FAC meeting in Abuja. The 2.094 trillion naira comprised distributable statutory revenue of 1.376 trillion naira, distributable value added tax VAT of 670,303 billion, 303 billion naira, and electronic money transfer levy of 47.870 billion naira. Okay, that's the breakdown.
Now, the question we want to ask is, on the average, with this figure, there is no state that will take less than 50 billion. Currently, no state that will take less than 50 billion. And there are some states that generate between 10 and 20 billion monthly. So the total revenue, and then some states, like my state, Ondo State, also get 13% derivation. So my state governor will have about 100 billion to play around with for this month. Now, where does this money go? Health centers are comatose. And if you look deeper into this allocation, you'll find out that there is no local government that takes less than 400 million naira monthly today. What are they doing with this money? Federal government is taking 52.3% of this allocation. What is federal government doing? Until we begin to hold these people accountable, until we begin to ask them questions, we will just be reading out figures and we will sit pretty comfortably in our closet and watch these people go about squandering our resources. Of particular interest is that electronic transfer. Electronic transfer is not done by politicians alone. It is done by you and I. The 20 naira, 53 naira, 200 naira, 700 naira that they deduct from our account. Because it's so nominal, inconsequential, we just gloss over it. But 100 naira in 1 million account, that's 100 million naira for that bank. And a multiple of 100 million naira. That's why the economy is going down and the banks are smiling.
Indeed.
So, we need to begin to interrogate some of these things, even at our local level. Local government administration is almost zero. The issue of local government autonomy is no longer in the radar. Insurgency is now in the radar. Now, local government dispensaries, local government health centers have been taken over by the federal government, which is not the statutory responsibility of the federal government. What are these local government chairmen doing with the allocation that they get? And we have seen some flashes of some local governments, particularly 2 local governments in this Lagos state, that have done so much with their own revenue. What are the other local governments doing with the revenue? State governments, when you do peer review, you find out that some state governors are deploying part of these resources for the good of the people, whereas some don't even have anything to show. I'm even told that the president usually postpones visits to some states because there is nothing to show the president that is on ground. And yet these people collect billions of naira every month.
Okay, well, you have said well, but I think also that the problems are layered. Yes, this money was shared between the federal government, states and local governments. And if you put what the states and the local governments got, it's less than what the federal government gets every other month. That is the problem of our federalism. Now, like 2 weeks ago, I was traveling along the, the roads to the east.
Yeah.
First of all, Lagos, Ogun State, from Ogun,
Ondo,
from Ondo, Edo, from Edo to Delta, Delta to Anambra, Anambra to Enugu, Enugu to Abia. Now, the only free road is from the motorable is from Lagos here to
Shagam.
It doesn't even get to Shagam. The moment you pass the interchange, you get into problem. In Ogun State, stretches, hold up traffic, very long traffic, because one part of the road
is gone,
is closed, undergoing so you have to use one way. You go to Ondo State, same thing, between Ore and Ejebode.
And they're constantly working on those roads.
For as long as I've been a young man, these roads have been under repairs. So at no point, I can't recall the last time I used that road and both roads were free. The dual carriageway. It's either one is blocked and the other one is undergoing maintenance. So the 6 states, all of them, and these are federal roads. Now we have a situation where we have a federal government that earns so much money. They cannot fix these internal roads, federal roads, and they are building a Lagos-Calabar coastal highway. So that who will pass? They are building Badagry to Sokoto. Meanwhile, from Auchi to Abuja, Kaduna axis is not motorable. I'm talking about the road to my own, from the federal road that moved from my capital to my hometown, has been for how long? More than 25, 30 years. Now they took the intervention of the state governor, to fix that road now, so that he will invoice and probably collect the money back from the federal government. But why is it that
which is still a probability?
Which is still a probability, because at some point they invoice and they say, look, who asked you to do
who asked you to do it?
Federal government asked them, who asked you to do the road? So in all of this, is it the National Hospital in Abuja, is it working? So these problems are layered. The governors have their own problem. They rule as emperors in their states. They are not even accountable to anyone. Just a few of them, pockets of them that are doing very well. So the others, what are they doing with their money? But they also take a cue from the federal government. The federal government, the money is to receive. What are you doing with the money? So local government, we understand what is going on with the local government. Because the moment the money comes in, the state governor says, hey, my friend, that money has come. Why wouldn't the governor? Because the governor is the one that facilitated.
Is he not the one that appointed them?
Even, okay, let's use the word elected. That facilitated your election into that position. So the governor calls you and says, okay, we got 400 million. Out of this, your own salary and the security vote is 2 million naira. Your salary is this. Okay. Now, sign that you have
collected 400 million. And then the governor is the one that brings contractors to come and execute projects. That is not even in tandem with the
needs of the needs assessment of the people.
Where they need borehole, you go and put street light.
Street light that I mean, it's a very big problem.
We
thought we were running away from a bigger problem.
That didn't seem like a better story.
But at least we are not shedding blood here. We are not shedding, or we are not sharing blood.
This would be a better story.
Because we are not sharing blood. Okay, so long as we don't share blood.
No. Okay. But well, this is it. At NISO is a Nigerian Independent System Operators. At NISO stakeholders meeting, FG vows estimated billing to end in 3 years. The riders, Adelabu says WAP, that's WAPP, alignment will strengthen nation's power grid. Assures synchronization won't leave Nigeria stranded. Reiterates $2 billion fresh investment attracted under Tinubu. Mohammed declares NISO will maintain neutrality in all market decisions. Those are the headlines. That's the headline. Estimated billing to end in 3 years.
How is it going to end? What is the number of deployable meters? So in some places, they even resist metering because they know they don't pay bills. In some places, in some communities in this country. And you dare not come there to ask for electricity bill.
In as much as some people don't pay bills and people want estimated billing, some people are forced into the band A. In areas where there are no industries, they are basically residential, and they are forced into band A, and they are complaining that they want to be taken out.
They will force people to band A because the discos, they give their operators, their managers, targets every month that they must meet. Otherwise, they will lose their job. And unfortunately, they pass this bill to the common man who does not have any way of resisting it. Because the long road to getting justice, if your bill is overestimated, is so cumbersome that the majority of the people will not want to go that route. And the major problem of power now, as we speak, is transmission. We keep hearing, they vandalize.
Our capacity, generation capacity, is it good?
Let me tell you, if transmission is right, there is no month that we don't generate more than we can put on the transmission lines. Which means, if transmission has capacity for 15,000 megawatts, Gencos would scale up and be able to produce 17 to 20,000 megawatts. But as we speak, our transmission lines cannot take 5,000 megawatts. And in some months, the Gencos, they come up with over 7,500 megawatts. So the 2,500 is wasted. And yet, this is the wasted one that we are forced to pay for.
And our neighbors that we are giving light to are Oinos.
And then apart from Oinos, they also have steady power supply.
And they have steady power supply.
Maybe because their transmission lines are
Their transmission lines are good. Maybe. So the excess is willed to them. Maybe the excess is willed to them.
Oh my. Okay.
Your children are hungry and you are feeding neighbors. Children. That's
charity begins abroad.
It begins abroad.
I was looking for this particular story. It says over 6,386 cargoes detained by NPF. Customs incur 472.5 million naira daily demurrage. Should I take it again?
The NPF is the Nigerian Police Force, right? Because I was wondering what was the NPF.
Yes, I'm trying to flip the NPF should be Nigerian Police Force, isn't it? Or Nigerian Ports? No, that's NPA.
NPA.
Ports
So
Authority. I haven't been able to get to it because it says business page 15 here, but 15 has advertorials.
The business page. The business page is
okay.
Is an insult.
Okay, so we'll get to. But what do you make of that particular story?
Because it's a problem with the ports now.
Yeah, a problem with the ports. So this, in my opinion, will have an impact on goods when they get to the final consumer. If and when they do, they will, of course, the importer will have to put all he has incurred
His markup now, you have to do
the
his
product.
markup, into the product. So at the end of the day, it is the average Nigerian that is bearing the problem. But I wanted us to find out, what is delaying the clearing? Is it because of high cost? Is it that the people don't have money to clear it or what? Because you have a window, of number of days. If you don't clear within that period, demurrage starts to count.
I think the Guardian misnumbered that particular story because the page that is supposed to be on, it's not there. It's something else that is there. So it's difficult to track, except we go online and probably get the story.
So give me the headline once more.
Yeah, so the headline is over 6,386 cargoes detained by NPF. Customs incur 472.5 million naira daily demurrage. You should be able to find that particular one there. But the man that has worked with The Guardian for some time, the veteran reporter, what do you say to this particular story as we try to get more insight into this story?
Sorry, give me the headline.
Okay. Okay.
You have it?
Yes, I have it.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Over 1 minute.
So it's
over 6,386 cargoes detained by MPF. Customs incur 472.5 million naira demurrage daily. That's daily. Now the story is the containers, about 6,386 imported containers are currently at various government agencies at Lagos port terminals under detention orders. The containers accumulate about 472.5 million naira in daily demurrage. This comes as stakeholders have fingered the maritime police for the detention of cleared cargoes. Well, according to findings, a 40-foot container attracts a daily demurrage fee of 120,000, while a 20-foot container incurs 80,000. Shipping companies, terminal operators, and other port users yesterday lamented incessant interference in cargo clearance processes and placement of detention orders on duly cleared import containers, thereby barring their exit from the port terminals. I think that's the meat of the story. Yeah. They expressed their grievances at a workshop, and so the meat of the story is that shipping companies and lamented incessant interference in cargo clearance processes and placement of detention orders on duly cleared import containers.
So that adds to the question of money's being made. The ports, declaring that they are making so much money. Is it that they clear these goods and they keep them to ensure that
they pay demurrage?
Yes, it builds up.
Yeah,
and it accrues to the government as money's made.
And it's duly cleared.
Duly cleared.
You have cleared. So for them to let you exit, it becomes a problem. Maritime police, I think there's a problem with that word police. You know why?
They just extended their corruption.
No, it's not the Nigerian police, it's maritime police.
No.
Now, I think there's a problem with that word police. If you go to the military, do you know the most troublesome in the army?
Police.
Is the military police. If you go to the Navy police. If you go to Air Force, the moment they fix that word police, I hope police, the moment they fix that word police in your designation, there's trouble. Look at what maritime police is doing.
You know that it's still the same police.
Not the normal. I think the problem is that word police.
There's marine police.
It's the normal police.
It's the normal police.
Yeah, it's normal police. There's marine police now.
They have
marine police.
Do you know that there are about 4 commissioners of police in Lagos State?
Yes, I know.
Airport police. Port police.
Port police.
There's a commissioner there.
But I think that word police. The word police.
Police is synonymous with corruption.
In Nigeria.
Okay.
So I think the police authorities should look into that, because
that's a lot.
They need to rate them in, because if a container is duly cleared, there is no reason to stay any further in the port. There's no reason. And the moment the attraction to other ports outside the country, in some of our contiguous countries, is this undue delay.
This undue delay
spoils business for importers and the rest.
Because if you have to pay 120,000 naira on a container on daily basis, 40-feet container.
And the delay
thing is there for 2 weeks. You know how much?
How much?
So what you
do is simply transfer the cost, you know,
to the end user.
Then we start crying about inflation,
yes,
and all of that. Meanwhile, we are not producing. We are not producing. We are importing. An importing nation, consumption nation.
Oh well, health workers strike will continue until FG reviews Conhurst. So health workers are, insisting on continuing their strike. Cross River to begin forensic audits of civil servants' certificates in January. These are some of the headlines here. Northern groups reject FEC's lopsided road projects. Governor Yusuf presents 1.36 trillion naira 2026 budget. All right, gentlemen.
Cross River said, why are they giving this upfront information? They should have just started the thing because no, they should have just started it because they have given people ample time to go and.
You see, there is nothing forensic about forensic audits. If you want to catch these people, first ask for their school leaving certificate. Then you can now trace it up. That is the only way. There are so much forgery in the civil service that it's like chasing 100 rats in a room. You may end up not killing one. These people, they have so perfected this art of forgery that it takes the ingenuity. I recall when Lamadishina in Oyo State wanted to do audits. Do you know that some people paraded HND and degree when they now said they should bring their school certs? How can somebody who had only 2 passes now tell you that he proceeded to university to get a degree? And that was at the point
especially in the south.
Here, that was at the point that they now went to the schools that you claim that you must have graduated from, and there was no record of your attendance, not even attendance, or now debating about graduation. No record of attendance, and many people were caught.
One thing technology has done is to demystify Oluwole. Because at that point, you needed to go to Oluwole. You needed to go to Oluwole to do whatever.
Of course, now.
But now people have devices in their homes. You know, in fact, I've forgotten this. There's this
application.
The application. What? I've forgotten the name of that application that you can use to craft anything that you want to craft, design anything that you want to.
Canva?
It's not even Canva. You know, Canva is recent. The old one that we used to use now, people that you go to school, you go to computer school to study it and all of that. On top of my head, I've forgotten, you know. So it's everywhere. Corel Draw. Corel Draw. Yes, you remember Corel Draw. Everybody has access to Corel Draw now. So if you are proficient, you can just design and something and for a little fee. And you get into service and all of that. So these are the same people that when they get into service, you push a file to them. They don't know what to do with the file. Instead of telling their superior, say, I don't know what to do with the file, they keep the file. And when you come looking for a file, they want you to grease their palm. You know, people sit on top, they use their file and put it under their seat and sit in civil service.
Very horrible, I must say.
The movement of your file is dependent on how much oil you put into the process.
In fact, you move your file yourself. You'll be the one you have
that
to go from.
No, somebody has to go and get the file in the first place.
You go there and get your file yourself. And then you go from office to office, have them sign before you can. You know, it's hard. Well, anyway, this is where we drop anchor on newspaper review. Well, thank you very much for being part of this show. It's a beautiful Thursday, and sports comes up next. I must say a very big thank you to Dele Fanimo for his contribution to the program. And Juguma makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Tell us what to expect.
Okay, I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agomo, and we're going to travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting and trending stories within the politics.
There you have it. Stories within politics. Well, that's it on the show. That's it on the show today. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more.
Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content it come on at VOPTV.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, and yes, it's a beautiful Thursday morning. Yes, throwback Thursday. You, of course, you know how it is. Yes, on the streets right there. And yes, I want to say good morning, sport lovers, and you're welcome to Sports Republic. Yes, on the Voice of the People TV. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and yes, you can follow us on all our social media platforms. Yes, VOP TV Live. Also, you can subscribe to the channel on YouTube, and you can like, share, and also please do well to comment and just make it all public, all known, so that you won't miss any updates, yes, from what we are giving you right here on this show, and as well all our other contents. And it's a beautiful day, yes, like I said, and I don't want to start rather negatively, but I just want to pass a quick message and say the killings need to stop, honestly, because Nigerians are just out there for their daily bread. They want to put something, inside their bellies. They want to, get to feed, and they are being, killed mercilessly. This needs to really, really, really stop, and just employing the federal government to do something. The killings have to end, and it's one Nigeria. Let's just live in peace and enjoy sports. Yes, especially, and football, sports gives us joy. And but when our people are being lost day by day, I mean, how are we going to enjoy what we are delivering? And I'm sure, by God's grace, things are going to be done positively real soon. And yes, let's start on this note. I won't be doing this alone. I have a guest. My guest is already here, and I'm talking about Pelumi Adeosun, and together we will be breaking down everything we have for you on the world of sports today. And let's start with the one that is dominating right now, the currently hot story right now. And yes, it's the CAF Awards 2025. Yes, it happened yesterday. Yes, right there in Morocco. And of course, we've seen the awardees. We've seen, likes of Ghislaine Shebak. We've seen Ashraf Hakimi. Yes, of course. The Moroccans dominated. The Moroccans, let me say, they dominated, the CAF Awards 2025 held in Rabat, and with Ashraf Hakimi, the Paris Saint-Germain right back, the former Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund right back, Ashraf Hakimi, yes, is being named the African Player of the Year. And this marks a historic win for Morocco, as Hakimi becomes the first defender to receive the award in 52 years, and the country's first winner since legendary striker Mustafa Hadji in 1998. And Hakimi's achievement is a testament to his exceptional skills, and he joins the prestigious list of defenders who have claimed the award. And the ceremony also recognized other talented players, including Gizo. Yes, I call her Gizo. Yes, Ghislaine Shebak, who was awarded Women's Player of the Year, and Yassine Bono, yes, who took home the men's goalkeeper of the Year honor. Yes, that is Gisle Shebak on your screen, and that's the man of the moment, Ashraf Hakimi. Yes, he's a right back, but that guy, you don't want to leave him alone on the attack. He is very, very dangerous. He plays as a wing back, very fast, also good defensively, also good on set pieces. Ashraf Hakimi, treble winner for Paris Saint-Germain. Yes, and also aiming to lead his team. Yes, at home. But I hope he makes that tournament, because unfortunately right now he is injured. Yes, but I hope he makes that tournament. It's looking bleak, but I hope he does that. He's going to lead other talents of the Moroccans, yes, as they aim to win AFCON on home soil. And Nigeria Super Falcons, yes, also shown bright, winning the Women's Team of the Year award, while Chiamaka Nnadozie, yes, that's Nigeria's and Brighton's goalkeeper, yes, secured our third consecutive goalkeeper of the year for women's title. And emerging talents like Othman Mahama, yes, who did well at the Under-20 World Cup, yes, for Morocco, and Doha El Madani, yes, that's a young lady right there, also Moroccan. Yes, they were recognized as the young player of the year for the men and women respectively. And the CAF Award 2025 also acknowledged outstanding coaches, yes, with Cape Verde's Ubista, yes, named the coach of the year. And why not? Cabo Verde, look at what they did, outlasting Cameroon and stealing the African automatic ticket to the World Cup. And also, we have Pyramids FC securing their first ever Club of the Year title. And yes, other notable winners include Fiston Mayele, who won the Interclub Player of the Year, and Shamira Nabada also. And Goal of the Year also went to Clement Umzize, yes, of Young Africans, yes. Clement Umzize, fantastic goal scored from outside the box. Long range strike, yes, for Clement Umzize, yes, as they won the Goal of the Year. And the ceremony showcased the best of African football, with Morocco and Nigeria making their mark on the continent's top awards. Pelumia, I want to bring you in here. Good morning and welcome to the show. There are a lot of talks, a lot of dust were raised, especially about, the Women Award that went to Gisle Shebak, the 35-year-old Moroccan, also playing for Al Hilal right there in Saudi. A lot of talk that award was meant to go to Nigeria's captain. Yes, that's talking about Rasheedat Ajibade, who did exceptionally well, yes, at the WAFCON, where the Super Falcons won the La Decima. And also the likes of Esther Okoronkwo, who didn't even make the final cuts. The top three, she didn't make it. And yes, a lot of dust were raised. A lot of people were, talking to FIFA, saying, come on, we know Hakimi, yes, maybe Hakimi, Bono, we saw those ones. But how about Rasheedat Ajibade? How did Shebak get that award over Rasheedat Ajibade? What do you think? Do you think it should have gone to, the Nigerian Super Falcons captain? Or do you think the 35-year-old Moroccan deserved the award? Good morning, Pelumi.
Good morning, Hafiz. Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here again to talk sports. And thank you very much for having me. And by the way, happy birthday to you as well.
Thank you so much.
And yesterday was all about the CAF Awards. And just like you said, it was a night for the Moroccans. In fact, they virtually cleared almost everything. Yeah. Right. Well, what's an award without controversy? I think controversy definitely becomes the award. It is just so sad that they have to choose one of the biggest awards of the night to be controversial, which I really found very, very, very funny. Let's pass from Ajib. Yes, well deserved. I don't think there are any questions on that particular award. He has faced dues. He finished second last year to Ademola Lookman, and then he worked hard. I don't think what Paris Saint-Germain achieved last season, I don't think anyone will be able to overlook that one. And not only because of what he achieved, he was also instrumental, he was integral in everything that Paris Saint-Germain achieved last season. So I think he won that particular award. He earned that particular award for himself. So I think that's a very, very brilliant award. Right? But then, it's been very controversial, just like you said. I still don't know how on earth Gisle Shebak is the African Women Footballer of the Year. I still can't wrap my head around how that particular award happened.
Maybe because Abdul was selected as one of the goals of the year. Maybe.
A goal nominated for one of the, I don't think that should be enough to make you the best player in Africa. Yes, you won the highest goal scorer at the WAFCON. And I don't think that's even a statistics that could be earning you the best player on the continent, not even at the expense of Rasheedat Ajibade. The stats are clearly there. someone won the tournament as the captain. She also won the best player in that particular tournament right there. And she's doing well for our club side. Yes, a performance that ended a move to Paris Saint-Germain Feminine right there. I think she clearly deserves this particular one. The moment she got nominated, I think she should be winning it. Because I'm trying to understand what Cheba actually did. And I couldn't even look for one thing. Yeah, I couldn't look for one thing aside from the fact that she won the top scorer at the last WAFCON. Yeah. Top scorer, your team did not even win it. In fact, your team had to bottle a 2-goal lead in the final
to lose to winners Nigeria, who had a certain Rashida Ajibade and Esther Okoronko pulling strings in the team.
Exactly. So I think it just clocked me that the political game that they actually wanted to play happened the moment they took out Esther Okoronko. The moment Esther Okoronko was overlooked, I think maybe they probably looked for someone who would have been a lesser threat to Ghislaine Chebak, because I don't know how you would understand Esther Okoronko being here and she not winning it. So I think that was one of the reasons why. In fact, the other ones are even saying that Esther should have won the most valuable player at that WAFCON. And in fact, yes. They said they probably gave Rashidat because that should serve as a big push for her in the CAF Women Player of the Year award. And here is this one now, and it's going to Cheba, a player who did not win any trophy on the continent, who did not win any trophy for Morocco. She didn't win Player of the Tournament in that particular period. And so much, she imagines the best player in the continent. How? I really don't know. In fact, it's just very funny, and I think it's a bad precedent that CAF are setting for themselves right here. Yeah. Because I don't know how you can say that it's fair voting, all of that. I don't know how a so-called technical study group of so-called experts would come together and say that Ghislaine Chebak was the best women player on the continent in the last 1 year. How? That means they are rubbishing the WAFCON. This is the WAFCON year now. That means they are rubbishing that tournament. That is the way I see it, right?
Let me echo what you say. I mean, to be honest, when you look at the other awards, you really can't argue with it. And we know, I mean, it is so obvious. We can see what Morocco has been doing, over the years. And right now, we see that they are hosting almost everything. They are hosting the AFCON. They hosted the playoffs. With the CAF Champions League also, they are hosting. We know, we've seen them make giant steps. But come on, this is like, it's like you are just overdoing it at this point. Akimizo was deserved, of course. We all know Bono is the best goalkeeper in Africa. We know. But come on, this one, you shouldn't raise dust. We shouldn't raise, controversy with this one. And I also want to, say another one. This was an award where you gave, the Super Falcons, you recognize them as the Women's Team of the Year. They defeated Morocco to win WAFCON. They did that one there. How about Justin Madugu, the coach? Justin Madugu that led them. You recognize Nnamdi, the goalkeeper that was responsible for the shutout, at WAFCON. You recognize the team. Why not the coach? And even their players that even did better. We've settled this Chebak one, right? How about Bubista over Madugu? What do you say about Bubista? I just hailed Cabo Verde. Good job right there. Is it because of what he did with Cabo Verde? That placed him ahead of Justin Madugu?
I think that's another very controversial one there. I don't know how you would kind of overlook a certain WAFCON winning coach in a WAFCON year. It just does not make sense. If you're organizing an award in Africa and you're having the biggest competition in that continent, you're having it in that year, then I think almost every of the awards should be based. The award winner should be based on that particular tournament that you're having. Yeah. We know how we're talking about the Ballon d'Or now. We know how the World Cup comes to play anytime it is the World Cup year and all of that. But then you are bringing in someone from Cape Verde because of qualifying for the World Cup. I think that's really not very, very good enough. And then it will be difficult for them to defend subsequent times, because it might happen another time and they will feel like, oh, you gave this certain person right now. There won't even be consistency in it again. And that's a very, very big problem for CAF going forward. This certain Justin Madugu was recognized by the Ballon d'Or. That's the biggest award in the world. Ballon d'Or actually recognized the nominees. It was part of the nominees, and you're telling me that someone who was deemed fit by the biggest award in the world does is not even worthy of winning an award on the continent.
I don't know. Maybe CAF also they want to get that to be trending. Just like the way controversies follow the Ballon d'Or, the FIFA the best. CAF also wants to be in the picture that okay, let us do this. Let us go against what people see as the obvious, so that they can talk about us and all of that. But well, for other winners, I think they deserved it. Fiston Mayele as the Interclub Player of the Year, I think so, because he really did well. And what will I say now? What a month for him, with his team that's talking about the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. He took one of the penalties as well as he defeated the Super Eagles of Nigeria, to go on to the Intercontinental Playoffs. What a month for Fiston Mayele. Pyramids as well. Look at what they did. It's a year of first for them. I think in June they won the CAF Champions League for the first time, I guess. Also in October they won the Super Cup. CAF Super Cup, they won that one, and right now they are also recognized as the club of the year for Africa. Good job for the Egyptian-based club. And I saw a picture there where Shikabala, yes, a legendary Egyptian, yes, Mahmoud Abdurazak Fadlala, yes, also known as Shikabala, yes, giving Fiston Mayele that award. It was a good one, CAF award, but come on, CAF, you can do better. We all know that Rasheedat Ajibade, and it's not because we are Nigerians. It is just what it is. It is what it is. We watched the WAFCON. We watched the WAFCON and we saw giant strides that she pulled, dragging her team from 2 goals down. Also with Esther Okoronko, Nnamdi also doing a good job right there, and you went on to give that award to Gisden Shebak, who is 35. Also, she tried. Maybe if Morocco had won that one, maybe because she also did well, trying to marshal the team as well.
Yes. Morocco won it. Yes, there wouldn't have been a debate at all if Morocco actually won this particular one. No question. But the fact that the Super Falcons of Nigeria won that one, and you even gave them the best, the best country as far as football is concerned, then you go on and ignore their player for the women player. I think it's a complete aberration. And I would say 2025 is like I would want to thank it as a year of feminine fraud, because we also saw the Ballon d'Or with the certain Aitana Bomati for the majority of the year.
She did not.
Player, right?
That one, I didn't even want to go there. I was like, people will be like, oh, because you do this and do that, because you know more about, Arsenal and all of that. No. There was nothing that Bomati did in that season better than Mariona Caldente. Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. I don't want to even start that discussion right now, because Mariona Caldente defeated Bomati's team. Our team defeated Bomati's team to win the Champions League, which was in that calendar of the Ballon d'Or. It was there. She won the trophy with Arsenal, right? But maybe even if you don't want to give it to Bomati, how about a certain Chloe Kelly who won the Euros and also won the Champions League? I think the year of feminine fraud, to be honest.
At least I think the people in charge of women football generally, I don't think they do much a lot of women football. I just think that when someone comes for this award, just probably take their phones and just browse who are the most popular players in 2025, women footballers, and then they bring up names, and then they just decide to give this one based on their pedigree or what she has done before, because this whatever person is popular. Can't tell me that you watch football for a complete year and then say Aitana Bomati deserves the Ballon d'Or, or football for a complete year.
Even she was surprised when she got that award. You're like, I don't deserve it.
They need to do better.
They need to do better. And speaking of doing better, well, let's say despite the World Cup, at Hague, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, yes, that's the premier national football team here, right here in Nigeria. Yes, the Nigeria Super Eagles. Yes, they've moved up 3 spots. Yes, to 38 in the latest FIFA Men's World Ranking. Yes, the latest ranking, that was just brought up by FIFA. And this climb comes after their recent matches, including a 4-1 win over the Panthers of Gabon and a 1-1 draw, yes, with the DR Congo, which ultimately ended in a 4-3 penalty defeat, yes, in the African playoff. And the Super Eagles, yes, are now ranked 5th among African nations behind Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, and Algeria. And before I do that, okay, this is on your screen. That's the FIFA Men's World Rankings, the qualified teams 42 teams, yes, have now made it, to the World Cup, and we have 6 more spots, yes, and that will be determined in the playoffs. Yes, in Mexico, there's the Intercontinental playoffs as well, and we also have UEFA playoffs also still to come. And yes, look at Spain. They are number 1 in the world. These are the qualified teams, and the FIFA rankings, the latest FIFA rankings for the qualified teams. Yes, Spain, they're number 1. Argentina, France, yes, 3rd in the world. England are 4th. Brazil are 5th. Portugal are 6th, and Netherlands are 7th. And looking at the other teams, Ghana, yes, let's look at the African teams right now. South Africa are 61st. We have Cape Verde, or Cabo Verde, yes, however you want to pronounce that, who are 68th. And these are the qualified teams. Yes, the 42 teams that have qualified. And in there, you'll be seeing the likes of Panama, Haiti, and Curacao. And the question is, where is Nigeria? I mean, Curacao has a population of about 150,000 plus people. That's not even up to the local government in Lagos State. And the whole Nigeria, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, 230 million people will be watching a Curacao with 150,000 people from home. I mean, this is not supposed to be, but then it is what it is. It has happened, and like I said, the Super Eagles are now ranked 5th, among African nations, behind Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, and Algeria. And Morocco leads the African pack with 1,713.12 points, while Nigeria has 1,502.46 points, and the team is closely followed by Tunisia, Ivory Coast, and DR Congo. And globally, yes, Spain remains at the top of the FIFA rankings, with Argentina and France, trailing closely behind. And Brazil has risen 2 spots, yes, to 5th place. And Nigeria's ranking offers some consolation despite their failure to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. And the African Cup of Nations is scheduled, for December, providing Nigeria with an opportunity to boost their ranking. And a strong performance in Morocco could propel them further up the table. Looking at the teams that have qualified, I mean, look at the screen right now. Look at the teams, saying the likes of Iran, Uzbekistan, South Korea. I mean, in mission to another World Cup. Which of these teams? We have 6 spots left. 42 teams have qualified, like I said. Looking at these teams and the 6 more teams that will likely join them, is it shaping up to be a fantastic World Cup in USA, Canada, and Mexico, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I think it's one to look forward to, despite the fact that the Super Eagles of Nigeria will not be there. But I think they are going to be like the only name that wouldn't be there. All of the regulars, all of the big boys, all of the teams that know what they are doing, they have actually qualified for this one. And I don't think anyone will be missing the Super Eagles of Nigeria at the World Cup, because the big boys are there from Africa and of course from Europe. So I think it's one to enjoy. I don't think there's any major upsets looking at teams that will not qualify. Even the teams that didn't qualify automatically, the likes of Italy, Turkey, Czech Republic, they still stand chance of making it by the playoffs. I think. Yeah, and so it will still set up to be a very, very interesting tournament. In fact, a lot of them started pitching their tent with some teams right there. You see some say Spain, Argentina, England, Portugal. But then all of this, we never know what can happen of these teams. I know Argentina would want to probably win it again. Yeah. And then there's a certain Spain who have a very, very good team right now. They are really, really good. They have a very good coach as well. They are in form. And not to forget France. France have been to the finals in the last 2 occasions, won one and then lost one again. They are also a team to also look out for. And not to also forget Portugal. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo's last World Cup. They are going to give it their
all. They have to. They have to give it their all. It's going to be
the best fight that they have in there. So I think it's really shaping up for what's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, and we could probably see a team do another Morocco like we saw at the last World Cup, get into the semi-finals. It's going to be a very, very interesting one. And for me, I don't even know where to pitch my tent with right now, because any of these teams, anything can absolutely happen. And there are some should I call them honestly, and the fact that you don't even need to watch some of these big things before you enjoy good football. Watch in Switzerland, for example, you see good football. That team can play football. They are really, really good. How did I forget Norway as well? Norway also going to be an interesting team to watch. Look at the way they blew almost everything away in the qualifier. So a lot of things to actually look forward to in this particular tournament. Netherlands as well. They are also a very, very decent team, and not to forget him from the south, from the Asian region, Japan, Korea, all of these. In fact, I think Nigeria not being there cannot stop anyone should not stop anyone from enjoying the World Cup. That's just what I would say honestly.
Absolutely, Nigeria not being, at the World Cup should not stop anybody, yes, from enjoying good football that is on offer, yes. But then we know that, as Nigerians, we want to see the Super Eagles, qualify for tournaments like this, and AFCON, yeah, maybe offer a little bit of, how will I put it now, consolation. And yes, that's where we'll be moving on as the Nigeria's football team is shifting focus to the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations as AFCON after failing to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And the former Super Eagles goalkeeper Ike Shorimu is urging the Nigerian Football Federation to start planning early for the tournament, emphasizing the need for a solid plan to strengthen the team structure and rebuild confidence. And Shorimu believes the team must learn from their World Cup disappointments and prepare effectively for AFCON, which is just around the corner. And he notes that the Nigerian supporters expect a positive response from the team, and the players are likely to want to make amends at the Nations Cup. And the Super Eagles will face Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda in their group matches at the First Stadium, with their campaign kicking off on December 23rd against Tanzania. And the team aims for a strong start as they pursue a fourth continental title. And of course, we need to prepare early, for the AFCON. I mean, World Cup, that one is, already gone. I mean, we'll be watching that one from the TV. And this is another opportunity for the Super Eagles to bring Nigerians together and say, okay, you failed to make the World Cup. This is AFCON right now. Nothing short of the title. I'm sure that is what Nigerians will be telling Super Eagles. Nothing short of the title this time around. Yes, you have to go one better. Last AFCON, you were in the final and you lost out eventually to the host. This time around, you must go a step further if you want to be on the good books of Nigerians. Am I speaking your mind, Pelumi Adeosun, this morning?
Absolutely, Hafiz. That is the only right consolation, honestly. That is the only way that the NFF, the players, the coaches can actually show us that they are being sincere with their apologies. You remember that a few days ago, it was a series of apology letters going around from the NFF to the coach to some of the players apologizing to Nigerians. But no, I'm just saying now, for us people know that they are being genuine. What's an apology without you putting the right things in step, without you even making amends for what has happened? Are you going to apologize to us if the Super Eagles fail to win AFCON again? So I think this is the proper way. Winning AFCON is the proper way to kind of show Nigerians that they are maybe on the right path once again. And just like you said, after finishing second in the last edition, there's nothing that has to happen other than winning, going for the main prize this time around. But then, you spoke about preparations. Trust me, the NFL, they look as if they are preparing for anything. They are more focused on showing at this tournament. When the team gets to the latter stages of the competition, you see them pack themselves inside private jets, and of course go to the venue, and then you see them left, right, and center. They will be cashing out with these words. They will be using them as PR for the government. That is what they know how to do best. That is why you'll be saying everybody wishing them good luck and all of that. When they have not even done, just want to reap results where they have not worked, where they have not invested in. That is one thing that the NFL are actually good at doing. And then if they eventually win it, then you will see them going to the podium, be dragging awards with the players that even worked for it, be dragging trophies with them, trying to claim glory where they have not worked. So I don't think anything can change, honestly. You can't keep doing things the same way and expect a different result. For this certain set of NFL that I'm saying, they will keep doing the same thing the same way. I will keep getting the same kind of result. Trust me, if we manage to win the AFCON, it will be on the sole maybe brilliance of the players, maybe one individual moment, one of the players stepping up, taking the game by the scruff of its neck. I think that's just what's going to happen. But then, us doing it as a team, us doing it as including the federation and all of that, I don't think that's ever going to happen. But then, we wait to see how it happens. I saw Nigeria's group open in Tunisia. I saw their friendly game against Brazil a few days ago. that team can actually play football.
They can.
They are
I mean,
very compact.
that game, you know, a lot of people were expecting, you know, Brazil to roll over them, especially investors, to, you know, putting their money on Brazil. But hey, I think that's to show them that, look, these guys qualified for the World Cup and did not concede a goal.
They did not concede a single goal. Their defense was very, very decent. In fact, they conceded against Brazil via penalty. So, and they were even leading Brazil until the latter stages of that particular game. So they are a very different team. And they are in a group right now. And you cannot even rule away the Taifa Stars of Tanzania. They are also a very decent team.
Yeah,
yeah, these are things that you cannot even rule out. You cannot, before maybe some 10, 15 years ago, you can beat your chest and say that, oh, Nigeria will beat these ones and down. But going into these games now, you cannot even say for a fact that, oh, Nigeria will beat this team. That is the reality of things. That is the point where we have found ourselves with this particular point in time. And like I said, if Nigeria is going to win the AFCON, trust me, it's going to be like maybe one brilliant moment, one individual player trying to do something, trying to have a very, very good and outstanding tournament. It's not going to be like spare the effort of the team or because of the federation.
Wow, I mean, you've broken everything down right there. I mean, it's not rocket science. You have to do your job and you have to prepare well if you want to win anything. And I mean, looking at our group, the likes of Tunisia, who qualified for the World Cup automatically, we have Tanzania, we have Uganda, whose coach has also come out to say, hey, we are not going to be also rounds, and Nigeria, Tunisia, and Tanzania are not going to just run over us. And looking at the draw, you will say, oh, Tunisia should be, you know, just the only problem. But then we said the same thing about South Africa, and we saw what Lesotho and Zimbabwe did to us. And this time around, it's not even a two-legged affair. It is in Morocco, where, you know, we didn't even get the success of making it to the intercontinental playoffs and ultimately to the World Cup. But then it is what it is. Let's see. The AFCON will come around in December, and we can only, you know, spur them on. But like I said, nothing short of the title. So they should know that one now. They should know that one now. That is nothing short of the title. We don't want to hear any excuses. And ultimately, we don't even want to start bringing out our calculators again. For a group containing Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda, much respect to them. But we don't want to be bringing out our calculators. And yes, let's hope that the Super Eagles, you know, can hear what we are saying right now and they know what they have to do. And we'll take a short break right now. When we come back, there are still other juicy sports stories, you know, that will be delivered onto you. This is still Sports Republic. We'll be right back.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back. It is still Sports Republic. Yes, right here on Voice of the People TV. And yes, we've discussed you know, football news. And yes, we gave you the Super Eagles. Yes, that they need to, you know, go a step further. Yes, as AFCON goes around in December. They also climbed up the FIFA rankings. Yes, now in 38th place. Yes, from 41st. And that's maybe a good one for them. And that should spur them on, hopefully, during the AFCON. And we also saw the CAF Awards, yes, where Ashraf Hakimi, yes, is now the African Footballer of the Year, is the reigning African Footballer of the Year, of course, until the next one goes around, the next award goes around. the PSG right back. He is Africa's Footballer of the Year. And let's move on to another legend. Yes, Hakimi is a legend in the making, but this time a legend already. Yes, of course. And I'm talking about Roger Federer. Yes, he is set to become a member of the International Tennis Hall of Fame, which is a testament to his remarkable career. And the Swiss tennis legend, who retired in 2022, was elected in his first year of eligibility, yes, alongside broadcaster and journalist Mary Carrillo in the contributor category. And Federer's impressive record includes 20 Grand Slam singles titles, 103 ATP level titles, and a record 310 weeks at the world #1 ranking. And yes, in his words, said it's a tremendous honor to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. And yes, Federer expressed his gratitude, saying it's a tremendous honor, yes, to be inducted, and yes, and to stand alongside so many of the game's great champions. He added, throughout my career, I've always valued the history of tennis and the example set by those who came before me. To be recognized in this way by the sport and by my peers is deeply humbling. This is a man that I know the common word now is glazing and all of that. This is a man I can talk about all day. Roger Federer, Fed Express, old Roger never dies. For me, the GOAT, the greatest of all time in tennis. I know likes of Rafael Nadal, of course, they will talk. Yes, of course, they will talk. 22 Grand Slam titles also for the Spaniard, and 24 for Novak the Joker Djokovic, who has 24 and is looking, to tie Margaret Court. No, not to tie. I think Margaret Court, she having 25 right now, and it will be, he's looking to also get a 25th Grand Slam title. What a man Djokovic was right now. Roger Federer, I remember in 2009, yes, sir, I was in school then, in 2009, where he won the Madrid Open, a fantastic match against Roger Federer. He only has one French Open title to his name, and we know why. We know why, right? It's me. We know why Federer has only one French Open title, because you can't outshine the god of clay. You just can't do that. But what a man Roger Federer is. I mean, one of 8 men to achieve a career Grand Slam with 8 Wimbledon titles, 6 Australian Open titles, 5 US Open titles, and one, yes, like I said, only one French Open title. And his legacy extends beyond his impressive statistics. He is widely regarded as one of the greatest tennis players of all time, known for his elegant style and sportsmanship, and his influence on the sport is evident with many younger players, including current world #1, Carlos Alcaraz, and even Yannick Sinner, yes, citing him as their inspiration. Pelumi, high time we induct this man, Roger Fed Express Federer, into the International Hall of Fame, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, Afeez, I agree with you. This is a man that made most of us fall in love with lawn tennis. In fact, he's one of those guys that I definitely enjoy to watch as far as that sport is concerned. And with everything that he has achieved, it's no surprise that he's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame in first week of his eligibility. Look at everything that has been there, done that. 20 Grand Slams, just like you said. In fact, he became the first Spain player to reach that benchmark, changing 103 career titles before he retired, I think about 3 years ago, 2022. And he has absolutely almost every record right there. The record for the #1 ranking for 237 weeks straight between 2004 and 2008. I think that's one. It's a very, very tremendous honor for him. He's had a stellar career during his playing days, and I think he's actually deserved this particular award. And you definitely cannot rule out the rivalry of himself and Rafael Nadal. That is one thing that brought the sport, that brought tennis into limelight. That is one thing that made that sport widely regarded and widely followed by a lot of people as well, before Novak also came into the mix as well. So I think it's something that should not be overlooked. He definitely deserved being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And in fact, you cannot even overlook him when you talk about the most important sportsman of all time. He definitely has to be in that conversation as well. Because when you look at the influence has had on this younger tennis player. If you see about 10 younger tennis players now, I think about 5 or 6 of them are actually going to say that Roger Federer inspired them. to be to this sports team was with Cathedral while growing up right there. So I think that's one thing that definitely needs to give it to this particular man. And he has
Even me that I don't play tennis, it sort of inspired me. Remember that time where you just want to go out and just put the bandana on your head?
Yeah, you get it, you get it. In fact, it's matched up against Rafael Nadal anytime. Always look like maybe the Barca versus Madrid, or maybe the Chelsea versus Man United. That is the way you can even equate it in terms of football. So this is a man that actually made us enjoy the world of tennis, and he definitely deserves to be honored and inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at that area of Federer and Nadal, there were also some players, maybe somewhat under the radar. I mean, the likes of Andy Roddick, the likes of Stan Wawrinka, Juan Martin Del Potro, Joe Wilfred Tsonga, João Monfils. I mean, there were players that, that time, but then this man stands out. Also with the likes of Novak Djokovic as well. And since then, I don't think the ATP has really, had, this level of competition. But right now, we are seeing the likes of, Yannick Sinner and, Carlos Alcaraz. Also, maybe Sasha Zverev, yes, also. But then, looking against Jake Paul, yes, as Paul, and we faced Paul in his first fight since then. And despite being the favorite, Joshua's promoter at the end acknowledges Paul's dedication to training and the potential for massive business from the fight. And the bout is scheduled for December 19 in Miami with a reported cost of $184 million. $184 million for a heavyweight champion, a former heavyweight champion against a YouTuber who just turned the fighter. Split evenly between the two fighters. Yes, that's 184 million will be split evenly between the two fighters. And Joshua is expected to fight in Riyadh in February before a potential September showdown with Tyson Fury. But Warren insists he must fight and navigate the Paul fight successfully. And Paul, who is a YouTuber turned boxer, has been training hard and has a strong following in America. While some view the fight as a mismatch, Warren notes that Paul is a big step up for Joshua and the outcome is far from certain. Now, I don't see any step up for Joshua in Jake Paul. I mean, Jake Paul is, last time he measured, he belongs to the cruiserweight, and he wants to fight a former heavyweight champion who just lost his belt to Daniel Dubois. For me, it's a mismatch. And yes, maybe it's time we need to discuss that boxing is taking another dimension, because we know that before you can even say you want to move from cruiserweight to go fight at heavyweight, there are other steps you need to you need to have come across. You can't just say you want to fight somebody who is not in the same category as you. I think for boxing is moving into that's how would I put it now? That side where it's all about the finances, it's all about the money now, because this is $184 million. And I mean, Jake Paul up against Anthony Joshua. For me, I think I already know the winner. I don't want to know how Jake Paul is going to train and all of that. Yes, he defeated Mike Tyson, a very old Mike Tyson, who is not having that same flair as he used to have back in the day. So for me, up against Anthony Joshua, I think it's a mismatch. Maybe Joshua should consider more serious opponents, if he wants to fight Tyson Fury. But then, the match is already slated for December 19 in Miami. And let's see how Joshua is going to, come out of that defeat against Dubois and, to be back on a roll as he hopes to take on, yes, Tyson Fury right there. That is the clash that a lot of people have been looking forward to. And yes, that's the man right there. Anthony Joshua, Nigerian born, on your screen right there, and former champion. And I'm sure he wants to get those belts back as soon as possible. That's if he gets to fight Alexander Usyk again. And just moving on, let's go to basketball. Yes, at this time, local basketball here, where Rivers Sweepers coach Ogo Odaudu is feeling the pressure as his team chases a third consecutive Nigerian Basketball Premier League title. Yes, the NBPL. Yes, and the Kingsmen have been on a dominant spell, suffering just 2 defeats across 6 domestic seasons between 2019 and 2025. And they've already won back-to-back league titles in 2023 and 2024 and are looking to become only the third club to win 3 consecutive championships in Nigeria's basketball history. And Odaudu is optimistic about his team's chances despite feeling butterflies in the stomach. I never feel confident, and I do not know why. From the mouth of a coach, I think you should be confident and you should pass that on to your players as well. Even if it's playing against a team that I know by the end of the day we are going to beat by 20 points, I'll still have butterflies in my stomach. And the coach has been focused on the Final Four phase, which kicks off on November 21st in Port Harcourt. And the Kingsmen will face off against Boko City Chiefs, Nigeria Customs, and Lagos Legends in the Final Four. And their first match is against Boko City Chiefs on November 21st. Followed by Nigerian Customs on November 22nd and Lagos Legends on November 23rd. And with a strong squad and home advantage, Rivers Hoopers are looking to make it 3 titles in a row. I think it's going to be a fantastic MBPL Final Four, and we are looking forward to see who is going to represent Nigeria at the Basketball Africa League. And still on basketball, yes, it's the NBA time. And when you mention the NBA, there's one name that comes to mind immediately, and that's LeBron James. And they made history by becoming the first player to participate in 23 consecutive NBA seasons. And the 40-year-old Los Angeles Lakers star, who missed the team's opening 14 games due to sciatica, contributed 11 points, 12 assists, and 3 rebounds in 30 minutes of a 140-126 home win over the Utah Jazz. And James' achievement surpasses Vince Carter's record of 22 successive NBA seasons, solidifying his position as one of the greatest players in the league's history. And James' impressive performance was complemented by his teammate Luka Doncic. Yes, I call him Luka Magic. Yes, who scored a game-high 37 points. And the man who has been the best player of the team so far, Austin Reeves, AR himself, who added 26 points for the Lakers. And the win puts the Lakers fourth in the Western Conference, while the Jazz sit in 10th place. And James also moved into 6th place in the NBA's all-time list of most three-pointers made, with his 2 3-pointers against the Jazz. And the Lakers' victory was a testament to their strength and resilience, and with James' return providing a much-needed boost to the team. As he continued to defy expectations and push the boundaries of his career, James remains an inspiration to fans and aspiring players around the world. I mean, you can say shout out there to the man, LeBron James, who people are saying arguably is the best NBA player ever. Yes, that's saying he's the best basketball player ever. Not even NBA player, basketball player ever. For me, I think I have my reservations. There are players like Magic Johnson, Tim Duncan, players like Kobe Bryant. And even right now we have Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, yes, of Golden State Warriors, who are fantastic players in their own right. I mean, Dirk Nowitzki is also there, Larry Bird is there, Hakeem Olajuwon is there. I mean, there are many players. For me, I think Michael Jordan, how can we forget MJ himself, Michael Jordan. And I think Michael Jordan is actually the greatest of all time. But come on, you can't put that disrespect on LeBron James, the king himself. I don't know if we still have Pelumi with us, but if we don't, let's quickly move on as the show is coming to an end, as we take this one from the world of Formula One, where Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, yes, McLaren's driver duo, have a strong and respectful relationship despite their intense on-track rivalry. And Norris leads Piastri by 24 points in the Drivers' Championship ahead of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. But both drivers emphasize that their relationship remains positive, and they attribute this to their mutual respect and understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses, as well as their focus on working together to achieve success for McLaren. And Norris, who has been in top form recently, are winning the last 2 races and establishing himself as a contender, and he acknowledges that Las Vegas will be a challenging circuit with its unique cold and night conditions. And Piastri, who is looking to become Australia's 3rd F1 world champion, is hoping to capitalize on his strengths in low grip conditions and challenge Norris for the win. And McLaren's team principal Andrea Stella notes that Piastri has an edge in low grip conditions, which could play to his advantage in Las Vegas. And the Las Vegas Grand Prix promises to be an exciting and unpredictable race, with both Norris and Piastri pushing to gain an advantage and move closer to the championship title. I think already Oscar Piastri has bottled this one. I think they are just, trying to come together to be good in the eyes of the media. For me, he bottled this one, and McLaren, they know what they are doing, as they are ready to give it to Lando Norris. I think they are pushing the Lando Norris agenda, and let's see what is going to happen right there in Las Vegas, with Max Verstappen also waiting in the wings to see what will happen if he can still win a 5th straight F1 title. And this is where we will be, taking the curtains off the show. Yes, we'll be drawing the curtains on the show. Yes, and we'll be saying our buys right here. I want to say a big shout out to Pelumi Adeosun, who just joined me all the way on this show and on this program for today. And yes, the midday news is coming up next. Yes, do not go anywhere. Please stay tuned. And it's been Sport Republic, and I am Afiz Okubanjo. Please have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy of People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is Nnamdi Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines. George Omotosho rejects Kanu plea loudly.
Citizens calls for action. President postpones foreign visit.
VP Shetima in KB.
Lagos achieves new hygiene standards soonest.
Agency bans hero over talks in health fears.
In the world of business, business growth reflects market strength.
In sports, Nigeria rises world fifth among team, and in the world of entertainment, Nigerian famous people criticize leaders now. Now, the news and details. A tense atmosphere engulfed the Federal High Court in Abuja during the judgment proceeding of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. The drama peaked when Justice John Omotosho dismissed a fresh bail application filed by Kanu, causing the defendant to lose his temper and object loudly in the court, demanding recognition of his right to file a final written address. Justice Omotosho clarified his ruling by stating that Kanu's issues were raised several before and that the court must proceed to final judgment as scheduled. He specifically cited Section 306 of the ACJA, which prohibits entertaining applications for a stay of proceedings in criminal trials, thus rejecting Kanu's attempt to delay the final ruling. Regarding the bail application, the judge ruled that it was unmeritorious because it did not fall under the two applicable categories, a bail pending trial or bail pending appeal, especially since the defense stage had been concluded. The court recalled its previous order directing the defendant to enter his defense or file his final written address, a request which Kanu chose to protest. Kanu's strong objections, which included directly challenging the judge and refusing to give up the microphone, forced Justice Omotosho to order security officials to take him out of the courtroom to restore order. The Federal High Court is now set to deliver its final judgment on the substantive terrorism charge. We'll bring you more on this on a subsequent bulletin.
Moving on, the federal government, through the SGF, George Akume, blamed the renewed terror attacks, including the Kebbi schoolgirl abduction and the Kwara church assault, on recent public remarks by the United States. Akume claimed that President Trump's post on X alleging Christian genocide in Nigeria and threatening U.S. military deployment had inadvertently emboldened opportunistic violent groups who are now attacking soft targets to gain visibility. Akume insisted that prior to these statements, insurgents' structures were significantly degraded and reduced to isolated banditry. He reaffirmed the federal government's position that Nigeria does not require foreign troops, noting that Nigerian armed forces are highly capable. Instead, the country needs targeted support, especially from the U.S. in intelligence, cooperation, technology, and military equipment to advance the fight against insurgency. The government also strongly rejected the characterization of the conflict as a genocide against Christians, asserting that verified evidences shows criminal groups attack both churches and mosques, killing Muslims and Christians alike. Akume emphasized that Nigeria remains a secular state and that government appointments reflect the nation's diversity.
Meanwhile, as the nation's security challenges deepen, citizens are growing increasingly anxious and are demanding urgent action for government and security agencies. This follows the recent attack in Kebbi and Kwara State, where school children and worshippers were abducted in separate incidents, prompting the president to postpone his scheduled foreign trips. Political figures, Kwankwaso, Amechi, and artist Showore Fowles Simi have criticized the government for a lack of decisive action and accountability, with some even calling for the president's resignation.
Meanwhile, we hear the Vice President Kashim Shettima arrived in Kebbi State to meet government officials and families of schoolgirls abducted from Government Girls Secondary School in Maga. He was accompanied by NEMA, DG, Zubandai Umar, and other officials acting on President Bola Tinubu's directive. Shatima is expected to convey the president's message and receive a briefing on the situation. The attack claimed the life of the school's vice principal, Malam Hassan Makuku, who reportedly died trying to help the abductors.
Still on insecurity matters, the Kwara State government ordered the immediate closure of schools across the 4 local government areas in response to escalating security threats in the Kwara South region. The decision was officially communicated by the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT Kwara State Wing, on Wednesday, citing direct instruction from the Ministry of Education and Human Capital Development. The affected LGAs are Isin Irepudun, Ifeludu, and Ekiti, according to the circular issued by NUT Chairman Yusuf Abola. The shutdown is effective immediately and will last until further notice. The drastic measures reflect the government's heightened concern over the safety of students and staff in the wake of recent violent incidents in the area. The move follows a series of security breaches, including a deadly church attack and multiple abductions reported in the state's borders communities. The government's action underscore an effort to control the volatile situation and prevent educational facilities from becoming easily target for criminal elements such as bandits. The NUT urged all students and heads and teachers to treat the closure order with extreme urgency, emphasizing that decision was necessary due to the security challenges ravaging the area. The union assured members that updates regarding the reopening of schools would be communicated as soon as security situation permits.
And to some health matters, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors strongly denied the Labour Ministry's claim that 19 out of 20 strike demands were met. NAD labeled the government's announcement as inaccurate, viewing it as a deliberate attempt to mislead the public and undermine the ongoing industrial action, which commenced on November the 1st, 2025. NAD refuted the ministry's assertion that payments for the 25% to 35% commerce review and allowances had begun. The association stated that its members have not received these funds, calling the government's claim mere anticipation of action, not action itself, and admitting to unresolved problems. The doctors dismissed the formation of new committees for issues like manpower shortages and the reinstatement of disengaged doctors as bureaucratic tools for delay. NAD also confirmed its refusal to sign the MOU built on unfulfilled promises that lacked unclear binding and time-bound guarantees for actions. The nationwide total indefinite strike continues. NAD insists the action will persist until its core minimum demands are verifiably met. These demands includes immediate reinstatement of the 5 FTH local J doctors and the concrete implementation of the one-for-all replacement policy to address systemic burnout.
Away from that story and bringing it back to Lagos, well broadcast from Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is set to inaugurate 233 new housing units at the Abraham Adesoye Housing Estate in Ajah on Friday. The State Commissioner for Housing, Maruf Akinderu Fatai, confirmed the event, stating the project will significantly boost the state housing stock for the growing number of residents seeking decent accommodation. The new project consists of 34 blocks containing 233 housing units and is a joint venture between the Lagos State Government and Urban Shelter Limited, a private real estate company. The Commissioner reaffirms the Ministry's commitment to providing affordable and quality homes aligned with the Governor's promise to complete ongoing housing projects statewide. The project is situated on a 3.7 hectare site within the fully developed Abraham Adesoye Housing Estate located along the Lekki-Ebe Expressway. Notably, the original estate was first inaugurated in 2001 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu during his tenure as Governor of Lagos State. This inauguration follows a recent commissioning in October 2025 where Sowolu launched 420 housing units at the Akinsanya Sonny Ajoso Housing Estate, also located in the Aja area. The continuous delivery of these quality homes is a key aspect of the current administration's commitment to urban development.
Still in Lagos, the Lagos State government has firmly committed to achieving an open defecation-free status by 2030, aligning with the national target. Commissioner for Environment Okumbo Hab confirmed these commitments during the observance of World Toilet Day. The goal is to ensure every resident has access to a safe, clean, and functional toilet irrespective of their location. With a fast-growing population, Lagos faces immense pressure on its public infrastructure, making sanitation a critical challenge. Many residents still lack access to managed toilets, and open defecation remains a serious concern that compromises public health. The state has already announced plans to build more public toilets this year to ease this pressure. Stakeholders gathered at the World Toilet Day event, stressing that achieving the 2030 goal requires more than just infrastructure. Experts emphasize the need for government agencies to invest in future-ready, sustainable sanitation systems and to prioritize comprehensive public awareness and consistent enlightenment campaigns to improve hygiene and sanitation practices within communities. The state is tackling this challenge through joint efforts, including new collaborations with development partners like WaterAid and UNICEF. The underlying belief is that no residents should be left behind, ensuring every community is equipped with the necessary facilities so that all residents can live with improved health and dignity.
Meanwhile, United Nigeria Airlines accepted apologies from social media influencer Very Darkman and Mr. Jollof after they physically fight aboard a flight from Asaba to Lagos on November 17, 2025. The airline acknowledged a commitment to refrain from compromising aviation safety or onboard decorum. The brawl occurred during boarding and was captured on video showing the men exchanging blows over a long-standing online feud. Both individuals were immediately deboarded and handed over to security personnel at Asaba Airport, confirming the airline's strict stance against unruly passenger behavior. Both influencers posted apologies on Instagram. Very Darkman took full responsibility for the disruption, citing delays to all the passengers. Mr. Jolov claimed he was defending himself during the scuffle, which involved him reportedly biting the other influencer. The NCAA condemned the fight as a serious infraction that endangers lives. The authority warned that aviation regulations prohibit such conduct and confirmed that the individuals involved could face criminal prosecution, potentially including jail time.
You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break now. When we return, we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. Please do stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a public and political affairs analyst on this table. Mr. Dele Fanimo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, joining us virtually as well is Barrister Ezeli Che, Barrister Law, and he's joined us virtually. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you so very much for being here. Well, I want to start off with the situation in court presently. There are several questions being asked by a lot of Nigerians, particularly on the fact that the judgment presently is being read by Justice James Omotosho, and clearly as it stands, Nnamdi Kanu has been escorted out of court, well, because he got angry and some person said he lost it. Even the judge did ask him to comport himself at the time, but he clearly was just saying that they cannot judge him in this particular case. What do you make of the person of Nnamdi Kanu not being in court and a judgment as concerning him is being read?
Well, the reality is this: it actually doesn't affect the judgment that's read, because it's an option. The person defense can either be in court or not be in court. But what Nnamdi Kanu is doing by not being in court is to continue to express his revulsion and his opposition to the trial, but it does not affect the judgment that will be delivered. Like I said from the I've been saying from the very onset, this case against Nnamdi Kanu is not really a judicial case. It's a political case because the judgment happens at a time when known terrorists up north in Zamfara, Kasakebi, you have terrorists who attend meetings with government officials and they are armed with the chains around them. The government has bothered prosecute these characters, these criminals. It is only even after just the United States has declared the Nigerian of a particular concern that we now hear that there are some trials going on and some kind of judgments have been passed overnight. But all along, for over 4 or 5 years, the Nigerian government has persecuted. I said persecuted, not prosecuted. So what is going to happen in court with Justice Omotosho is most likely there will be a guilty verdict, but that does not reflect the law. This is clearly, it only reflects the political views, the political machinations of those who are ruling the country presently, but it certainly does not reflect the law.
All right, now,
thank you.
I'm still staying with you, Barrister. There are concerns about the fact that Nnamdi Kanu had on November the 12th prayed the court to grant him bail in view of the concurrent judgment of a superior court. What do you make of that particular prayer by Nnamdi Kanu?
Well, if you realize the various prayers of this of Nnamdi Kanu and his counsels, they've always argued that even the entire trial, bring into the court in the very first instance that there was no need for him brought into court. So all the objection is making it in line with the views that he has no business before this court. So has had several applications, which obviously the court led by Moshosh will always throw out. But the reality is this: if somebody was brought before the court wrongly, if rendition from Kenya was wrong, has all else become wrong by that fact? And that is what Nnamdi has been saying from the very onset. The foundation of the case against him is illegitimate, is unlawful. So whatsoever transpires thereafter lacks justice. And this argument can go either way, but the reality is that the judgment will be passed today. And then in the south, a lot of things will happen in the country. But clearly, this is not a justice issue, and perhaps the people that should be discussing this matter could be politicians. And not me as a lawyer, because what is here, what has been debated, what has been argued, what has been ruled over, is clearly a political matter and not a judicial matter.
All right, then. I'm still staying with you, Barrister, again, because this, again, is a judicial matter which should be more on your table. There is also the conversation about the fact that Nnamdi Kanu clearly has, he was disallowed a written address of course, in a criminal matter. He did file in a written address that was disallowed by the judge. What do you make of this as well?
Yes. Well, several things about this case are quite funny. If you recollect, Nnamdi Kanu had also asked for some witnesses to be brought before the court. And most of these witnesses were not even served because he was still in the of the DSS and he could not even serve those witnesses. Nnamdi Kanu had also said that he had asked for opportunity to even discuss with his lawyers when he still had the lawyers. And those opportunities were not allowed. And the worst of it all, despite the prosecution having more than 2 years to look into this matter, Nnamdi Kanu was only allowed 6 days to marshal out his defense. So for the court not to have even allowed him to file his defense, it upturns the entirety of this case. Because no matter how the judge feels about it, what the judge should have actually done was to accept it, admit it as a part of what he will now rule upon, but to rule out even the application or the defense he has written, which I'm sure will not be written in very legal language, but it still remains his defense. So in reality, what it means is that this case is being judged upon, adjudicated upon, purely only by the prosecution's account.
Now, what does that portend for Nigeria judicial system? And the fact that few days ago, the president urged Nigerian Judicial Council to do well in making sure that it promotes the integrity of justice in Nigeria. What does that portend, with the explanation he just gave about the procedure and the way things are turning out in court?
Thank you very much. Not too long ago, a few days ago, actually, we saw Mr. President went in his address at the annual Judges Conference in Abuja. When the president came in, to the shock of Nigerians, to the shock of the international community, the song that was played in the background was the tune, Bola, on your mandate we stand. That was a preposterous and unfortunate sign on the Nigerian judiciary. So that alone tells you that whatsoever this crop of judges that were there, whatsoever they pronounce, it is on Mr. Bola Tinubu's mandate. It is not. It is as distant from justice as possible. Now, some people will say that song was played without the notice or consent of the judges there present. But the reality is this: they could have immediately repudiated it. Immediately, the CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, could have said that was an ambush. They were not aware of that kind of music or that song being played. None of them. And even till today, nothing has come out from the National Judicial Council, from the Chief Justice.
Something came out.
But they've come out to debunk it.
They say that the judges they did not sing to the song. It was an ambush, and judges that were present during that summit did not sing to that song.
Okay, beautiful. I wasn't aware of that. But now you said, what does this portend for Now, back to the case. You see, this is, like I keep on saying, it's an overly politicized case where the defendants was not allowed to defend himself. And this is a constitutional provision. The constitution is very clear, section 36, that there is freedom. I mean, you have free, you have free, you have a constitutional provision to defend yourself from allegations. Mr. Nnamdi Kanu was not allowed that opportunity, because though cosmetically he was given 6 days, if you allow the prosecution to prosecute for 2+ years and you allow the defense only 6 years, you have in real terms not allowed him to defend the allegations are leveled against him. So what it portends is that in Nigeria, the justice sector has only sunk, whatever judgment is reeled out, has only sunk several steps deeper into an abyss. Now, when I say whatsoever judgment, that even includes if Mr. Nnamdi Kanu is released, because the process, the procedures is very, very distant from justice.
Now, when you say the process is very distant from justice at this point, Barrister Ezeluche, you've been also vocal about how this case is a political case, not any other thing. But today, Justice James Omotosho specifically cited Section 306 of the ACJA, saying that was actually the reason he did what? He went further to deny taking and prohibit entertaining applications for a stay of precedent in a case he called a criminal trial. Help us as a legal luminary to please explain what does this really mean, and then what does Section 306 of the ACJ cited, and why are we trying a political case or a criminal? Why are we giving it a criminal trial?
It is subject and is beneath constitutional provisions, which allows that a defendant must be given an opportunity to defend any allegation against him. So whatsoever Mr. Justice Omotosho was referring to, the constitutional provision that allows accords Mr. Nnamdi Kanu the right to defend himself was abridged, was not allowed, because merely giving 6 days, like I said, when the other side got over 2 years, rubbishes that notion. At the very minimum, like I keep on saying, the of justice shows that there must be balance, there must be equality. You do not give the prosecutor that long to prosecute, and you give the defendant 6 days, and you even deny him several things. You deny him the ability to summon his witnesses under whatever reason. You deny him the right to even submit a written statement of defense. I mean, several things are faulty. So reference to the ACJA when basic constitutional provisions were not complied with is actually not right.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. He said that he was denied, but some people will say that the courts gave him ample time for him to do that, even though we know it was just 6 days being given to him to carry on with his defense and all that. But now it was also the Justice James Omotosho that told Nigerians that if he failed to start or drop his written address within a particular period of time, that he will be made to forfeit, be it calling on witnesses and also tendering the written prayer. What do you have to say about that? Because he played out to the court when Nnamdi Kanu said, I am withdrawing. I don't want any defense anymore. I don't have any witness anymore. I wouldn't want to go on with the defense. I have no case on this, that the federal government, or rather the court in Nigeria, has no right to try him in court. Because he said
well, I mean, you do not look at that statement on its own, because it's followed some sequence, some other things that happened. Right. Before he finally said he was no longer defending himself, that he wanted to withdraw even his plea, he had brought out a list of witnesses that he wanted to testify. And he was not allowed an opportunity to summon those witnesses or to go and approach those witnesses. Mind you, he was still in the custody of DSS. So whatever he said thereafter was because he had seen that even defending himself was a nullity, was an act in futility.
Even when the court allowed to subpoena those people for them to appear before the court, because we learned they were subpoenaed for them to avail themselves to be available.
How will the court subpoena people that, how, in what process? He was still in DS detention. The court cannot claim such things because there's a process of effecting such subpoenas. You have to come out and swear an affidavit, make a deposition before a court. Can you do that from the DSS custody? No. So, the reality is this. There was Mr. Nnamdi Kanu was on paper, 6 days against 2 years plus, was not given an opportunity to defend his case. That is the pure fact about this. So whatsoever Mr. Motoshow goes ahead and does today, but the reality is, those students of law, I mean, posterity will determine what it's all about, but the reality is justice was not effective in this case in any manner whatsoever.
Now let's take this back to what even led to this. Let's start from what happened in 1967 to 1970, the Civil Biafran War, on which we learned, I wasn't born then, but history had it that Chukwemeka Odemego Ojukwu was of the opinion that the people of the Southeast were being marginalized. And then that was what led to Aburi Accord and the statement from Aburi, and on Aburi we stand, and the rest according to world war history. And to what is happening now in modern day Nigeria, where I am. I'm born now and I'm available and I'm an adult. And then we learned that the people of the Southeast are still talking and crying about marginalization, which baited the emergence of Nnamdi Kanu, talking about the possible cessation from Nigeria. Can we say with all this playing out that, in no distant time, Nnamdi Kanu or another emergence of Nnamdi Kanu will not spring up with the continued cry of marginalization coming from Southeast?
Well, you make a mistake when you refer to only Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. The issue of marginalization of the Igbos is not a Mr. Nnamdi Kanu issue. It even predates. And even as Mr. Nnamdi Kanu is being detained, there are millions of Igbos who are still talking about the marginalization. I see his life every day, every breath we take in this country. You see the Igbo houses that get destroyed without any legal process across the country. You see the lack of Igbo presence in the ministries, in police, in the security agencies, even in Mr. Bola Tinubu's cabinet. How many Igbos are there holding any reasonable appointments? Look at the number of appointments that get reeled up. So not Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. It is the reality that every Nigerian sees and breathes, that there is actual marginalization bordering on even, like, it actually qualifies for genocidal thoughts. I mean, genocidal genocides. Because, mind you, people always mistake genocide as only killing. No, it's not only killing. When you treat people in a manner that you are geared towards extinguishing that particular group, it amounts to genocide. So in the view of most Igbos, the war never actually stopped. The war continues. And you can even see it in all facets. Look at the amount of infrastructure that is built in the Southeast, roads in the Southeast, the institutions in the Southeast, the lack of presence in the Southeast, the over-militarization of the Southeast. Where in the Southeast you see soldiers robbing and looting on the streets, on the roads, harassing road users, while their generals are being kidnapped in the North. But you see them wasting away in the roads in the Southeast, robbing road users. So the issue is not Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. People make that mistake.
When I talk about, or when I make mention of Nnamdi Kanu, I didn't make mention of him as just a single. I'm just talking about the arrowheads. First, we have Ojukwu championing the broad move against marginalization, and now after the Mossop was UK case, we're having Nnamdi Kanu now still championing it more like, and that was what got him the toga of becoming maybe a terrorist, or maybe someone who is trying to upturn the government, according to what Nigerian government is projecting at this point. That was why I actually had to call his name, to project or to ask the question about the marginalization in the Southeast.
Okay, I mean, well, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, those who want to use him as the arrowhead are free, but I assure you that there are 1,000,001 who are doing much more than what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. He's just an he's an orator, he speaks well, but there are 1,000,001 who live that reality of the marginalization of the Igbos of the Southeast.
All right, then, let's bring this conversation to the studio. But before I come, Barrister, maybe in one sentence, is there any law that states that the right of a written address of a criminal case like this cannot be taken in court? Is there any law?
No, that says what? That says the written address cannot be taken in court?
Yes, of this kind of case, like that of Nnamdi Kanu that has not been accepted by Justice Omotosho.
Is there a time frame? Is there a time frame for a written address to be presented in court on a criminal case? Is there any time frame, and is it legal?
Well,
do we have any legal
yes.
undertaking or explanation to it?
Thank you very much. The rules of court are there for justice, and they are not there for stuff. So, in any instance, when the need for justice conflicts with even the written rules of court, courts are mandated to adopt the rules of justice. So in this case, Even if the judge claims that the time has lapsed or she can accept it, the fact is she's now going to read a judgment solely based on the prosecution's analysis or the prosecution's argument, without even looking in one bit at what the defense has said. So now anyone looking at this thing will say, has justice been served in this matter? And the reality is that clearly justice has not been served, because the only thing that Dr. Motosha will be looking at in giving her judgment is the same reasons which she gave when she said there was the argument for a no case submission was not allowable. So that is where the court is basing its judgment. And that is rather unfortunate. It even does not do well for the justice, because it would have been better for the judge to have a look at both sides, even if it was out of time.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Barrister. Let me take it back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fanimo, I know you've been on this particular situation for the longest of time. And at this point, what I want to find out from you is your general overview, not preempting the court really, your general review about all that have been, transpiring so far, even till this point on this case, before we move to asking you what you think about the SGF statement on insurgency, particularly blaming the statement from Donald Trump redesignating Nigeria.
Well, the case of Nnamdi Kanu has reached a climax. And the best approach to it is to wait for the end of the ruling today.
Right.
And so that we can safely comment on whatever judgment that is passed. But I'm a little bit worried.
Why so?
I'm worried because the man in question, the man under trial, is agitated to the point that, I'm sorry to say this, that he's no longer comfortable with arrangement and issues around him. And I knew it might likely get to this point when, as at last year, I was always talking about political solution to this. And unfortunately, the window for that, for now, is closed.
You think, well, I'm asking this other question now because I know you have psychology as one of your major forte.
My degree.
Now, is there the possibility that his continuous detention has caused this part of his reaction to this point?
I didn't want to say expressly from my own assessment of him as a psychologist, because I don't want to injure sensibilities. But if I'm forced to say it, that man is not in the right frame of mind. He's assailed with paranoia, and it's a neurotic issue that I hope it will not transcend to psychotic level.
All right. Let's have a view on the SGF, particularly on the situation of insurgency in Nigeria, as of course saying that the redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by the Donald Trump administration is another reason why some of these consistent kidnappings and of course bandit attacks have been on.
You can't logically assume that position, because the expectation was, after Trump's intervention, that these people would want to withdraw from this onslaught. And we were told, according to reports, that some of these insurgents were scampering and taking off to other countries, to the extent that a neighboring country had to shut its border against them. But in the last few days, the resurgence of these attacks has made nonsense of whatever postulation that was given initially. And it calls to question the level of sincerity of government.
Quite unfortunate, really, but we definitely will be having our eyes on some of these conversations, and of course, as they progress in the course of our other bulletins. We want to say a big thank you to the analysts who have lent in their voice in this conversation, of course, on the analysis segments of the Media News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also political and public affairs analyst. Thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
It's always my pleasure.
Also, we had with us virtually Barrister Eze Luche, who also joined us virtually on the analysis segment. I want to say a big thank you to you, Barrister, for being here.
Yeah, but can I say something, Dave, before you go?
Okay, quick one, 30 seconds.
Yes, I think it is very wrong to say the issue of Mr. Nnamdi Kanu is approaching erotic matters. No, it's not. It's not. Because if you say that, you would say that all the Igbos have that kind of problems. The reality is that you have to speak up against injustice. The people that have the neurotic problems is actually the judicial system that goes ahead to persecute. Despite the realities, what we are taught in law, that law must be just, you must give each side the same opportunities. So what you saw in court today by Mr. Nnamdi Kanu walking out of court was a total revulsion at what the justice in Nigeria has done, and every Nigerian should be similarly revulsed at what is going on in the courts.
Thank you so very much, Barrister Eze Luche, for your submission as well. I want to say a big thank you to this gentleman for being here. Also, we also have to put it out there that the opinions and views of the analysts are strictly theirs and not, of course, the position of Voice of the People Television as an organization. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, agency bans cereal over toxin health fears. These and more we'll be looking at when we return after this break. Please stay with us.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued an alert regarding the ban of bleeding infant cereals produced by Danone Group. The ban was first imposed by Chadian authorities because the cereal includes several biscuit, meal, and late and banana and late varieties failed to meet European safety standards for aflatoxin B1 contamination. NAFDAC confirmed that the affected products with expiry date ranging from September 2026 to March 2027 are already circulating in Nigeria. The circulation is particularly noted in border communities neighboring Chad, raising immediate concerns about safety of infant food sold in local markets across the country. The agency emphasized that aflatoxin B1 is a potent carcinogen, cancer-causing agent, and an immunotoxin capable of causing serious immune system disorder in infant and young children consequently. And NAFDAC has directed all zonal directors and state coordinators to immediately commence market surveillance and remove all affected products from distribution channels, retail shops, and informal markets. NAFDAC strongly urged healthcare personnel and distributors, retailers, and caregivers to exercise extreme caution, verify product authenticity, and ensure infant food is purchased only from licensed suppliers. Consumers and health workers are also encouraged to report any adverse reaction or suspected side effect linked to the recalled cereals.
Every year, the world marks Universal Children's Day, a day dedicated to promoting and protecting the rights and welfare of children across the globe. In Nigeria, the call for better education, healthcare, and protection for children remains louder than ever. Voice of the People TV's Oyindamola Olukoto reports this.
Universal Children's Day is celebrated globally to remind government, families, and communities of their collective responsibility to ensure that every child is safe, educated, and heard. This year's celebration focuses on promoting children's welfare and rights, with emphasis on ending child labor, abuse, and neglect while promoting access to quality education and healthcare.
Every child deserves more than survivor. They deserve the opportunity to try to lead, to believe in their dream and to achieve their purpose. There is no investment that we make on a child that is a waste. Because when we support a child, when we help them achieve their goal, we have strengthened and support or giving support to a generation. So far we have worked directly with schools community to create a safe learning environment and provide educational support both in educational materials and in kind, and promote child leadership through leadership training and outreaches that we've done across schools, strengthening in the southern part of Nigeria and little of the south. We've been able to also contribute to the building of community hub, not in as a physical structure, as an online hub where young people can go to get resources and learn. We created an environment for empowerment through our programs, through trainings that we organize for both the younger generation, that is the teenagers and the young adults, where we help them see education not as a burden, but as a bridge to possibility. Also, some parents, teachers, and community leaders to talk about child welfare, which doesn't happen in isolation. We train the child on their rights, helping them on their rights and the privileges they are to observe. And we also train children on emotional intelligence, leadership, and inclusive practice that protect and uplift children. Something that drives us, basically, which is to raise a generation of Nigerian children who are not just defined by their circumstance, but by the courage and creativity that they possess. We believe that every child has a purpose, every child is gifted, and by giving them such opportunity to express their gifts and their innate ability, they are empowering them to stand tall and be a voice for what they believe in.
Despite progress, many Nigerian children still faces challenges ranging from out-of-school rates to child trafficking and poor healthcare. Experts say improving social system, enforcing child protection laws, and empowering families are crucial to ensuring that every Nigerian child thrives. As the world celebrates Universal Children's Day, advocates are calling on government and stakeholders to turn policies into action so that every Nigerian child can enjoy their full right and reach their potential. Oindamola Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much, Oindamola Olukuton, for that coverage and that report. Away from that to some business stories. The Nigeria's stability and a major central bank approved 50% tariff hike, fueling a sharp rise in the share prices of African telecom firms like Airtel. The currency appreciation recovery for a low of allows their underlying revenue growth to flow directly to the bottom line in dollar terms. Airtel Africa saw its share price surge by 164% and profit rise nearly fivefold.
And from business, we go straight to sports. The Nigerian Super Eagles have climbed 3 places to 38 in the latest FIFA Men's World Ranking announced on Wednesday. This modest rise, despite the disappointment of missing the 2026 World Cup, was secured by results from 2 competitive fixtures: a 4-1 victory against Gabon and a 1-1 draw against the DR Congo that ended in a penalty shootout defeat. Nigeria's total stands at 1,502 points, 46 points, placing the country 5th among all African nations. The Super Eagles sit behind Morocco, first in Africa, Senegal, Egypt, and Algeria.
In entertainment, prominent Nigerian celebrities and music executives are using their platforms to react to the nation's worsening security crisis, specifically citing the abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi State and the Fato church attack in Kwara State. Musician Davido expressed deep sympathy, stating that no family deserves this pain, highlighting the emotional toll of the frightened attacks on innocent citizens. The calls for urgent governmental action was amplified by key figures in the gospel music scene. Gospel singer Nathaniel Bassi and Pastor Jerry both urged the government and security agencies to tackle the escalating threats of terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping with decisive force. And with that, to come to the end of today's Media News and Voice of the People television, do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agomanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukwuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing?
Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, style, music, and culture, and purpose-driven people. I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi, and I'm sure you people are doing all right. So it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And trust me, we are bringing you an exciting gist, exciting story. No miss anyone, no, trust me. Please stay with us while we ride together. And yes, first off on our list today, we are talking about ex-Big Brother Leo da Silva has actually sparked controversy online. So he actually came out to say that he called a mechanic to come fix his fridge at home. But, the mechanic came, drove a Benz to the house, like to come fix the fridge. And it's actually funny when you don't already call mechanic, may come fix your fridge for you. And it turned out to be that your mechanic is actually richer than you. A lot of people don't come and talk, say, it be like say, send this mechanic, go back, because he go bill you first. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? He go first bill you, then you go know what you go do. But then we don't judge a book by its cover. That's what they say. Well, we have a lot of people that have actually come out to say things concerning what Da Silva has talked about. So please, let's take some comments. And yes, G Craft said your fridge is about to experience God, your fridge is about to experience a touch like never before. My ladies, your wardrobe can experience a beautiful touch with a lovely beaded bag from our brand. Until you don't even pass the there are these people that love their handworks, and when they are doing this thing, they are so passionate about it. With the steez and the composure, they just want to appear like, I'm not a roadside mechanic. You understand what I'm trying to say? I'm a tushed mechanic. They will just dress and all those kind of plenty things. Shall know that your money will be plenty where you are calling those kind of people. So please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Pretty Dimples, she said, when I think say those skits wiggly more they do na joke. It's reality. So official Daddy Bo said he came to provide luxury defrosting experience. God, I beg you. We have a lot of comments. Please, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this because tell me why you will go and call. See, you know that you're calling this kind of people. You know that they will bill you. You guys, they calm down. A lot of people. See, I've actually had the experience where I went to, to the salon to make my hair and the rest of them. And then, I tell you the truth. Like, I had the money, but I didn't have that much to, pay and everything. What I had in mind was, okay, this is what it's going to cost. This is what it's going to be. And getting to that place, I got this, treatment, plenty fancy treatment. I'm like, what is going on? All this fancy treatment one that they give me. When I want to tell me, I've been waiting. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. Come to think of it, all those drinks they are giving you and see what will you eat. See, anybody wake up, they do hard work for you. Try the, beat price first before you go, because those people can sell you. I'm telling you, but I'm not coming. Yeah, like I'm not coming to those people that have what they are doing, their skill and everything. I'm like, do you get what I'm trying to say? But then, no to your then doing that kind of thing, you will not make our mind like our mind no day again. You go down the rise because we go think say like say this guy won't come bill me plenty. You understand that kind of feeling? But trust me, I go fear first if you ask me. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people actually, talking about this, and trust me, it's a lot. Yes, Oma Chuku said, tell your gate man to open the gate for him so he can easily reverse back home. Oma, to say, just come back. Maybe just the turn they go, because what is this? I don't have a bed. You can't carry beds. Person will come fix fridge for me. What's up now? So being JD said, new age electrician, where wire meets luxury. I'm telling you, wire lines they cry for where being JD said. So online matter said, tell gate man make him no open gate for him. This one say tell gate man make open gate, make reverse. Make gate man no even kuku open, make just reverse, they go back, because guy, I know that you're coming to bill me, because something what I feel do for 2,500, I feel do them for extra money. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? So Dick 7 said, Glimmer, see what you have cost. It's well. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually coming to say things about this. And yes, Fitness Store said the Benz now for moral support. Gen Z repairman. Not be smart Gen Z. Now better. I think that is the right name to even give him. Gen Z repairman. You understand? You go well. So Tiago Ikenna said, so make it they suffer cause he learn work. Ataya, see, that's what I was trying to say. You know go suffer. We get the point, bro. You understand? But then carrying that Benz now, you go feel make your client heart fly because you go to say, this guy no be. But if you don't hype yourself finish like that, do all those plenty things, you can't deliver. That one is bad as it be, they go beat you for there. Oh Jesus, and nobody go save you. You don't hype yourself, carry best, do everything where you go come do. Come fix fridge. Maybe for their mind now, for your client's mind now, this guy can actually do this, This guy can, fix my fridge for me. And definitely to start working and everything, they can't fix fridge finish with so amount. Fridge no come dey work. Hey, Oga, you gonna pay. You are going to pay back that money. I'm telling you the gospel truth. You are going to, because you cannot tell me that you will come with plenty Benz. What send you? As well. And Pitakwa of Uyo said, first of all, at first sight of seeing you with a Benz, you are not entering my. Oga say you don't go enter in house. Just stay aside. No repair again. So a lot of people have actually said things concerning this, and trust me, that's a lot. People will come out, they do their own thing, they repair. Trust me, I don't know how mechanics do this, but it's a lot. You come into somebody's house to actually fix something, and you are carrying your beds. Cuckoo drop beds for house now. Beds no they wrong. You can comfortably use an Uber and get to the place. Fix what you want to fix. But carrying beds, you get mind. All right, that's it for that. A lot of people came out to say things concerning that, but trust me, if you're into doing your handwork and you have a skill, please keep doing it, because now wait till they give you money. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to say, keep doing what you're doing. It's what is paying you, it's what is giving you money. If you reach for you to carry, which car will I call now? To carry it and go, and the Tesla vehicle, he reach for you to carry and go person's house, go repair, it concern you. Do and the way you just make your client no fear until say Ingo won't pay you, but it be like say you don't get money pass am, you go come they think otherwise. All right, that takes us to our next gist. We've been talking about a lot of things, and yes, we're talking about the next gist, which happens to be we're talking about we are talking about somebody that actually came out. I'll call the person's name. He actually came out to say that. He came out to say things concerning what people have said to him, because he actually sent someone, sent a couple out of his concert. And trust me, I don't know, say you don't know the person what they talk about. So people they come, they judge and say, why Burna Boy could do like this? You understand? People they talk, say, why Burna Boy, why you do like this? Why you can't do this kind of thing? You understand? So Baba self no even. As he see himself, we are going to play the video, but I want to tell you that he doesn't even care. Whatever you think, because it's his concert, that's what he said. So please, let's see what he has to say, because he actually came out. He said, I tell you, say, make una be my fans. It's not by force, like he doesn't even care. So me, when they find fans, we get money. But he replies people that have come out to be calling him names. Oga, you get mine though. All right, let's see what he has to say, because he was actually saying something in the video. So let's see this.
For fans who get money this period. I call Gaza. I know. You know how funny that is, bro.
So you don't see. He tell you that say they find fans. Like, do you get that? Oh Jesus, Baba is big, so he's not even begging for fans. That, do you get what I'm trying to say? he does do it. I think this is just the kind of person he is. But trust me, I didn't, if in as much as I'm not actually his fan, because I don't listen to Burna Boy songs. But then I think this whole thing is his personality, is who he is actually. So make una leave and make it a do. Wait in one do. It's not by force. A lot of people, I even talk, say, like, you know, sending these people, the couple out of your concert is wild. But then it's his concert. But I still feel that this couple actually paid for this concert and they actually had the right to stay for the concert. But then it is what it is, and what has happened has happened. So a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people have come out to say things. And somebody said, I like it as most of una be mumu. They worship these people and they fight others for comment section because of them. I like as them they use una take the clean. It is well. Oh. All right, another person said, this is why your mumu, this is why your mommy used to seize your phone. Help me reply am. Thank you. So Diary of Diwura said, thank God for the gift of Davido. Okay, that's nice. And Lizzie of Flavor said, I love this insult to the fans. Very sweet insult. He sent on a message, but come to think of it, Baba no send on a message. Now, on way they still themselves, but I will still say what it is. The way he reacted to that, I am not in support of it actually. So we still have lots of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. Somebody said, always glad to be 30 BG. It's not easy. So Pata said, Whiskey Dio and Davido, may your days be long. Amen to that. And Timmy for whoever said, I tell you, say, make una be my fans. Everywhere go first blow. It really blow, my guy. It no be smarting. So Update King said, thank God I no be your fan. Oh. Everybody they come out say, thank God say I no be your fan. Me too. I'm not a fan. I don't listen to, you know, that Burna Boy song. But then we should just be kind. A lot of this Nigeria self where we they a lot of people don't they pass through many things actually. You get what I'm trying to say. So we have more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. Yes, we have a lot of comments. People are saying things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, Sir Ayi said proud mum. Wow, I beg go Sir Ayi. I don't understand. This is not proud mumu. Is well. So Victoria said, we don't have the time for this bad character. Is well. Then another person said, the only love I show artists I love is to download their songs. So what are you not trying to say? Okay, somebody said very discouraging, I tell you. Sometimes be grateful for people that love your music. And another person said, God make the fans where they always defend them, make them collect. Is well. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have said something concerning the controversy which Burna Boy has actually stirred online. And Morgan 101 said, the same people laughing with him are the same people that will laugh at him when he falls. As they say, pride comes before a fall. I am a fan and I love his music, no doubt. But this attitude of his will make me start hating his songs because he doesn't act what he preaches. And if he doesn't know, an artist is a preacher. And if you don't act what you sing, then don't sing it. Same person singing against politicians is already acting like them. And he has no honest person to point it out to him. Call him to order and act the way a real person should act. I wish he can see this actually, because this is a lot. I wish he can see this. So another person said, fans will get money, no be money. She pay come your concert. Abi she fly come. As in, do you get what I'm trying to say? You reach to ask whether the person fly come because I paid for this concert. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And you're telling me to walk out because I was sleeping. You don't even know if I was going through a lot of things, maybe depression or going through anything, and you're telling me to walk out of your concert. Wow, that's interesting. So a lot of people still come out, they talk plenty. You get what I'm trying to say, but trust me, that character was just out of it. I mean, I don't support him at all. I don't support him, trust me. So we have a lot of comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. Yes, somebody said, this is so rude to us, but it's all good. It's well. Oh. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. And somebody said, now when I get money to buy tickets, I would rather use the money to chop better food. Hey, God, I beg you. I tell you truth. Concert I don't pay for. It better say I just go on, restaurant, just sit down, chop better food, relax myself. You understand? All right, Hill Sport says, see as his minions are laughing at whatever he is saying because their own is for belle to chop first. When I know if you tell them truth, if everyone stops listening to your music or going to your concert, do you think you would be what you are now? Always be humble. And that's the right word. And CK Graham said, I will use that money, buy 5 grams of... I beg you. See, wait till I go fit up for this matter, be say, always be nice to people. I'm telling you, it's not about whether you need fans or you don't need fans. It's good to be kind. It's good to be nice. You might not know what that person is going through, but then you can be a source of encouragement through your music. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And yes, please, that's it for that. And this takes us to our next story, and that happens to be Marvel. The singer Marvel has actually come online to say a lot of things. He has caused controversy online. Somebody trolled him saying, because he came out to say that he still collects allowance from his father. So somebody on the X user, an X user came out and said, so God, I don't know if he was like saying God judge you, God judge you and your father, something like that. I'm like, why are you people like this? Hey, long. Like, somebody came out to say that his dad still gives him allowance. And trust me, I did that category where my papa still give me. I will collect it with pride. Do you understand? My daddy blesses me with money. My daddy, people are saying I'm a vain person. I still like money. Please leave it for me like that. See, my daddy gives me money, gives me money as a baby girl and his daughter, and you're telling me not to take, that God will just... You see this Nigerians, some Nigerians do not to get bad mouth. Like, I'm just watching the way you people, like, what is going on? What is all this? Must you always be negative, use negative words on someone? It's wrong. Now, let's see this, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the way he even replied himself. Make we just see this thing first. Make we just see him. Let's see this. People have actually come out to say things, and somebody said, Yinkush, all right, another person said, I they see comments like he even send Aza, etc. If you reach your turn, no send Aza. I tell you, I think Marvel even told him that he should send his account number and even send his father's account number. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You won't come open your mouth and say, go make God judge me and judge my papa. Oga, send your account. That is just the best reply for him. I'm telling you. All right. JM said, for those of us building from scratch, may God continue to bless us. Amen. To help us. Amen. And yes, and he said, Yukushi Olujuti. And somebody said, Ayomi said, when will people learn that after insulting someone and the person requests for your account details, now a liar in one use you do. Mumu still sent account number, and that is where you see. Oh, these people get this is the audacity for me. Person, you talk plenty things. Contact the person he said the content say he send account number. You still send account number. God help you in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Another person said normally if you notice say he guard pass you, I beg Baba paste am Aza. This King's solo comedian now. Wow. All right, Ami said, I can relate. All right, and Ice King said, Olo, she still send them, sha. No be small thing. He send them. And Queen J here said, and he still sent Aza. You can't shame the shameless, I beg. I'm telling you, we get people when they don't get shamed for this their life. They are too shameless to help themselves. All right, Summer Shot said, bro forgot to send him Papa Aza too. Mess up. Damiola X said, I would never understand hating on someone you don't know and have never met just because they are popular. It is where, in this place, this space that we are in, is where this comment section, una too they do, but It is well with you. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a lot of things to talk about. And trust me, we have a guest joining us today. So please don't go anywhere. Don't move your body. Don't shift. Stay put.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight, and I'm your girl, Precious Akmanu, aka call me Prezi. And trust me, we have been talking about a lot of things. And yes, this is the time. We have a guest joining us today. And yes, joining us today is a passionate gospel musician and vocal solo artist. Her musical journey began in the Sunday school church choir, where she discovered her love for music and built a strong foundation in worship and performance. Over the years, she had the privilege of recording and performing with top gospel artists such as Evangelist Yinka Alaseyori, Evangelist Ajidara, and Dr. Alayo Melody Singer. She also performed as a guest artist at the Luli Concert Open Mic, a major highlight in her career. Her mission is to create soul-lifting gospel sounds and inspire faith, hope, and joy in every listener. And yes, please, let's welcome Tope Cadence to the show. Woo! Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Because this is is the thank you for me with all the paparazzi and the rest of them. so Tope, tell me, how did you come about this? Your name, Tope
Cadence. Okay.
Cadence.
Hi, beautiful people. My name is Temitope Precious, AK.
You get this thing, and the fact that she's my namesake. I'm smiling, but you don't know why I'm smiling.
So my name is Temitope Precious, AK, from Delta State, actually.
Nice.
So the word Tope is from Temitope, and cadence is like a flow of rhyme or pattern of sound. Yes, in music.
So you said you're from Delta State.
Yes, please.
But Delta State, you can't answer Is there anything that I'm not doing?
My mom is from Ijebu.
Oh, really? Nice. Okay, I've seen where the you get what I'm trying to say. That's actually beautiful. So tell us, how's the week been for you? You know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, that's been crazy. How's it
I'm
been?
not gonna lie, it has not been easy, but we have to keep pushing.
You see now who lose, now who fail like this. Now you, if you give up, now you fail. You just you need to keep on going because no dull moments at all. So how many did you go for any party or one bed? Did you go to minister anywhere?
No, I don't do parties, not because I'm a saint, but
Okay.
it's not my thing. I'm a tennis player.
Wow.
So if I'm not singing, I
You're
play
playing.
tennis.
Nice. See the sports lazy, she's talking. So come to think of it, you that are talking about, you know, sports. So tell us about music. How did you come about doing music?
Okay, the whole thing started from the Sunday school choir, where I go out with my team members, my choir members for church competitions. And you know, I have this choir master that is so good in building people. When he sees that passion, when he sees that potential in you, he's ready to give it all. So an inspiration dropped in my head, and I mean, you can do this. If others can do it, you should give it a try. So from there, I started building myself, and you know.
And you got this list. Wow. So tell me, like, for how many years have you been in this scene?
Okay, like I said, I started from the Sunday school choir. So if I'm counting from that year, let me say approximately 6 or 8 years now. Yes.
So come to think of it, have there been any challenges you faced? Because you know, doing music at that age has been Jesus. 16 years, it's quite a lot. So doing music at that age, has there been any challenges you faced so far?
A whole lot, but you know, I put God first. So I just allow God do his thing. Everybody has a story to tell.
Do you write your songs too?
Yeah, I do.
Oh wow. So what really inspires you in putting those songs down?
Sometimes lyrics. I might hear you say a word. It sounds powerful to me. I use the lyrics and you know the melody to create an emotion.
Yeah. Wow. So who because I have listened to a lot of your songs. So really tell me, who are the people that really influence you? Or do you listen to a lot of people that sing? I'm sure that you do. So which people would you say that they really influence you musically? That you always love to listen to?
Okay, firstly, my music is a soul lifting songs.
Yeah.
So I think my elder sister initiated me. Yeah, my elder sister. And my Sunday school choir master. Then the likes of Minister Shola Linson, the likes of Dr. Alayo Melody Singer, the likes of Minister Inka Lashiori and Mommy Tope Alabi.
So who would you love to share the stage with, maybe in the future? The people you're looking up to share the stage with, maybe in your songs and your videos?
I'm not going to choose that myself. I'll just say God's will. I just want God to direct me to the right path.
Wow. So tell me, I don't know, because a lot of people have this, you know, they didn't really have this connection with their parents, you know, growing up. Has your parents been a big support of your, you know, your career right now, what you love doing?
My mom. My mom.
Yes.
I'm saying a shout out to her.
Please shout out to Mama.
My mom has been my biggest supporter. Even when it got tiring to some point. That was the very day I knew that there's a bond between a mother and a daughter. The bond is always strong. I was sitting on my own a day and I was already giving up on the whole thing. And I got a call from her and like, just come and see me. And she started praying for me because at that moment, I was already tired. It looks like I wasn't doing enough.
So talking about this, what are the challenges you faced in music? Because I see where you said, I think you love your mom so much and you've been saying she has been a very big supporter. So definitely.
You know, coming from a family of nobody and looking back for where I'm coming from and where I am today, it's just to the glory of God. I never hoped to be in this place I am today, you know, sharing the same stage with big celebrities, top artists that even people of my age have been aiming to. It's not pride, it's not like it's my handwork, it's just grace. I'll just call it grace. Yes.
Wow. So what message does your song put out to people that listen to them?
I'm just going to be giving them the main point, just hope and believe. Like, just like my recent song that I just dropped, there's a part that said, life without battle is life without victory.
Yes.
So that means you just have to keep going no matter how rough it is. Trust me, it is going to get better.
So you talk about your last song you just released.
Yes.
So what's the project about? I guess that's do you have any project you're working on recently, or that's the project you worked on?
I did work on a recent one, but yes, I do have a project myself and my team are working on.
So please tell us about it, because my ears are already itchy to hear them.
I'm not sure I want to disclose that, but I just want people to be prepared. Get your speakers ready, because we're coming out bigger and better.
You see, wherever you are, you read what she said. The action's coming out bigger and better. Yes. So I'd like to ask this question. You know, recently, a lot of people are doing music because they're doing gospel music because other persons are actually doing gospel music. What is gospel music for you?
Okay. Let me say, everybody can be a musician, but being a musician is different from being a music minister. So when I say be a musician is different from being a gospel minister, I mean, music is like a tool for me. It's like an instrument that I help in, you know, bringing people closer to God. It's like calling them to worship. You know how to sing, I know how to sing, doesn't make me a music minister. Yes, I am. My own aspect is to preach the gospel to people. Yes, a soul lifting music, a soul lifting songs. So you being a musician is more or less like, okay, a musician can be an engineer. So it's like an instrument for me, just to draw people closer to God and stay connected to Him.
So with the things happening in Nigeria right now, what would you want to say that music ministry can be, how can it be of help to the situations we're having right now? You know, a lot of things, a lot of killings and the rest of them. And I think a lot of people have actually come out to you know, say things concerning this. So how do you feel that this can be a medium where people would want to get this hope back?
Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Music is like, if I'm gonna define music, I would say music is that sounds that are pleasant to the ear. So we have some of us are fragile, we have different ways we react to things. So my advice to people and to the nation is just keep praying, stay connected to God, and you know, keep being you, keep doing your thing.
Wow. So a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and they'll be like, I really want to go into music. I want to, you know, focus on God. That is the main thing I want to do. So what would be your advice to those people that really want to do gospel, that want to really go on into gospel, basically?
Okay. My advice to people out there, I mean the upcoming stars that want to really go into gospel music is put God first. Allow Him to be your source of creativity. That's it.
Allow Him to be your source of creativity. And you know, some people want to, because of the challenges they face, they really want to stop. In fact, let me ask this question. Has there been any time you've gotten to this point and you said, I'm not going to, because I heard when you said your mom has been a very big supporter of you. How did you feel? Because I want to know. Because at some point, you'll be like, I cannot do this anymore. You see, people should carry this thing and be going.
A lot of times. countless times. Even my tennis playing, I got tired to some point because when when you are doing something and you are not getting that energy and that reciprocation you ought to have, it looks tiring. But like I said, praying and moving close to God, saying, and with the help of my mom, keeps me going and stronger.
So in all the songs you've done, because I've listened to them, which one would you say that you really poured in your all, and anytime you listen to it, it gives you that fresh memories that you can't just stop listening to? What particular song is that?
My recent singles featuring Dr. Alaya, melody singer.
Oh, nice. So what is it all about?
It's about singing a joyful song to God, even when you're having a good time, even when everything is going the way it's you, even when it is not going. You say, and even when it's not working out for us, we still have to sing that joyful song.
Joyful song. So which song would you love to do for us? Would you love to do the song?
My song, of course.
All right, let's listen to it.
So this is my new single, joyful song, Orion Yo, by Talkback Cadence featuring Dr. Alaya, melody singer.
Okay.
So it goes this way. Ori, 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 ori la ọkọ sí baba lókè, ori la ó fi gbé baba ga, ori ni ma fi yìn ọ́, ori ni ma fi gbé baba ga, ori ni ma fi yìn ọ́, fóore tó ṣe láyé wa. Àkàìkà tán ni nígbà tí ṣòro bá ti dé, tí ìrònú bá ti gbọ́kàn wá, tí kò sálábàárò, tí kò sí olùrànlọ́wọ́ mọ́. Orin ni màá fi yan Ọlọ́run mi kó lè tán gbogbo ìṣòro mi. Ó bá jájọ yìn bàbá wa Elédùmarè, ọba tẹ́rẹ̀ẹ́ kárí ayé. Kọrin, kọrin, kọrin ayọ̀ sí bàbá.
Oh my God, I'm actually enjoying this song. I don't know Yoruba. I don't ask Yoruba, but then there are some words that you are calling, and I'm like, this is it. Woo! So what's it about the song? What have you actually put in? What's the meaning of the song? If you could tell us in details.
It's all about, like I said, life without battles, life without victory. So the whole story behind the song is, even when things were not going the way it ought to go for me, that's exactly where I got the lyrics and the inspiration from.
So, come to think of it, now this is the part I want to ask. How do you balance being a music minister and being you play, going for sports and the rest of them, because that's what you love doing?
Exactly.
So how do you balance it? Because what sometimes you want to go for, you're gonna go for sports, and how do you mix those two things together?
Okay. Yes, I'm a gospel artist, so my music first. That's my career, so it comes first. Before anything.
Wow, this is so interesting. And me, I'm enjoying myself, and I'm sure you are enjoying yourself too, because she has actually come out to tell us a lot of things about music and the rest of them. And yes, this is the part I want to ask this question. Currently, music ministers, like pastors, see music ministers as, you come to the church, you do your song, and some of them don't really, pay I wouldn't say pay. I would say give the honorarium. But Tim Godfrey came out, sometime to say this is the main reason he doesn't he doesn't actually come to Nigeria to do songs. And the reason is because he gets yams and the rest of them, the fowl, as an honorarium. He now asks the question, is this what he's going to use to, feed the family? What's your take on that? Because I really like to know. Like a lot of gospel ministers are like, some are saying no, that if you're coming to minister in the church, you're not supposed to expect anything. But some are saying that the people that own the church, like when I say own the church, the people that are the church are supposed to know that these people feed family, they pay bills. So what's your take on that?
I'm not gonna lie. He's actually right. I mean, we really have to be truthful to each other.
Each other, yes.
This is my work. If you need my service, you have to pay me. But at the other side, yes, we are working for God. Like you said, for me, okay, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for everybody.
Yes.
For me, it is not all about the money, but to some extent, money is needed. Because going out to my team, I pay them. And this same money you are, as an honorarium for me, this is what I use for my upkeep.
Yes, yes.
So we all have different ways of relating with people. It is not all about the money, it is just about the kingdom of God.
This is just it. It is all about the kingdom of God. Please, I know a lot of people are watching right now, and your fans are also listening. So they're like, please, I really love your voice, and I would like you to do another song for us. So which song would you want to give out to people?
Still my song.
So we're listening.
Ironu dori rekodo mararopi.
So which song is this?
My song, still joyful song.
Still joyful song.
Yes.
Oh, ooh. So let's listen.
There's a part that says, "Be mi bambela ireti." Be means when there is life, there is hope. Igiti agelori yo pada yo tuntun. Bàtà tóró lárojú ṣetán àtìyá. Life without battle is life without victory. Oh, ayé tí kò sógun, ayé yẹn ò mà lógo ni. Kọrin 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 ayọ̀ sí Bàbá. Kọrin 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 ayọ̀ sí Bàbá.
Oh my God, so actually beautiful. So please, a lot of people are asking and they're saying, I love her voice. Tell us, which artists really inspire you a lot? Because I know definitely you've been listening to some artists. Tell us which artist or which music minister that inspire you a lot.
Okay. Firstly, Dr. Alaya Melody Singer. Yes. His lyrics are very powerful. Minister Toluani sings and Minister Inka Lashieri.
Mr. Inka Lashieri. Oh my God, this is actually beautiful. Trust me. And yes, so right now, what is it for Tope Cadence in the future? How you sing yourself? You want to keep on doing your music and stuff like that?
Firstly, I'll just say, I won't get tired.
No, that song that says, I have decided to...
I'll never turn back.
No, you get it? Oh my God, thank you so much, Tope, for sharing your light with us here on Spotlight. And trust me, I actually enjoyed every part of the show. Her singing, her charisma, and the rest of the... I'm sure you did enjoy yourself too, and you don't want that to go, but sorry. She has to go. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. To our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral, going global, please, please, please stay true to your journey. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, Whatever you see, you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where prosecutors in the Netherlands on Wednesday asked judges to convict an Eritrean suspect accused of being a notorious trafficker who tortured African refugees and migrants, and to sentence him to 20 years in prison. According to the prosecutors, 42-year-old Emmanuel Walid, known as Tewelde Goitom, ran a migration route to Europe via Libya along with his organization. The prosecutors, whose investigation focused on the period between 2014 and 2019, says the group detained thousands of African migrants in warehouses and tortured them to extort ransom from their families. At trial at a district court in the Dutch town as well, Goitom, who was extradited to the Netherlands in 2022, only told judges they have the wrong man and to invoke his right to remain silent. The trial is the largest human trafficking case ever in the Netherlands and one of the few in Europe looking into criminal networks trafficking migrants through Libya. Meanwhile, the United Nations is pushing to gain access to Al Fashar, the famine-stricken city in Darfur, where witnesses have reported mass reprisals since a takeover by Sudan's Rapid Support Forces last month. UN Aid Chief Tom Fletcher has said. Fletcher told newsmen it would be a huge task to provide aid to the city, which would be treated as a crime scene for investigations following reports of systematic executions, detentions, and rapes. Reports say many of those thought to have remained in Al Fashar when the paramilitary RSF took control following a long siege are still unaccounted for. Safe passage was needed for humanitarians to enter the city and for survivors to leave. Fletcher said in an interview late on Tuesday from N'Djamena in Chad following his visit to Darfur. Moving on, the European Union is expected to impose sanctions on Abdurrahim Dagolo, deputy commander of the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group in Sudan that has been accused of human rights abuses, 3 European diplomats have said. EU foreign ministers are expected to approve the sanctions at a meeting in Brussels on Thursday. The diplomats have said that EU sanctions consist of a ban on travel to the bloc and the seizure of many assets held there. The conflict erupted in 2023 amid a power struggle between the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF, whose recent takeover of Al Fashar, one of Sudan's largest cities, has raised grave concerns about mass killings. The war has created what the UN has called the world's largest humanitarian crisis at a time when global aid budgets are shrinking. And in Kenya, the Kenyan authorities paid a network of trolls to threaten and intimidate young protesters during recent anti-government demonstrations. This, according to Amnesty International statement. A new report by the human rights organization said government agencies also employ surveillance and disinformation to target organizers of the mass protests, which swept Kenya across 2024 and 2025. The demonstrations were driven largely by Gen Z activists who used social media platforms to mobilize. In response to Amnesty reports, Kenya's Interior Minister said the government does not sanction harassment or violence against any citizen, but Amnesty said it had uncovered a campaign to silence and suppress the protesters. Moving on, Norway's ambassador to South Sudan has warned the country is on the brink of conflict, urging its leaders to urgently recommit to peace. Roa Hongstad said on Wednesday that a resurgence of clashes in several regions signal a dangerous turn and that it would be an appalling tragedy to see a return to widespread armed conflicts. His comments were made at a civil society forum in the capital, Juba. South Sudan, which gained independence in 2011, has been plagued by violence for years. The civil war that erupted in 2013, just 2 years after independence, cost hundreds of thousands of lives before a fragile peace agreement was signed in 2018. Still in South Sudan has resumed transporting and exporting crude oil after drone attacks on 2 key oil installations in neighboring Sudan forced an emergency shutdown of cross-border operations. This is according to a senior official in the country. Petroleum Ministry Under Secretary Deng Lawal Wall told reporters in Juba that operations across all oil fields in South Sudan have returned to normal and that crude oil was again flowing through pipelines to export terminals in Port Sudan and on the Red Sea. Oil production in South Sudan was disrupted last week after drone attacks carried out by the Rapid Support Forces targeted the Higlig oil processing facility near the border with Sudan, which has been embroiled in a civil war for more than 2 years. And from South Sudan, we'll go straight to Uganda, where about 3/4 of a $5 billion pipeline, crucial for exporting crude oil from Ugandan fields through neighboring Tanzania, has been built. Ugandan state-run sector regulator has said this in a statement. After nearly 2 decades of delay, Uganda has now set the second half of next year as the target for starting production from oil fields in its Albertine Rift Basin in the west of the country. The 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline, ERCOP, must be finished before production at the $15 billion oil project owned by France Total Energy and China's CNOOC kicks off. ERCOP will connect the Ugandan oil fields to Tanzania's Indian Ocean Tanga port and has been described as the world's largest electrically heated crude pipeline. And in Tunisia, thousands of young doctors went on strike across Tunisia on Wednesday to demand higher pay and warn of an impending collapse of the health system, part of a broader wave of social unrest convulsing the country. As part of environmental and anti-government protests prompted by a worsening economic crisis and disruptions in public services has posed the biggest challenge to President Kais Saied since he seized all power in 2021. The protesters complained of low wages, outdated equipment, and shortages of essential medical supplies, factors which they said were fueling a growing exodus of young health professionals to Europe and Gulf. Tunisia has seen strike over pay by transport workers and bank employees in recent months, while the southern city of Gabes has been a focal point of protest over a population crisis blamed on state-owned chemical plants. President Saied has accused what he described as conspirators and infiltrators of fabricating crises in various sectors in order to undermine the state. Moving on, Russian President Vladimir Putin met with Togolese President Faure Gnassingbé in Moscow on Wednesday, discussing ways to strengthen bilateral cooperation between the two nations. Putin expressed optimism about the growing trade relations, hoping that the positive trend would continue once embassies are established and an intergovernmental commission begins its work. Reports say talks between both leaders focused on enhancing cooperation in diplomacy, economy, trade, agriculture, energy, and regional security. Putin praised Togo's stabilizing role in West Africa and emphasized the need for coordinated efforts to combat terrorism. Gnassingbé, who has ruled Togo since 2005, expressed gratitude for Russia's support and reaffirmed Togo's commitment to a partnership based on trust, sovereignty, and mutual benefits. The meeting marks a significant step in strengthening Russia-Togo relations with Tunisia, Russia, set to open an embassy in Lomé next year. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and on this white table, a political and public affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. I'm sure this season will finish one day.
Oh, well.
This is me.
Well, you are a seasoned reporter, and we cannot take that away at all. Let's jump right into the conversation. Russia and Togo seem to be getting it right on the part of strengthening bilateral relations. Again, some have said that Russia, on its part, is also trying to strengthen her hold, particularly on having some African nations on their side for security purposes. From your perspective, what do you make of these kind of relations, particularly Russia and Tunisia? I beg your pardon, Togo.
You see, this is another round of scramble for Africa. History is about repeating itself.
How do you mean on this?
This was the time. This was like the time when the colonial masters came with their different religions to colonize us. When they were coming, they brought the Bible to some part of Africa, and later on, they brought Quran to some part of Africa. And what they did for us, to us, was to first damage our psyche, believing that we are savages. And the only way to tone us down, rather than going to war and losing their bullets and guns and their men, is to soften our hearts for them to exploit us. And they came in that guise, sold Bible to us, made our culture and tradition inferior to them, and took away those metaphysics and those other positive engagement that would have transformed us to world leaders today. And finally, they took our men, able-bodied men, to their plantation in the West Indies, in America, and Britain. And today, those in commanding heights of medicine and all the rest are there. 3 generations, 4 generations. And because of the plundering of our resources, they still went about instigating us against each other, getting our willing collaborators to further decimate our economy, our military might, and all that. And today, here we are, across Africa, no respite, nothing. Now, they feel that they cannot hold that forth in slavery capture again.
Okay.
Now they are enticing us with pseudo-security, and we are taking flights to their country.
You just practically smashed up what they brought as, I want to use the word, contracts to Africa. You just call this pseudo-security.
Pseudo-security.
Some think, again, that at this point, Russia seems legit.
I'm coming to that. That's why I'm laying this premise.
Okay.
Now they brought pseudo-security to us.
Yes.
And made us believe that, don't worry, you don't need to build arms. You don't need to build armament. Just the same way Clinton hoodwinked Ukraine into the stoppage of nuclear buildup. Now, Ukraine wants peace today. They have to give up their uranium and some other mineral resources that forms the the component of nuclear weapon and biological weapon. Now they are weak. That's why they cannot contend. Now, America suddenly woke up through Trump because it's a mercantile trader and businessman. He now saw that, look, Africa is almost falling in the hands of China. And Nostradamus' prediction shouldn't happen. And so, he felt he needed a pushback. Now, they are angling for the soul. The East Asia, the Eastern Europe, as represented by Russia. America, now they are coming back again to sophisticatedly enslave us, but giving us the impression that they are offering help. How do you embrace a thief who says he's coming to help you secure your property? Who will take away the property at the end of the day? Is it not the same thief? And that is what is playing out. What is the relationship between Togo and Russia up till now?
Now that again is a major conversation that has been panning across Africa because yes, Moscow chases about $40 billion Africa trade. Questions to be asked: which of the sectors in Togo can really fetch that figure for Russia, even if it's in the barest minimum?
You see, you're looking at the price of some of this commodity.
I'm even looking at the trade targets from.
No, I'm telling you, some of these things are embedded in our soil, and they buy it cheap. Just like Cote d'Ivoire, they are the largest producer of cocoa today. They export cocoa beans, but that a fraction of that cocoa bean, when it's coming back as chocolate, they determine the price of chocolate back to Africa.
Right.
They also determine the price they are going to buy your cocoa from you, because they say it is at raw state. So they are the one to put it to better use by adding value to it. Now, Russia is coming. America is coming. China is already in Africa. DRC, who are the people behind those exploitations of mineral resources in DRC? Are they not the same Chinese? Now, the commanding height of business, except for the likes of Dangote that are big industrialists, show me one particular area of investment in Nigeria today that is not either directly or indirectly owned by the Chinese. And that's why America is also looking towards a potential great nation that remains latent and not in the optics.
Now, again, this conversation between Togo and Russia is quite extensive because they are also in the front burner of conversation is the creation of embassies in Togo. And some quarters in government have said, look, this might just bring in the FDIs needed for the country. But do you think that is any way possible? Or you think this is another political theater like some African nations have experienced over time?
I'm telling you, in the months ahead, other nations will perch in Togo. And there will be that scrabble for the soul of Togo.
When you say other nations, what other nations are we looking at?
We are looking at, if China is not already there, America is also going to look at it. It is going to dot Africa in the next 2 to 5 years.
But Mr. Fanimo, concerns are being raised about the fact that these are contracts that are supposed to be signed by individuals who are saying, of course, call them leaders in Africa. They are not coerced to signing these contracts. They sign these contracts dotted lines with their sane mind. So if you are saying that there is a possibility of an underlined difference and, of course, disparity in this contract, then shouldn't we be holding our African leaders accountable for signing these kind of contracts across Africa?
Let me give you an example. At some point, I think shortly when this Fourth Republic came, we had the best brains in the labor movement.
Okay.
They went to China. You see, there is something that you should understand. Greed and wisdom don't cohabit. The moment you allow the passage of greed, wisdom takes flight. It's just like darkness and light. Did you know that to buy Yutong buses for labor mass transit, NSC went to China to Yutong and they gave them papers because of the hospitality and promises. They didn't take along a Nigerian interpreter of Mandarin and they signed that contract. Till today, no single bus has come to NLC and we have committed money. And arising from that, when NLC went there, they learned through what when TUC went there, they learned through NLC's mistake and they were able to bring their own buses back to Nigeria. Some of them are still plying the road. You see, African leaders is like there is a curse placed on them that once they see immediate gain, that delayed gratification that will come in form of building their country takes flight. How many Thomas Nyerere do we have in this continent today?
Well, again, we've come back to this path of not having strong individuals as against strong institutions. Again, I want to find out from you, Mr. Fanimo, how much of geopolitical posture are we seeing in Africa with the US government, the Russian government, and of course the French government consistently trying to have their hold across states in Africa? How much of these would African leaders continue to allow as against the development that you're trying to mention here?
You see, I was in a debate with some people in the evening yesterday.
Okay.
And I said, no matter how you want to locate our problem in Africa, it will still come back to bad leadership. And what brings about bad leadership? Greed, avarice, winner takes all. And myopic disposition to what should be done. If you are bent on chasing metal and gold is kept on top of a tree, you will never raise up your eyes to see that gold on top of that tree. That is what is assailing us in Africa. Now, the contest is how much do you have in foreign banks? That's what the African leaders boast of. I recall there was a time a governor of Oyo State in a gathering was asked, a former governor. No, he asked them, in the course of their discussion, he asked them, now, how much do you think I'm worth now? Somebody who came into government that it was not worth 200 million. Then somebody said, Oga, by now, give or take, you should be worth about 15 billion naira. You know how he retorted? He said, what kind of insult is that? What is 50 billion? Now, you must be talking about 250 to 300 billion. And do you know what happened? When his successor came, the first inkling to that 250 to 300 billion in 8 years of staying in the saddle was that the first month when they brought allocation and IGR, you know what the officials, civil servants did? They took 1 billion naira raw cash to the government house to present to him. And the first question is, where is this coming from? Who is the owner? They say, okay, your predecessor had been collecting it every month. Now, that was the 96 billion that was raised against this predecessor, even without going into the books. Because for 8 years is 96 months. And that's 96 months times 1 billion. That's 96 billion.
Taxpayers' money.
Taxpayers' money. And at that time, when this man was in the saddle for 8 years, salaries were being owed. Civil servants were dying. Pensioners were dying.
It's quite disturbing.
Now, so you can see the greed. Now, do you know what happened? This is a man that said, if he dare steals people's money, that let God not allow him to enjoy that loot till he dies. Do you know what? As soon as he left government, there was crisis. And at the end of the day, the incumbent governor summoned him and said, Egmo, this money, you have to refund it. And then started running up from pillar to post. Did you know that the G-Wagon, it was said to have bought 2 preparatory to becoming a party helmsman. He never sat on one of it till he passed on. Those monies that were traced to him, I doubt if he ever spent 5% of it.
Now
but unfortunately, the unfortunate thing about all of this is politicians never learn from history.
I like this last line that you just mentioned now, that they never learned from history, which again, questions would be raised by citizens that how much more should the people bear before taking to the streets? I move this particular conversation to the situation in Tunisia as we speak. There is an ongoing industrial action by young doctors of Tunisia. And again, the conversation have been on very low quality hospital equipment, low drug shortage, equipment gaps, and all of that. Yet the government is denying and saying this clearly is conspirators fabricating so much story to just undermine his government. How much more should the people take, particularly individuals who work for government to this level? I mean, how much more should they take before hitting the streets in protest?
You see, it's unfortunate. You know, Arab Spring started from Tunisia.
Right.
Just an individual, Bouazizi, who felt enough was enough, doused himself in gasoline and ignited it. And Arab Spring is what we are still contending with today in Africa.
Should this be the situation that President Kais Saied of Tunisia is referring to by saying that these are conspirators trying to undermine his government?
You see, the point is, I don't always like to toe the line of playing victim. Because why don't you address what will make people corner you? If I notice that somebody might rope me to stealing, when I'm leaving this studio and I know there's an enemy out there waiting for me to be dubbed a thief after leaving the studio, the first thing I'll do is I'll turn out my pockets, raise up my hand, and walk past everybody so that you won't have any reason. But if I had come in and my slim pocket started bulging as I'm exiting, the optics are there. How can you say because conspirators are planning against you and you are not equipping the hospitals? That's a recipe for mass death. Those doctors are not going to use their bare hands to do cesarean operations. They're not going to use their bare hands to perform surgery. Granted that they can prescribe drugs. And when you prescribe drugs that are not readily available, and you don't want Tunisians to complain.
Mr. Fanmo, what is the implication of having to down tool and this level of essential workers clearly down tooling to this level. You also recall the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors are also down tooling as we speak. What's the major implication of these kind of actions?
The major implication is because it doesn't go round. People tend to just ignore it. But who feels it knows it. There was this strike by medical doctors some years back. A man took his wife in labor to government hospital. She was rejected. And the nearest private hospital to that interland was about 25 kilometers. Video clips were shown to people that the woman was begging the husband, please don't let me die. I am at the threshold of dying. The husband was assuring her while the car was racing to the nearest hospital. Unfortunately, that woman's corpse was returned back home with a pregnancy. Now, how do you quantify that loss? And there are many like that these strikes would engender. How do you place those losses?
Mr. Fando,
that cannot be retrieved.
If the body language of a government clearly is on spending, and the people, and of course workers who are doing their best to keep the economy going, and of course keep the lives of citizens in check, are not properly paid, what should the parliament do in this mix?
Unfortunately, you see, the funny thing is, it's like anytime they go for their AU meeting, maybe they discuss how to make money and further impoverish their citizens. Because it runs through. Parliament is an extension of the executive arm in most African countries. In fact, some are not even in existence. They are just there on paper.
Rubber stamping every part.
Rubber stamping everything. So how do you turn to a parliament that is a lapdog of the executive arm of government?
Should we have a space to have this conversation on a broader view? What would you suggest be a strict punishment or policy, as it were, to curbing these kind of actions of industrial downtooling in Africa?
Is it on the part of those who are downing tools or on the part of the government?
On the part of government.
Fine. Unfortunately, before you raise any issue around them, they say, what is your business?
Because there's also the part of medical tourism as well.
We are Tunisians, you are Kenyan, you are Nigerian. And there's a limit to what you can do to interfere in their private affairs, internal affairs of another country, because of the sovereignty of that country. So where do you go from there?
Should more policies and stricter policies be implemented on the part?
Is it at continental level or at sub-regional level?
Let's even start on continental level, because again, I say it always. Why should we not have stronger institutions like the AU, clearly saying we're not going to recognize any nation or any government that does not give priority to the life of their citizens? Does the AU have every, I don't want to call it a strength to deciding on what to do to these nations and the leaders?
You see, whatever pronouncement made by AU is not enforceable.
Why do you say so?
If you say you are ostracizing a nation, does that stop that leadership in that nation to have a rethink?
It stops some level of economy with some other nations around it. Don't you think so?
These leaders are ready to steal their country blind, even if foreign direct investment or grant is not coming.
Oh well, unfortunately, I would want to ask more questions, but I just uncovered that we've run past time for the analysis segment. Well, we've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and of course, a public and political affairs analyst on the analysis segment of the African News. Once again, I want to say thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Madagascar's interim president, who seized power in the Indian Ocean island nation last month, has unveiled a 300 kilograms gemstone that he said had been found in the presidential palace. The dark boulder, streaked with shimmering green crystal, was shown on Tuesday evening inside the Amboshihotiria State Palace in the capital, Antananarivo. The stone, described as an emerald in matrix, still needs experts' analysis to determine the size and quality of the emerald embedded within. Colonel Michael Randarina described the find as a national asset during assuring transparency in procedure that will be followed to determine how the gemstone will increase the state's revenue. Moving on, 12 historical artifacts have been formally returned to Ethiopia after being kept by a German family for more than 100 years. The artifacts, originally collected in the 1920s by Germany's then envoy to Ethiopia, Franz Wies, and his wife, Hedwig, were handed over on Wednesday to the Institute of Ethiopian Studies in Addis Ababa University. The collection included crowns, shields, and paintings, all considered culturally and historically significant in Ethiopia. Professor Ramon Wies, whose father was burned during the family's diplomatic posting in Ethiopia, handed over the items at the ceremony attended by Tourism Minister Selamawit Kaza. He said the family's intention to return the artifacts was to share their beauty with the public and preserve the culture and history connected to his father's birth. And in Uganda, Ugandan President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is backing a visa-free African tourism campaign. The country's tourism board has said Museveni's endorsement came during a meeting with a Ghanaian delegation spearheading the Trans-Africa Tourism and Unity campaign and Ugandan tourism officials at the Mayuge State Lodge. The Ugandan Tourism Board announced in a statement. According to the statement, the president pledged strong support for the initiative, which aims to foster unity, development, and collaboration across the continent through strategic engagement in tourism. He emphasized that the initiative seeks to create a unified African tourism market by removing visa barriers, allowing visitors to experience multiple countries on a single trip. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go on another quick break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stars. South African fashion retailer Mr. Price reported a 6.5% rise in half-year earnings on Thursday, helped by strong retail sales growth. Mr. Price, which also sells homeware and sports equipment, reported HEAPS, a key profit measure of 513 cents for the 26 weeks ending September 30th, compared to 481.1 cents a year earlier. The group's total revenue climbed 5.4% to 18.6 billion rand, amounting to $1.08 billion, with group retail sales growth of 5.5% to 17.8 billion rand, slightly ahead of the comparable market's 5.3% growth, the company said in a statement. Still talking business, debt-trapped retailer OK Zimbabwe Limited, OK, has closed a total of 11 stores in a sweeping consolidation drive aimed at curbing losses and easing liquidity pressures. The store closures have effectively reduced its national store count to to 62. Since last year, the group has been dealing with a serious revenue decline, which OK attributed to supply chain distribution, unstable exchange rates, a liquidity crunch, declining consumer spending, and heightened competition from the informal sector. These challenges led to the group being saddled with debt over $30 million, which it is dealing with through the successful capital raise of $20 million through a renounceable share rights offer and selling freehold properties to raise $10.5 million. OK reported a loss of $25.03 million for its audited financial year ended March 31st, 2025, a sharp deterioration nearly 40 times worse than 2024, signaling worsening finances. And to wrap up African news, we go straight talking sports. South Africa has dropped 2 places in the most recent FIFA Men's World Ranking. Updated on November 19th, following the international break, South Africa dropped from 19th best team in Africa to the 11th in Africa. The Bafana secured qualification for the 2026 FIFA World Cup in North America in October, finishing atop of Group C in African qualifying. During the November international break, they claimed a 3-1 win over Zambia on home soil. The nation now sits 61st among all nations on the FIFA ranking. Still talking sports, TP Mazembe and FC Massar will meet in the CAF Women's Champions League third place playoff at the Suez Canal Stadium in Ismaila on Friday. Both teams looking to end their campaign with the consolation of a bronze medal in what will be the first ever meeting between the sides. It is also the second consecutive edition in which both have reached the last 4. Mazembe were champions in 2024, while Massar finished third, and both have become reliable performers deep into the tournament. Mazembe came into the game with a history of success against Egyptian opposition, having beaten Wadi Gegla 1-0 on debut in 2022, while Massar continued their record of facing Central African sides after claiming a 5-0 win over Equatorial Guinea FC 15 de Agosto earlier in the current edition, their biggest victory at the finals. Mazembe also have experience against host clubs, having beaten AS FAR 1-0 in Rabat to lift the 2024 title. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Basketball, media, even road safety still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? Platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really? I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space. bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to reflect on the century-long Nigeria's aviation industry. And to address this issue with me here on the program is Air Commodore Ademola Onitiju, retired. Air Commodore Onitiju, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, like I said, we are reflecting on Nigeria's century-long aviation industry. The aviation industry here in Nigeria has lasted 400 years. Now, how did this history begin? What has been described as the checkered history of the twin concept of air transportation and aviation in Nigeria started on November 1st, 1925, in the traditionally ancient city of Kanu, northwest Nigeria, when a British Royal Air Force Flight 3D Havilland DH-9A aircraft, piloted by British pilot Sir Alan Cobham, on a flight from London, touched down first at the old Kanu Aerodrome, and later the present-day Kanu Polo Ground. Notable that after the November 1st, 1925 inaugural flight by the British Royal Air Force, the then British colonial administration saw the need to establish pilot airstrips in Kanu, northwest Nigeria, and Maiduguri in northeast, and later another in Lagos for the southwest. These airports, years down the line, were transformed into international airports. And today we have 27 of them, 27 airports, including the 5 internationally designated airports, namely Abuja, Lagos, Enugu, Kanu, and Port Harcourt. Today, as we remember this historic inception of Nigeria's aviation industry, we are looking at the milestones reached and the developmental strides made thus far. Now, sir, there is no other better person to actually take us through, walk us through the history of Nigeria's aviation industry than yourself. You are actually the president of Aviation Roundtable Initiative. And on the strength of this information, I am actually compelled to ask these questions. But first, let's start this way. I want you to actually take us back to the early days of aviation in Nigeria. How did the industry evolve over the years?
Thank you. In your intro, you went back to the first aircraft to touch down as being that of the Royal Air Force of the Great Britain as it was then, which had dominion over the enclave that is now modern-day Nigeria. During those colonial days, part of which 1925, when that first aircraft touched down in Kanu, having initiated the flight from Khartoum in the Sudan, and touched down briefly in Maiduguri en route Kanu. There have been one or two versions of this, but one unassailable fact is the first aircraft that touched down in what today has become the 100 years after touchdown in Kanu. Kanu was the origin. And it was meant to be an explorative flight. That is, the then British colonial government sought to see how air transportation could be developed to assist in their administrative activities such as mails or correspondences, communications. And a later fact that emerged had to do with the possibility of exploiting such routes for commercial purposes. So, since Nigeria was still under colonial rule, they had dominion. And apart from that first aircraft, there were others subsequently, which were delivering those messages or correspondences or light liaison for the then British colonial authorities. Subsequently, a little before independence, the British had what later became the British West Africa. That is the countries of Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the rest, They started what was West African Airways Corporation. And that was run as the first form of air transportation around there. In 1957, when the Republic of Ghana attained its independence in March 1957, it pulled out of the arrangement. So 1958 saw the birth of another West African Airways Corporation with Nigeria and the rest being in it. In fact, it was the Imperial Airways of the same Britain that started that arrangement with Nigeria. And subsequently, Imperial Airways later metamorphosed into British Overseas Airways Corporation. That's the BOAC. So that was the precursor of the later Nigeria. That was 1958. Then when Nigeria became independent, the arrangement was still on until 1968 or thereabout, when we had the Nigerian Airways Limited. And for quite a long time, being a highly technical venture with very few Nigerians acquiring capacity or skills that may be required, apart from those first sets that were British trained they proceeded to be the dominant airline, government airline, if you like. And that dominance continued until the liberalization by the Babangida regime in 1988. So thereafter, it witnessed maybe what we will call a boost. There have now been commercial aviation, there have been private aviation, and of course, there's a constant factor there that started this is 61 years ago. Yes, 61 years ago. The Nigerian Air Force came into being, and many Nigerians were trained as pilots in Germany. Some were sent to the Ethiopian Air Force, as it was then. Many went to Germany, and then when they came back, they formed the nucleus of what later became the Nigerian Air Force.
All right.
And it's been on.
Okay. Thank you for taking us through the evolution of the aviation industry in Nigeria. But then, what would you say has been the contribution of that particular industry, that sector, to national development?
Aviation globally is a catalyst for economic growth and development. In Nigeria, I think it contributes not less than 4% of the gross domestic product of Nigeria.
Okay.
And as I said, being a catalyst, tourism industry thrives on the presence of aviation. And where it is well utilized, as we are trying to do today in Nigeria, it promotes agro-cargo, airlifting. You know, aviation is the fastest means of transport. Some will even say the
That's
safest.
common knowledge.
And people would rather fly than embark on other modes of transportation. So it has...
That's if they can afford it.
Affordability is a different matter.
Okay.
But indeed, it is a part of the engine of growth in any economy. And I believe Nigerian aviation is doing that as at now.
Okay. So what would you say has been the most significant challenge facing the industry? How do you think this challenge could be addressed?
As for the challenges, they are both administrative, that is to some extent reflective of the governance pattern in Nigeria, attitude to public service, absence of accountability and responsibility, and if you like, absence of consequences that has plagued our public space, especially public sector governance. Like I told you, the dominant Nigerian Airways was government-owned. And, well, to some extent, it thrived in the early years, post-independence.
Okay.
The incursion of the military into politics affected every governance structure in the country. Aviation was not exempted. And people were posted to administer. And as with most government enterprises, you cannot, strictly speaking, say it was run as a business. So, the main principle of corporate governance were largely absent. Either you have sole administrators or people who administer the way they see it without consequences. So, to some extent, it is still with us. So, those who are part of the challenges, administrative, and I've told you, absence of corporate governance, it's a business, you know, it's an international business. And it ought to have been approached as such. When you compare with other later airlines that came on, private airlines, they thrived to some extent, and then Nigeria Airways had to go. But the challenge of corporate governance, good corporate governance principles, are still plaguing the industry, such that the average lifespan of airlines are sometimes 5 years, and then they go under. But happily, we are seeing some difference. But again, as the Aviation Roundtable has consistently maintained, there is still that absence of good corporate governance practices. Instances when you have chairman, chief executive, instances where the books are not opened, instances where funds meant for aircraft maintenance, insurance, training of staff, and hazardous expansion of fleets or routes. There are still big problems. And again, capital is highly capital intensive, maintenance especially, and sustaining operations is still a big problem. And as Aviation Roundtable has consistently maintained, governments have to be intentional to see it, apart from being a business, as a social service, a critical one. Like I told you, the word that is constant is it's being a catalyst.
Okay.
And government shouldn't look at it for profit. Government should see it as a social responsibility to grow the economy and other segments of national life.
Some people have actually, canvassed or rather advocated for the exclusion of government when it comes to aviation business generally, or with particular reference
we
to
are
aviation.
believers of that too. Government should have no business in business other than to provide the conducive enabling environment.
Yeah, but some
and
also have
put
said
regulatory things in place.
Yeah, some also have said that there should be some sort of, public-private, sector partnership.
Great. The Aviation Roundtable believes strongly in that. And when the present minister came in, that's Olorogun Festus Kayamos, the Advocate of Nigeria, part of the advice we gave him was to utilize the instrument of public-private partnership to develop aviation infrastructure. All that is required, like you said, is make the environment conducive, enabling environment, and sincerity of purpose. The closest, or what you can tout as about the most successful aviation infrastructure developments that went into public-private partnership or concession is the Muritala Mohammed II terminal run by this company by, what do they call themselves now? I'll remember.
Okay, you just hold your thoughts, sir, while we go on this short break. When we return, you would continue. All right, I will quickly go on a short break. It's still Aviation Scope on your darling station, VOPTV. Don't go anywhere.
This is a brief report on 100 years of aviation in Nigeria highlights and milestones. Aviation activity in what is now Nigeria began in the early 1920s with the establishment of the first aerodrome in Kanu and early Royal Air Force operations that marked the sector's origin. The arrival of military aircraft in the 1920s laid the practical groundwork for civil aviation that followed. Through the 1930s and after World War II, aerodromes at Kano and Lagos evolved into strategic airfields and fuel stops for international services, creating the infrastructure that would support scheduled passenger and cargo flights. Over the next decades, Nigeria gradually moved from ad hoc fields to organized airports and scheduled services. A major institutional milestone came with the creation of Nigeria Airways in 1958. the country's first national carrier, which linked Nigeria domestically and internationally for nearly half a century before ceasing operations early 2000s. This period also saw expansion of airport networks and state involvement in commercial aviation. On the defense and regulatory side, the Nigerian Air Force was formally established in 1964, building national air capability and training programs. Over time, civil military aviation could evolve to support both sovereignty and national development. The modern regulatory framework matured around the turn of the 21st century, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA), and it was created by law in 1999 and became operational in 2000, marking a new era of independent aviation safety and economic oversight, while other agencies such as airports and airspace management bodies were also restructured. Since then, Nigeria's aviation landscape has been characterized by airport modernization, the rise of indigenous private carriers, ongoing safety and regulatory reforms, and efforts to recover a stable national flag carrier. The sector today remains vital to commerce, security, and regional connectivity while facing ongoing challenges in safety oversight, infrastructure, funding, and market stability.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back from that break. I'm Chukwemeka Obioma, and we are looking at the century-long Nigeria's aviation industry. And with me to actually dissect this topic is Air Commodore Onitiju, retired. He is the Aviation Roundtable Initiative President. Sir, like you were saying the other time, how do you think Nigeria could actually harness, the potentials within the industry to actually take the industry to the next level?
It is the attitude. It has to be attitudinal, and that's why we said policies should be intentional, should be deliberate. Identify these challenges that we said have been plaguing the industry and address them.
Okay.
In fairness to the present administration, Minister Keyamo has been doing a lot. He was able to, aviation is global business, it's international.
Yes, it is.
If you misbehave here, it goes around, and you might be ostracized. People might not want to give you aircraft to fly or cooperate with you.
Okay.
Especially when you default. Most of the time it has to do with good faith, the relationship and observance of best global aviation practices. And that is the purpose of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority that has the civil aviation regulation, which everybody operating in the Nigerian airspace is expected to comply with.
All right.
Provision of aeronautical services by NAMA.
Okay.
And NIMET in terms of, say, weather reports to guide. And the management of the facilities, which Federal Aviation Airports Authority of Nigeria does.
Okay, all right, sir. A quick one. Let me ask this before we, call it a wrap on this edition. Now, I want to ask, recently we got a report that the Nigerian Aviation College of Technology is limited in terms of capacity to train staff. So what would you recommend? I mean, what are the initiatives you consider successful in promoting aviation education and training in the industry, given the scenario that I've just painted?
Human capacity development is quite important. Aviation is a highly professional venture. And recently, the present government, again, they have multiplied the number of campuses. You now have a branch of the NCAT in almost all, in all the 6 geopolitical zones that is being used as administrative instrument, if you like. That is one of the ways. There are also other aviation training schools. There is one in Ilorin that the Kwara State government started, and there is one that somebody even started at the university. That is Isaac Balami, Engineer Isaac Balami. These are good ventures. And there are other aviation training organizations which are private to boost and prepare people for manpower.
All right. What would be your advice for anyone seeking a career in that industry?
Enlightenment and career sessions where professionals will be invited to from the various segments of aviation value chain. They will talk to young ones, especially in secondary schools, in search for formative years, so that they can now decide what they want, knowing the career opportunities that exist in the industry.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking with Air Commodore Ademola Onitiju, retired, an aviation expert, and we've been discussing the 100 years of Nigeria's aviation industry. And Air Commodore, you have been fantastic. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I'm talking of 100 years. We will invite you to participate with us. 1st of December, I think we're going to mark it. Wow. That's what the ministry decided. But we at Aviation Roundtable, we are still going to invite the whole world to celebrate with us in February.
All right.
There will be a symposium. There will be launching of Aviation Safety Roundtable Secretariat. And at the end of it, we collate ideas.
All right. I look forward to that event. And with that, we have come to the end of this week's edition of Aviation Scope. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, It is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OG, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement will grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV.
as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A very wonderful welcome to you, Headspace People's Voice on VOP TV, where season started shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. This one is quite a very serious one, which is still ongoing as we speak. Nnamdi Kanu convicted of terrorism charges. And of course, I will be looking at the insecurity situation in the nation. We are prepared to help you if you ask. Amechi tells Tinubu. Join the conversation with experts, insights, and seasoned perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. And of course, let's look into other news stories with details. Cross River cancels 2025 marathon over a security concern. The Cross River State government has announced the cancellation of the 2025 Abokim Waterfall Green Marathon due to prevailing security concerns across the country. Governor Senator Basi Otu made the announcement on his ex-handle, citing the safety of participants, visitors, and the public as the top priority. The marathon, which was scheduled for Saturday, November 22, 2025, at the scenic Abokim Waterfall in Atong local government area, aimed to attract athletes, tourists, and cultural enthusiasts from across Nigeria and beyond. However, The governor emphasized that responsible decisions are necessary to protect lives while showcasing the state on the global stage. And of course, away from that particular one, Benue governor denies genocide claims, cites insecurity challenges. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Halia has refuted claims of genocide in the state, attributing security concerns to general insecurity rather than targeted violence against specific groups. Speaking at the public event, Halia emphasized his commitment to truth, citing his background as a Catholic priest. He acknowledged citing existing security issues, but maintained that they do not amount to genocide. The governor's statement aims to set the record straight amid circulating claims suggesting otherwise. I would only want to ask if he's under pressure or if he's been compelled to make such statements. But away from that particular one, Kwara shut schools in 4 local governments over rising attacks. The Kwara State government has actually ordered the shutdown of schools in 4 local government areas due to rising attacks in the state. The decision comes after at least 3 people were killed in Bokungi community, Edo local government to be precise, and 2 people were killed and 30 abducted in church attack in Eruku. This is quite a serious one. And for pupils to be out of school, I believe we know what this means. This security situation should be addressed. It's quite a sad one. And this one is coming from the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, disgraced nation, Peter Obi slams Tinubu's government. Peter Obi has actually criticized President Bola Tinubu's administration, accusing it of prioritizing politics over governance. Obi stated that the government is more focused on fueling international conflicts within opposition parties than protecting the lives and properties of Nigerians. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about this first conversation. Nnamdi Kanu, convicted of terrorism charges. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. Breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon.
Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People TV. This is quite a very serious one here. Nnamdi Kanu convicted of terrorism charges. A federal high court in Abuja has convicted Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on 7 counts terrorism charges. Justice James Omotosho delivered the judgment citing Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast and other orders, of IPOB member that incited deadly attacks on security forces and citizens. Kanu was found guilty of all 7 terrorism-related charges. The court ruled that Kanu's actions were terrorist acts, citing his calls for violence and inciting of attacks on security personnel. And we're now being joined by Mr. Ubong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Savior. What a day to behold.
What a day in Nigeria, of course. And we have our prophet, that's how I call him on the show, because for everything he has been predicting. And today is actually another strange one. He talked about this, I think, last month. He said it would be better if the situation can be approached politically instead of these loggerheads in the government. And today, this situation is happening this way. A seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst who happens to be my adopted overseer, Mr. Delifanimo. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon. Maybe for courtesy's sake, I can say good. But I prefer afternoon.
But on a more serious note, how are you going to survive it in this particular period? Because these were all your predictions, and today it is coming to play.
You see, I'm particularly sad. Sad because I saw this coming. And I knew that it is only when you are out there that your problem becomes a general problem. But once you are singled out, from all indications, Kanu is the only one that will change bed today, if convicted, if he's sentenced.
If sentenced, yes.
And those who are urging him to carry on, this is just another replica of what happened to MKO Abiola. Political solution that I've been crying about in the last 2 years would have been a better option to this. Now, after this conviction, those who insisted that she should go through this, would they be there to plead mercy? Would they be there to influence government decision? Would they be there to change the narrative? And of course, some of them that come to the open to say, no, 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 justice for Kanu, some of them will be happy as we speak that the man is down. I try to put myself in his shoes, and I feel so bad. That man, a very brilliant man, with the world at his feet, now is likely to be convicted. And from all indications, the least he could get after declaring that he's guilty of this 7-count charge is a life imprisonment. Although the consolation here also is that it could go to appeal and ultimately the Supreme Court. But how will he feel? I've heard people who were on death row tell their stories. The stories are sordid. He who feels it knows it. I just pray that this man is let off the hook.
Okay, Mr. Dele, presently we know that the situation is quite serious, and the prosecuting counsel, who happens to be Adegboyega Awomolo, SAN, has urged the court to impose a maximum punishment, which happens to be death penalty. And the sentence, the final judgment, is to be passed by 4 p.m. Of course, this is just 18 minutes past 4, so we don't know what's going on in the court as we speak. But what are the implications of this court decision, okay, as regards to his conviction, you know, on terrorism?
Well, the implication is grave and dicey. It could snowball into a crisis.
Which is what we've been avoiding.
Yes.
And that's what we've been talking about.
I said political solution. Because Nnamdi Kanu has a teeming supporter, particularly in the southeast, who will not ordinarily take kindly to this turn of events. And this could also instigate violence. And I pray that blood will not be shed in the course of, resenting this judgment that is about to be passed. And going forward, Nnamdi Kanu has been seen as the symbol of Biafra. It's been seen as symbol of liberation. If it's going down, it's not likely to go down well with his supporters. And again, I see only the downtrodden, the average man behind Kanu. The political elite, in spite of whatever posturing they give, are not on the side of Kanu. That's why I said, in their closet, some people will be jubilating right now. But when they come out, you will see a rush of comments tomorrow in the newspaper, even this night. See a rush of comments giving support, particularly politicians, giving their support, urging him to go on to Supreme Court and all that. But are they really sincere? This was the same thing that happened to MK Abiola. Chief Lamidi Adedubu, of blessed memory, was given access to MKO in his confinement. And there was a negotiated release just for him to sign the papers. Conditional release. Perhaps if MK Abiola had taken that political solution at that time, he would have still been alive. Alive enough to probably contest another round of election. But those who urged him on say, don't succumb. You are a hero. It is better to die in battle than come back home a weakling. They are the major beneficiaries of democracy today. And they are even spitting on his grave. Look at what became of MK Abiola's empire. He lost his wives. Simbia died of natural death. Kudirat was killed. His businesses were assailed. Concord is nearby.
Yeah.
One of the finest newspaper. MK Abiola took newspaper business from ordinary to superlative level, paying out of this world salaries and attracting Nigerians from abroad to come back home to come and work as a journalist.
Gone are the good old days.
Today, the crop of journalists that will still sing their song, will still mention their name today, majority of them passed through Concord. But where is Concord today? So, I just pray that reason will prevail and people will go about agitating without resorting to violence.
Okay.
Aftermath of this judgment.
Okay.
So that this man can ultimately be free at the long run using political solution, which they have been avoiding. That is now compelling for them to approach.
Okay, so Mr. Obong, I would like to come to you. So Mr. Daly said at this point, it is only political solution that can be used. But getting to this final point where he's been convicted, about to be sentenced, do you still think that the so-called Southeast politicians will still want to, assist in that particular angle. And of course, do you think that the conviction will deter Kanu's supporters from continuing to advocate for Biafra's independence? And we all know what is what's at stake as we speak, but how might this particular conviction affect the security situation in the Southeast region? I'd like you to take, all of this.
Well, the situation is very dicey, and what we have at the country at the moment is a threat to our national cohesion. This conviction of Nnamdi Kanu has posed another challenge to the Nigerian state as we speak. And the way the supporters of Nnamdi Kanu will take it, in an attempt to answer your question, I want to say that they already have the impression that the Nigerian state are against Ndigbo. And whatsoever is the outcome of the judgment today, the ordinary supporters of Nnamdi Kanu already made up their mind, and they already prepared for the outcome because they knew nothing good will come out, from the High Court, spearheaded by Justice James Omotosho. So, as a matter of fact, the Ndigbo struggle did not begin with Nnamdi Kanu. They had an antecedent in the person of Ojukwu, which, due to disagreement, had to result into civil war, which they fought against the Nigerian nation. And Nigeria as a state has to be very careful whenever issues come on with that has to do with the Ndigbo as a whole. Because in as much as we need the Igbos to coexist with them in Nigeria, the same justice or the same measure of justice meted to other regions in Nigeria should also be applicable to the Ndigbos. One of the count charges in red is that an act of terrorism calling for manslaughter, killing, and attack on security agencies. We also had this during the days of President Muhammad Buhari when he failed an election. He called for his supporters to take action against the Nigerians, which result into killings of some youth corps members in the north. But the Nigerian state have turned a blind eye on this. So on this particular issue, Nigeria has to be very, very careful. As we speak, the Ndigbo do not have a strong leader that can speak to the people of the Southeast for them to listen to. And that is a very dangerous trend that we have in Nigeria. It's a threat to national unity. If there were to be any political figure in the Southeast that can calm down the nerves of the supporters of Nnamdi Kanu, then it would have been better for Nigeria to take, or the court, as we said, though we cannot challenge the decision of the court. But at least the court should also have a human face, in all this. We are having insecurity all around the country. And to bring up another issue that would add to the security challenges in Nigeria at this point in time, I think should be discouraged in all ramifications. So, with respect to the political figures, if they are, going to support the court judgment, I want to say that most of them, just like Dr. Dele has said, during the daytime, they will tend to support, the cause of Nnamdi Kanu, but at night, they disagree. They go way around to sabotage all effort to give this Nnamdi Kanu freedom or give political solution to the whole issue as it stands today. So what I'll be saying as we speak today is that the court should understand that there's already tension in the land in Nigeria. And whatsoever judgment is to be passed today, the judge should understand that Nigeria must live. Nigeria must be united. Nigeria must be protected from all manner of, the fallout of this judgment.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong. Quickly, I'd like to go straight to Mr. Delefanimo. All right. While you were talking, I think my team actually flashed the court section again. Of course, the judge went on recess, but I think they've actually resumed. So hopefully we would get to know what the situation would be before we run off from the show. But Mr. Dele, I would like to ask you, do you think this conviction is a setback for the hip-hop movement or will it galvanize more support? And of course, you would agree with me that while Nnamdi Kanu is still in custody, he wrote a letter to Donald Trump, and I believe you also saw it, requesting for Donald Trump's help. So how might the international organization and, of course, our human rights group respond to Kanu's conviction?
You see, I cannot speak for Trump, but I can...
Okay, so, Mr. Fanimo, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. So, officially, I've just been told now that Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment. So, I just have to break the news, which is quite unfortunate.
Okay.
But yeah,
it's still lighter than death sentence that the federal government asked for.
Okay.
And it can be commuted. And it can also enjoy state pardon. And so, I think maybe federal government and the court are probably sensitive to what is likely to be the backlash of this judgment. And I hope that we should by now allow reason to prevail and allow this political solution that I've been talking about. Machinery should be put in place by well-meaning Nigerians, not just Southeasterners. First, in spite of agitation for Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu is one of us. He's a Nigerian. He still carries the Nigerian passport. And so, well-meaning Nigerians should come to his rescue at this point and find a way of giving him a soft landing, because that man is too vibrant to be kept to rot in jail.
So do you think the international community will want to dabble into this particular one?
I don't see it coming.
Of course, Donald Trump for now is like Nigerian and Donald Trump, or the federal government and Donald Trump are sitting on a gunpowder. Okay, he's just been looking for anything that would make him come.
It's not going to come.
Which we know that it was meant to sanction. Okay,
it's not going to sanction in this case.
It's not also going to sanction, aside from Nnamdi Kanu. But of course, this can also be part of it.
It can mediate in the case of genocide. And that's why federal government had to send a delegation to US.
Okay.
To show him why what is happening in Nigeria is not genocide. And it's for him to either accept or not. But in this case, this is an internal issue, and it's a criminal offense that has been tried by a law court. How would America come in? Is it to say the judge was not right and come and give his own version of the judgment? No, it's not going to happen. whoever thinks like that is just wishful thinking. It's not going to happen.
Okay, so Nnamdi Kanu just told the court now that his matter should be sent to appeal court.
No,
So,
he has the right.
Yeah, so he has the right, and that's what he just mentioned
Yes, he has
as
the
well,
right to
which
go
is
to
quite
appeal.
a developing story
In fact,
here.
that should be the next step.
Yeah, so he just
Even
mentioned
while
that.
there is political solution. He should not, because there is a window. I think it's 60 days from today to file his appeal.
Okay. So, what are the potential long-term consequences of Kanu's conviction for Nigerian stability and unity? So, I would like you to use this as your closing, and of course, Mr. Obong would do that before we move to the next topic.
You see, the reactions of people who are supporters of Kanu, and also, I mean, the actions of those who genuinely support Kanu and the reaction of the federal government will determine what is likely to be after this judgment. But I would continue to say that it's not a terrible situation. Kanu has two appellate courts, the appeal court and the Supreme Court. Kanu has, the people in government, they are not dead to humanity. If we find people, well-meaning Nigerians, who will be willing to interface with government and let them see reasons why they should give this man soft landing, why not? And that's my path in all of this.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong. I would like you to give me your closing on this particular one.
Yeah, I think the bulk of the issue now lies on the coordination of the supporters of Nnamdi Kanu in the far southeast to, see to that the fight, this is not the end of the road. They still have the appeal court to go through, which might also come up with a different judgment. So they should not take arms against the nation. Rather, they should embrace peace, dialogue, and then see how to, find political solution to free Nnamdi Kanu from, the sentencing.
Okay. Thank you so much for that particular final submission. Of course, I will be going straight to the next conversation. I was still talking about insecurity in Nigeria, which will actually pray that in the next 24 hours, something wouldn't happen as regards to this particular court judgment today. But someone, the former governor of Rivers State, and of course, a former minister, Mechi, tells Tinubu, we are prepared to help you if you ask. This is quite a very controversial one. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. We'll go on a quick break now. As soon as we return, we'll dissect this conversation. Stay tuned, please.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, welcome back to the program, It is Still People's Voice on Voice of the People TV. Former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has criticized the federal government's handling of Nigerian security crisis, saying that the administration lacks the political will to curb the rising wave of killings and terrorist attacks. Amechi expressed willingness to assist President Bola Tinubu in addressing the insecurity crisis if called upon. He cited the surge in mass kidnappings and violent assaults as evidence of the government's failure to provide adequate protection. Amechi urged the federal government to overhaul its security response and intelligence operations. He expressed willingness to support the administration if asked. Meanwhile, the Chief of Army Staff, Major General Wahidi Shaibu, has assured Nigerians that the army is doing its best to tackle insecurity in the country. Speaking during an operational visit to one division in Kaduna, Shaibu expressed confidence in the military and of course stating that they would achieve its security goal with time. He urged the troops to maintain professionalism and remain committed to their mission. And of course, I will still have Mr. Obontom Sin here in the studio, a journalist and a political analyst. And of course, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course, a senior political analyst joining us in the conversation. But this particular one is quite a very serious one. Coming from Amechi, Mr. Obong, I'd like to start with you. Coming from Rotimi Amechi, so is this a way of saying that, oh, I'm not fighting with this same government again, I want to be part of your administration, or there's something Amechi knows that we do not know? You know, he was a former governor, of course, and he moved to become a minister in the Buhari's era of blessed memories, and insecurity was also, in the picture as at the time. But for Amechi to say that if you are willing to talk to me, I'm ready to help you and all of that, what does Amechi know that the federal government doesn't know? I'd like you to give your take as regards to this one.
You know, Amechi has been one figure that to me has been very funny. You know, recently, you know, he metamorphosed once more time into the limelight after going solo for quite a number of years. And immediate past government, before this present government, Amechi was one of the key players of that government. And it baffled me that he never, for once, offered to help in security matter when his leader, late President Muhammad Buhari, was in government. And he also served in that government, and they never prefer any, lasting solution.
In short, I'm sorry to even cut you in. In short, as at the time when he was still the Minister of Transportation, bombed.
Yes,
aside from the railway, aside from the train, even derailing from the lines, the rail, right? We had several issues between Kaduna and Abuja, where bandits actually kidnapped severally
over that road,
because I was plying that particular one from Iju station to Kaduna.
So this is the same person that is offering to help this present government. So it's laughable, in as much as what he has said is patriotic, in nature, but not from the same person in the likes of Rotimi Amechi. To me, I'm not his big fans, and I will never be, because in all what they do, they are trying to play politics with the lives of Nigerians. They are trying to say that they are more, holy than the present government, which I disagree. Though I want to call on, reasonable Nigerians to ask the same question to the government. What can they do to assist this government? Because Rotimi Amechi understand, in the advent of more of insecurity in this country, he is one of the persons that will be consumed. We are all in danger. So maybe he has realized that factor, and he is calling to assist the present government. So we also want to see other, patriotic Nigerians, coming on board to see how to join hands with the president to solve this present condition that we find ourselves. But to me, we have talked about this security issue for so long, and we have said that if the government truly want to address this issue through the armed forces, I think it's something that can be done. We have seen them, clearing a whole villages in Odi, in Rivers State back then, when Obasanjo was in government. This, we have seen so many activities. They went to Ekomog, they fought well in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and so on. So what is keeping the Nigerian security forces from eliminating Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping, and other forms of insecurity in the country, rather than some kind of interest that most of the politicians has in the security challenges across Nigeria? I believe they do better, when there's insecurity in the land. They are able to, launder and loot our funds and so many other things that they are gaining from all this insecurity. So if truly the government of President Tinubu want to address the security challenges, despite all the calls from international bodies and within, and I know the press are doing a lot to bring up and talk about the security issues often, but to the surprise of many, or to me, I'm very surprised that government has not taken any serious action to tame this insecurity by eliminating the Boko Haram and banditry. So the government is still to be blamed. By all means, a decisive, approach, strategy should be employed to eliminate all form of banditry. The House of the Senate just advocated that about 100,000 men should be recruited into Nigerian armed forces. These are good recommendations, but by the time these people are being recruited, what will be the action that will be taken to make sure that the security challenges are being resolved? It's not all about, voting money into security, agencies or recruiting. This has been probably, done in some cases, but what will be the focus, the priority paid by the security forces to make sure this banditry or Boko Haram, or as the case may be, kidnapping, are being eliminated completely?
Okay.
These are the challenges we are having.
Okay.
The political will of the government of the day.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong Thompson. Let me come to Mr. Delifanimo. I would like to ask you, sir. Of course, we all know Amechi, but what are your thoughts as regards to Amechi's submission or saying that he can actually prefer a solution as regards to the insecurity in Nigeria? And I would like to ask you, is the security situation in Nigeria totally and finally out of control, or can it still be curbed? I'd like to take that simultaneously as we close for the day.
You see, let me tell you, if I were to be in government, I will instigate the questioning of Amechi. Perhaps he knows what we don't know.
Sincerely? Because I'm surprised.
So he should be able to tell us. For 8 years under Buhari, he was a key minister. And his portfolio was touched, just like you just mentioned, the race system.
Yes.
So if he has solution to this problem, why didn't he tell the former president when he was in the saddle? You see, it's marks of indecorous attitude for a former governor, a former speaker, a former minister. In the 26 years of this democracy, Amechi has enjoyed more than 23 years uninterrupted. What kind of man will he come round to say they should come and approach him with that air of arrogance because he has solution to the security problems after the killing of thousands of people, both civilians and military, and displacement of millions of people? What is he going to tell the security agencies? He should be asked, what is the what is his own solution that he has kept to his chest? Boko Haram has been around for over 15 years. So he kept that to his chest for 15 years. Or is just knowing. Honestly, our politicians, they make Nigeria a laughing stock in the Committee of Nations.
But Mr. Dele, in closing, do you think the security situation can still be curbed, or is it totally out of control?
It's not totally out of control.
Because it was back then we were saying in the north, but now gradually it is creeping to the south.
Let me tell you, if the government has that political will, talk to any military personnel today, and if he feels it's comfortable enough to tell you, he will tell you that Boko Haram can be annihilated in less than 3 weeks.
So what is happening?
The political will. They are playing politics with. It will escalate more than this in the coming months, and it's just a way of intimidating Nigerians towards 2027. And unfortunately, some people are dead to their conscience, such that they don't care if the country is in flames just to achieve their inordinate and greedy, rapacious ambitions.
This is quite unfortunate, but I would just like to drop the anchor here. It's quite sad that some people are actually gaining even more popularity with the insecurity situation of the country, and some actually cared less, as regards to what a common Nigeria is going through. And I dare to say that they are not patriotic enough. Nigeria is all we've got, but if you've decided as a politician, if you've decided as an individual to support the killings, to actually, sponsor all of these particular security issues, just because you are looking for a particular seat, or just because some agreement with you and the opposition or as a ruling party, whatsoever issues that is going on, and you feel this is the best way for you to use in getting back at someone, using the people's life, I would dare say that it's quite unfortunate that you do not have the fear of God. All right, this is how far I can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, for joining the program. And thank you so much, Mr. Obong Thompson, for being part of the show today. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put as we get to move into the locker room where they talk about everything sports and everything football. Of course, sports cut across that, but of course, for me, I love football. So you should also stay put to enjoy that particular program. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni
every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard. Right? People must speak up. And know when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tools for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic and to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate story and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello and welcome to another very exciting episode of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Aguagu. Today is another very interesting day. A lot happened last night right there in Morocco, where Achraf Hakimi became the best player in Africa in year 2025, as predicted by a lot of persons who actually look beyond goals that are scored and of course look at the overall contribution of a player in a particular year. Congratulations once again to Achraf Hakimi. But then, for you joining us today, if this is your very first time joining us right here on Locker Room, all you need to do to be part of this show is to call via the number being on your screen, or you can drop us a message on our YouTube channel. Of course, do not also forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube platform. And most importantly, do not also forget to actually turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of the locker room. I'll not be doing this alone. Smilewa joins me to actually break down the stories I'll be having today. And of course, bring his A game as one of the best when it comes to football conversations. Good afternoon, good evening, I beg your pardon, Smilewa, and welcome to Locker Room.
It's always amazing to be here. Ashraf Hakimi finally got what it said. It would be miscarriage of justice if Ashraf Hakimi did not win. I'm really happy for him. And our own Chiamaka Nnadozie, best goalkeeper for the third time in a row. That's how Chiamaka is. I'm really happy for our girls. I'm really happy for Chiamaka, and I'm also really happy for Ashraf Hakimi. This probably be a pointer to our boys to do much more better to challenge next time. So undoubtedly, Ashraf Hakimi serve their work, and congratulations to him.
All right, thank you very much, Smilewa. So let's go straight to the story. As last night, like I said, Ashraf Hakimi was named the best player in Africa in the year 2025 at the CAF Awards held in Rabat, Morocco, making a significant achievement for the Moroccan right back, having helped Paris Saint-Germain secure the French title and the first UEFA Champions League trophy. He had performed notable competitors like Mo Salah and, of course, Victor Osimhen. The award makes Hakimi the first Moroccan winner since Mustafa Hadji in 1998, alongside Hakimi. Moroccan's Ghislaine Chebak won the Women's Player of the Year award, becoming the very first Moroccan to achieve this honor since the award's inception in 2001. Chebak, who was top scorer of the 2024 African Women's Championship won by Nigeria, of course, that was La Decima, expressed her delight after receiving the accolade despite Morocco's falling behind Nigeria. Additionally, Chiamaka Nnadozie was also recognized as the Women's Player of the Year for the third consecutive year in a row. And also, this award actually highlights, the achievement of, a lot of persons who actually did a lot, to put African football on the map. Not also forget that Cape Verde Bubista named Men's Coach of the Year award, leading his team to their first, World Cup qualification. And of course, young talent also was celebrated as Otman Maman from Watford received the Young Player of the Year award, and for his contributions to Morocco's Under-20 World Cup success. The achievement has scored Morocco's prominence in African football, particularly as they gear up to host the Africa Cup of Nations come December. Smilewa, a lot is happening to Morocco, and this is obviously, the result of hard work. But let's look away from, what's happening or what Morocco have done, in the last 10 years that has led them to this point. Let's look exactly at the award. Ashraf Hakimi, was that the right call? Mo Salah actually did, the unimaginable last season in the EPL. His goals, his assists at the age he is at the point, it's remarkable. It broke the record for, a single season. I think that record was held by Thierry Henry, but then Mo Salah actually did double-digit goals and assists for a 33 years old. I think that's a lot. A lot of people are actually hoping, that he would have actually, nicked that one, but it went to Ashraf Hakimi. Is it deserving of the Moroccan?
It's very deserving. A lot of people, and we've discussed this before, and you remember the day we discussed this, we ended up discussing this for over 40 minutes on that particular day. But the thing is, a lot of people have, these strikers tired, and that's the reason. Definitely, Mohamed Salah did fantastic for Liverpool last season. He was on fire. If we remove all the goals he scored away from the achievement of Liverpool last season, they would have, probably changed that perspective. However, this and Ashraf Hakimi, a right back who contributed a whole lot, he was very instrumental in ensuring that PSG won everything in their league and also won in Europe. Remember, this is the same team that knocked out Liverpool in the Champions League. So, if you have to look at on the strength of what they achieved, definitely we want to put the achievement of PSG over that of Liverpool. Definitely, Champions League trumps EPL in terms of the hierarchy of tournament. So definitely, Ashraf Hakimi was very, very important in that particular tournament. Also, remember how CAF usually do their thing. They look at the best performing player in top competitions in Europe, and if you look at it last season, it's definitely Ashraf Hakimi, and he deserves it. However, another important question I want to ask is this: why did they crown the coach of a bad best coach. How? I mean, we are looking at the year 2024, 2025. Why are they counting the World Cup qualifier that just ended as part of it? I thought they are looking at from 2024 till May or June 2025 when top competition ended. So that I do not understand the reason why they decided to crown that particular coach. Does not make any sense to me. Probably maybe CAF needs to explain exactly how that came about.
But of course, you also need to know that Cape Verde Award actually, Cape Verde Coach Award had to do with the fact that this tournament runs through, and of course, before the close of the voting, at that point, Cape Verde is already doing so well, and for a country that's barely very known in African football and what is able to actually do with the team, that's exactly why they actually gave him that particular award. Because trust me, Maiwa, you also agree with me that all through the year, no male coach in Africa we want to look at and say this particular person actually, in the last 12 months stand out. I mean, we have to be very honest with ourselves. So I think in terms of what he achieved with his team, I think that was why they actually look at him and said, okay, perhaps he's the best man for that particular award. But I mean, still looking at this CAF award, right? This Mo Salah award. You recall that it is always routine for CAF to follow the Ballon d'Or rankings, and every single time the Ballon d'Or rankings comes, any African player that is ahead, is most likely will get, the vote for the African Footballer of the Year. But this time it seems to be different, as Mo Salah was clearly ahead of Achraf Hakimi. Does it mean that CAF at this point is actually towing an independent line, or is it just Morocco trying to actually, tell CAF that, hey, we've done so much, you have to really reward us this time?
Well, I mean, they have to be clear with their criteria, and that's the reason why, remember I spoke earlier about the coach of Cape Verde. They have a particular calendar that they follow. So if you are saying that, it means every other team that played after the season ended, every other football that was played, every World Cup qualifier that was played after the season ended, because I can remember clearly, after the season ended, there were a whole lot of, about 5 or 4, I think about 5 more qualifiers were played after the season ended. So, I mean, if you are looking at that, it means CAF is saying the calendar they are looking at does not end when majority of this competition ends. So, if they are changing their stance, they need to let us know. And that's the reason why CAF needs to be very clear on, what they are doing, what pattern are they following, what calendar are they following. Also, to be honest with you, apart from the fact that, they are trying to, apart from the fact that, this will probably be like a competition to Morocco, and I'm not taking anything away from Achraf Hakimi. You want to begin to scratch your head to understand what is the criteria that they are using. If you look at the last two seasons, where Adema Lukman won, Victor Osimhen won, if you look at it, he followed the Ballon d'Or ranking. So what happened this last period? What is this? Why did they change? I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think CAF needs to let us know exactly what are they looking at. If there is a standard criteria, the coach of Cape Verde should not be considered as the best coach, owing to the fact that if you are looking at the calendar period, which starts from, practically starts from July or August till sometimes in June, we will not be looking at the Cape Verde coach as the best coach, because it doesn't, qualification did not end in that calendar, so we should not be looking at that. That's the reason why CAF needs to come out and tell us exactly what are the criteria of the things they are looking at, and what period are they considering, what calendar period are they considering, for us to be able to to have a clearer understanding of how these things are being determined. I just don't want it to be a situation whereby it's just more of a feeling. This year we go this way, that year we go that way. It takes away from the consistency. I mean, if you look at the Ballon d'Or, there is a consistency in how they do things. For CAF, especially for this particular award, there's no consistency.
So Maiwa, are you of the opinion that CAF should actually stick to whatever the Ballon d'Or ranking says, or CAF should just create their own poll outside whatever Ballon d'Or ranking says, clearly as they've done this time around? Because for me, from where I stand, I want to believe that Achraf Hakimi is deserving of the award. But then looking at what CAF have done over the years, the line they followed, it gives me a kind of, I feel a kind of happy knowing that CAF seems to be independent. But then, is this going to be the pattern going forward? Or perhaps will CAF definitely revert? And if they do that, that means perhaps they're just trying to play to the hands of Morocco, knowing that Morocco really built CAF out and it's not going to be good for African football.
Well, Morocco has bailing CAF out. Even in what tournament they build, they build Africa out. Remember, they just hosted the under 17 tournament for the day. So obviously, they've been doing that for a very long time. However, I mean, I'm one of those that criticize CAF for always using the Ballon d'Or standard. We should always have our own standard, and our own standard should be different. I don't have a problem with CAF being independent of the Ballon d'Or, but my problem is this: if you want to be independent of the Ballon d'Or, you need to come out to let us know. Not that in the last 2 seasons you decided to go the route of Ballon d'Or. Now you are changing. Also, remember the last time, Ashraf Hakimi complained bitterly, and he was expecting to win. However, we all knew that he never deserved to win that particular title. Definitely, our own Adama Lukman was much more deserving than him, and that's the reason why he won. So, I hope CAF can come out and give us the particular standard. I will be glad if they can be independent of Ballon d'Or, because I mean sometimes. What Ballon d'Or does, they have this striker bias, and if you are looking at Ballon d'Or and how the ranking is, you probably scratching your head and wondering why is Mo Salah not winning. So I want CAF to be independent, but they need to be consistent. They need to come out and tell us the criteria which is way separate, which should be separate from that of Ballon d'Or. I'm hoping if they are starting now, I'm hoping they continue with this consistency and not revert back to the Ballon d'Or standard, because if they do that, it's going to cast aspersion on their integrity, owing to the fact that a whole lot of people already felt they are used to reward the Moroccans, even though you and I know that the lady from Morocco, Shabak and Ashraf Hakimi, they actually deserve to win the honor.
So Mayo, you mentioned Shabak. So let's talk about Shabak and of course Mommy Gio, the one they call, Rashida Ajibade, the one they call Mommy Gio. Let's look at the both of them. Mommy Gio, Rashida Ajibade, she actually won the best player in just concluded CAF, WAFCON MVP. And she did that not just because, there was no strong opposition. In fact, we played Morocco in the final, and she was excellent. She dictated play in the midfield. She actually showed maturity, calmness, and she did a lot to actually help the Super Falcons win that particular La Decima. La Decima is a historic, tournament. I mean, no team in Africa has actually won it. In fact, no team, male or female, has won 10 titles. It says a lot about, what these girls have been able, the feats they've been able to pull. Now, she's playing for Paris Saint-Germain, a bigger league compared to where Shabak plays in Saudi Pro League. I'm wondering, what are the criteria for this particular one? Shabak won top scorer in the CAF tournament, but we know that when you rate awards in a tournament, the player of the year, the player of the tournament is way bigger than the top scorer of the tournament. So how come? What happened? How did she actually get over Rashida Ajibade in the CAF award? I'm still trying to wrap my head around that award. I can understand the case for Ashraf Hakimi, right? Because of course we don't want to be striker by her. So now are we going to go back to be, because the fact that she actually scored more goals in the tournament, and then that means she's actually the best player in Africa? Or does it have something to do with the fact that Morocco actually built CAF again in this in hosting that particular award?
Well, it's a little bit of both. However, let's put the facts on the table. Rashida Ajibade and Shabak, they are both forward players. That's number one. Number two, the only game that the Moroccans were outplayed, and it was due to their own carelessness, was the game against Nigeria. And if you look at the contribution of Shabak to getting Morocco to the final, definitely, we know that if you take away a Shabak from that particular team, they'll probably be lackluster in front of goal, because he was a huge contributor, apart from the fact that she was also scoring goals. That's that. For the MVP, most of the time, and majority of the time, only on very rare occasions, I can't remember the last time, a second place team, a player from a second place team won the most valuable player of the tournament. And that's the reason why, it was given
but we also get players who actually win player of the tournament, even from third place winning team. You can actually play in the semi-finals, get knocked out, and then still end up winning the player of the tournament. I mean, the most important thing is what happens, across the tournament. So even if this is just one rare occasion where the winner of the particular tournament ends up not winning it, I mean, it should actually count.
Well, yes, you are very correct. You actually can. However, if you look at major competitions, you hardly see people who are not winning MVP. It hardly ever happens because what they believe is the overall thing that won that particular tournament, one of the players is a donor, and that's the reason why they win. However, if you look at it on the strength of what the two players contributed, definitely you want to look at Shabak ahead of Rashida Ajibade. And the reason for that is everybody expects Nigeria to get to that particular final in terms of the quality we possess. For a Moroccan side, apart from the fact that they were in the final in the last time that they lost to South Africa, you would not want to. Yes, they might be one of the favorites, but if you look at the two in terms of the experience and the team that probably win the title, you should probably be tipping Nigeria to win the title. For a Morocco to come up and how Shabak was very, very important in that particular tournament, she will definitely be in the conversation. Even before the announcement, we had already said it that Shabak was, worthy of nomination, of being nominated. So, I mean, I don't have an issue without winning. And also, there's also this 10%, you cannot let this slide out of Morocco. You have to reward Morocco some type of way there. So, I mean, it's a bit of both. She did her job on the field of play, and there's also a bit of statement. However, that's the reason why I said earlier, CAF needs to come out and tell us exactly what are the criteria that they use. Another important question we should ask, especially for the female side, majority of their leagues, if they are not, majority of their leagues, it's neither here or there. What would be the criteria for selecting an African best in a season where there is no WAFCON? What would be the criteria? So that's the reason why CAF needs to come out and tell us exactly what are the criteria they are using.
Absolutely. Still talking about the CAF Awards, and this time let's take a stroll to the one that makes us happy. I'm talking about Chiamaka Nnadozie, who has expressed her excitement after winning the CAF Women's Goalkeeper of the Year for the third consecutive time. 24-year-old shot-stopper triumphed over nominees El Hadji El Remich from Morocco and South Africa's Andile Ndlemani. Nnadozie previously won the inaugural award in 2023 and, of course, retained it in 2024. Winning this prestigious accolade is a significant milestone for Nnadozie's career. In her acceptance speech, she thanked God, the award organizers, and the leadership of the Nigerian Football Federation. She also acknowledged the academies and contributed to her development as a player. Nnadozie's achievements solidify her status as Africa's top goalkeeper, especially after being named best goalkeeper at the 2024 Africa's Cup of Nations in Morocco. Her consistent performance continued to elevate her profile in women's football. Mayowa, she was actually named best goalkeeper in the just concluded, WAFCON, just the same way Ajibade was also named best, player overall in the just concluded AFCON. And it's no surprise that she actually went on to actually win the goalkeeper category. So that's why we're asking, why will, the standard you use in judging Nnadozie be different from that of Rashida Ajibade? But away from that, now I think we've actually looked at it as a case of, a little bit of both, trying to actually help Morocco and also, looking at the fact that she actually did so well. I'm talking about Chebak. But this award by, Nnadozie, what does it really mean to her and, of course, to Nigerian football?
Well, I mean, apart from the fact that she went up there and was talking the NFL, that's the only thing I have issues. I think, it's what it says. To be honest, thanking the NFL is just making the political people who are now in the subject of the NFL now. So in any case, I don't want to digest and get you to ranting about the NFL. Because if I talk about them, I'll confuse that and everything. However, for Chiamaka, it's what she has distinguished herself. The performance she has put in you know, the what testament. Also apart from the fact that she's doing so well in national, she has also done so well in her current club. Remember, and she's one of the top. She's one of the top players in Brighton. That shows consistency. Throughout that competition, her save was part of what propelled Nigeria into the final. So it's a well-deserved tournament. It's a well-deserved honor. Even before the tournament ended, a whole lot of us knew that she was going to do. Apart from the game against South Africa that we considered, and the one against Morocco in the final, I think she considered just 3 and that's the hallmark of a good keeper. Yes, I want to tell the defense, but she was able to marshal the defense to get us into that kind of position. Shows how good she is. So well deserved. And CAF got this one right. I hope they just bring out the criteria to know exactly how they do. But definitely, no doubt that it has to be Chiamaka.
Maiwa, she's just 24, and it means that she's got a lot of years to still serve, her country. Talking about Nigeria. But then the question here is, looking at the goalkeepers that we've had in the past, we've had the likes of Anne Chiejine. We also have the likes of Precious Dede, and now Chiamaka Nnadozie. Look at the 3 of them. Fantastic goalkeeper. Is she in the running for, the best goalkeeper we've ever had in the female category?
Well, we start to look at her. I can't remember the name now. The goalkeeper that went to South Africa pregnant and was in the post. I can't remember her name now. Anne Chiejine, right? Yes. She was pregnant, and it was maybe when Nnadozie gets pregnant and probably start for Nigeria, and we however, I think she's on her road there, just 24, and she has been delivering. I will not be surprised. If you follow the WSL very well, I will not be surprised. The next tournament that will happen in Morocco, I think early next year, if I'm not mistaken, I think she'll probably still win it again. She continues to that form. So if she continues that way, definitely we want to put her in that category. And remember, these goalkeepers, they had a whole lot of longevity with our team. So, and she's just 24, and majority of these guys, they play till their late 30s and less than that. So she has about another, if I'm not mistaken, another 10, 12 years to spend with the national team. So she'll probably in the conversation the next 2-3 years. If we can go to, apart from the fact that we are doing so well on the African scene, if you can go outside the African scene and make a name for ourselves, I think she'll be in that conversation. Definitely she'll be in that conversation. I'll probably want to put her, our top 3, the first 2 ahead of her because of the number of tournaments they have won. If she accumulates the number of titles they have won, definitely she might be able to surpass them before she gets to their age when they retire.
But Maiwa, lastly, still talking about Chiamaka Nnadozie, you look at what she's done in the last Ballon d'Or rankings. You recall that she's actually top 5, in the award, and it shows that for her to get to the top 5 best goalkeeper in the world, it says a lot about it. I think you should really reconsider. I think she might just be very close to become Nigeria's all-time goalkeeper. But then let's move away from that. Let's talk about let's talk about the Super Eagles from the female category, because now a lot has been happening, even in Nigerian football, after the fact that the Super Eagles actually failed to qualify, for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Bookmakers, even investors, a lot of them have been sick, and they are yet to actually come out of, the situation, because they were hoping that the Super Eagles will actually get a good one over the DR Congo side. But one former African legend, talking about Ghanaian striker, I'm talking about none other than Asamoah Gyan, has actually identified Nigeria Super Eagles as a favorite to win 2025 Africa Cup of Nations come Morocco, later next month. And of course, Gyan expressed confidence in the team's ability to succeed, especially after their close score in the previous tournament, where they finished as runners-up to the DR Côte d'Ivoire. Yeah, of course, you remember that 2-1, that late goal by Sebastian Haller. That actually really pierced the hearts of the Super Eagles. And they praised Nigeria's potential, highlighting their strong performance over the last 2 years during 2025 CAF Awards in Rabat. Gyan noted that Super Eagles, alongside Côte d'Ivoire and Morocco, represent the top contenders for the championship. He emphasized the competitive landscape of the tournament, acknowledging that several teams, including the host nations, are also performing very well. And of course, they are prepared for the competition. The Super Eagles will kick off the AFCON campaign in Group C, facing opponents such as Tanzania, Tunisia, and of course, it's going to be so huge come December 23rd. And the Tafel Stars in first as they aim to their fourth title. I mean, expectations are high, of course, to see the Super Eagles actually winning this particular one. But do you really think the Super Eagles got what it takes to actually, win this particular one, according to Asamoah Gyan?
I would say we have the quality. However, the problem has been that we've not been able to harness our quality. We've not been able to harness the kind of talent we have so far. Remember, we talked about players yesterday. If we are going to the Nations Cup and we only rely on Smear to get us to do, and anytime the Smear does not play, we don't play well, then we are in the picture. So, as I would guess, in terms of how if we put our team side by side against the likes of Tanzania, and if I'm not mistaken, I think we are in the same group with Uganda. If I'm not mistaken, if we put our team side by side, probably the only thing that probably want to challenge us is the Tunisians. Even the Tunisians, sometimes they flatter to deceive. However, let's put them there. I mean, because they qualify for the World Cup. So probably the Tunisians probably the one that will take it. However, the question has always been, can we solve the problem we saw? All the problems that led to us not qualifying for the World Cup, can we solve it before the Nations Cup starts? Because remember, we have a goal scoring problem. From a team of top team, we are not in the top of goal. We have a midfield problem. We have a goalkeeper problem. So while it's not the best in terms of confidence. His confidence is currently low. We are not playing into the hands of our opponent. If we can resolve those issues, we can patch them up. I don't believe we can resolve the issue totally. If we can patch those issues up and patch it up properly, that we can manage it. Maybe we get to the semi-finals or even maybe the finals. But without addressing those issues, I don't think we'll go far in that particular part. So we do not address those issues to come back to bite us.
So Maiwa, I mean, it's good you actually talk about the issues that led us not qualifying for the World Cup. But on the flip side of this particular statement was, former Super Eagles captain, talking about John Obi Mikel, who actually said that winning this particular championship will not change anything as far as Nigerian football is concerned, because Nigeria did not make it to the World Cup. But I want to ask you, do you really think winning the championship, I'm talking about the AFCON come Morocco, later this December, starting from 23rd of December, where the Super Eagles will be actually filing out. Do you think winning the championship will definitely go a long way to placate the fans and talk about Nigerians, and endear the Nigerians back to the Super Eagles?
I mean, it's just to give us a bit of support that we didn't go to the World Cup, or we're able to do from that. However, the ultimate is the World Cup. No matter the competition you are going to, if you are not part of the World Cup, you are not playing football. And it's so sad that this will be the second time in a row that we are not going to the World Cup under a clueless NFL. So I mean, if we win it, Nigerians will be happy. When it comes to football, even though we are disappointed that we didn't make it to the World Cup, when it comes to football, the passion in us always comes out. We always want to support us. So if we win it, it will be a kind of a compensation for not going to the World Cup. But obviously, it doesn't change anything like Peter Obi says. I mean, 2026, 48 teams, 10 teams from Africa should DR Congo finally make it, and Nigeria is not there. There is nothing compared to it. So I mean, in as much as I want us to win the Nations Cup, it doesn't change anything since we are not at all.
Maiwa, let's digress a bit. You mentioned DR Congo, so we'll come back to the Super Eagles story. Let's digress a bit. The DR Congo will be playing against the winner between Jamaica and New Caledonia. I mean, tell me, from where I stand, I want to believe that Jamaica will definitely win that particular tie and then play against DR Congo. Do you see DR Congo making it through to the finals from what you saw against the Super Eagles?
And I will say this with a whole lot of respect for the Jamaican side. If you are an investor, this is a good time for you to invest. DR Congo to whitewash Jamaica. I'm not being disrespectful to Jamaica. If you look at how the DR Congo side are played so far, they were even unfortunate to go to the playoff. they slipped up in some game, and that was the reason why they found themselves in the playoff. If not that, the kind of quality those guys possess, the kind of quality those guys display, definitely they will dispatch the Jamaican side. I mean, look at the class of players they have. Apart from the fact that majority of their players, they are not Congolese born. Majority of them are born abroad. The majority of them are imported from abroad. The way they play, the synergy in that particular team, the way the coach is able to harmonize the talents in that particular team to do that result is a testament to the tactical superiority of that particular coach. And looking at how Jamaica plays, if you have been following the CONCACAF qualifiers, looking at how Jamaica plays and how they struggle to even make it to the field, definitely we want to give it to the outside. Jamaica, GR Congo any day, anytime. We are definitely going to see GR Congo at the World Cup next year. Just going to be 10 at count.
Well, I would definitely advise everyone listening to me that betting against the Rego boys can actually be, dangerous. But then, let's go back to the Super Eagles story. Okay, so Mayowa, you mentioned something about what needs to be fixed before we go to the AFCON. If the words of Asamoah Gyan has to come out right, I mean, Nigeria eventually winning the title as one of the favorites to actually win it. What are the things exactly, specifics? Let's talk about the roles, the players. Are you talking about overhauling of the team? I recall that yesterday when Taurid was actually lamenting, talking about Nigerians lacking quality in the middle of the park. We were actually outnumbered, outplayed. In fact, it was more like a stroll in the park for the DR Congo side in the midfield against Super Eagles. So what are the specifics? What are the players you want to see, or what kind of quality of players you want to see in specific roles that will ensure that Super Eagles will definitely live up to the words of Asamoah Gyan?
Okay, today is 20th of November. We have about 33 days to that particular team. Camp opens in the next 3 weeks. So I'm not sure IHL wants to resolve this. But first of all, there's a need for us to change that. I'm starting from the goalkeeping department. Nwabali needs competition. Nwabali cannot start. And that's what you're doing.
So Maya, let's take it. It's good you said, starting from the goalkeeping department. Now let's take it one after the other, right? So are you saying you want to see another goalkeeper in place of Stanley Nwabali? Perhaps maybe Imadi Kokoye as the one who's going to be starting in goal for the Super Eagles come the Nations Cup?
Well, I mean, Maduka Kokoye has been doing well for it. If I'm not mistaken, he plays the Italian side of Udinese.
Udinese.
If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I mean, we should Okoye an opportunity. Stanley Nwabali has been shaky in front of you, and we don't want to go to a competition with a goalkeeper that has, a bit of confidence issue at the moment. I'm not saying Stanley Nwabali will not bounce back, but at the moment, I think he's not doing it for Nigeria. So Stanley Nwabali should not be in good. That's that. For the defense, definitely a Shemi Ajayi. We need the experience. A whole of things. I mean, if a second can be part of the coaching team, not as a player, that would be good. So a Shemi Ajayi should also be sitting on the bench. Help the younger players with experience. I think a Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick should probably be our permanent, center defenders. I don't want a situation whereby we are swapping them. We saw what they can do, and I think those guys are very solid. On the right hand side, I'm hoping Olaimo is fully free. A bright Osai Samuel going forward. Yes, it's good defensively, but going forward, contributing to the attack is a bit suspect in terms of the end result of his process. So I'll prefer an Olaimo playing that particular position. For the left hand side, I think we should give a Bruno Yemachi, an opportunity. I think he has a whole lot of quality to be able to flourish in that particular in that particular position. For the midfield, no disrespect to Nnamdi, I was raving about him after the game against Gabon because he played so well and he reminded me of his coach against PR Congo. He did not make mistakes. He did not be fantastic as it was against Gabon, and that shows inconsistency. Rafael Onyedika has been very consistent for his club, even in Champions League. So, in that particular position, probably maybe and we should sit down. I want to see a Rafael Onyedika, start in that particular position. Ejuke, these are people we should give an opportunity. He came in and he did something fantastic. Iwobi, for all the stone Iwobi gets, most of the time, he gets to play out of position, and that's the reason why we don't see the best of it. I think if we have a Rafael Onyedika playing behind and Iwobi will have the opportunity to be able to express himself very well, instead of him being conservative and also having to do defensive work. For the attack, definitely, I think Chukwueze should not be a starter, and that's just the honest truth. He has not been consistent to enter midfield and opportunity. Simon always starts, and Ademola Lookman too. Probably maybe we should have him on the bench, but he should not be a starter. At the moment, he is out of form, and I don't think he can do anything fantastic. But I'll probably bring in an Aroko Dare, because if you look at how Aroko Dare plays, he has the eye for goal, and sometimes he can step up if he has the opportunity. Also, a lot of people, are doubting Akwa Adams and the rest of that because he was a bit shaky and different. But I think you should give him more opportunity, and definitely, for a fact, you cannot tell Osimhen to sit down. He's one of our best strikers. And I think those are the things I will look at. If you stand any opportunity, if you want to stand any chance to do well in that particular tournament.
All right, so let's look at the one of the problems Super Eagles had, right? In this particular qualifying rounds is the fact that we seem not to have depth, in our squad. We don't have someone who we can really rely on when Victor Osimhen steps out. We also really do not have players we really trust in the middle of the park when our first options are actually either tired or not in their game. We also do not even have players who can really trust. Especially I'm talking about the left back position now. Yes, Zedi Sanusi was actually decent in the last two games, but it's really not offering as much as we expect. A setting a line from the right back position to actually afford. Looking at all of these, complexities, how is it going to be easy for Eric with the short window that we have to actually come up with a very strong team to ensure that Super Eagles will land, their fourth title?
Well, that's the reason why I said we need to patch up. We have only 33 days. There is no way we are going to get the desired player in 33 days. It's going to take a bit of time, and this is a period where players are committed to their club, and the games are coming in, and you just have to rely on what you see in their club. So I've said it consistently. We just have to patch ourselves up. Just put bandage on it. Let's see if we can do something with the bandage we are trying to put on the wound, and just manage through this particular competition, because it's just 33 days.
Maiwa, let me ask you one question, straight answer. Do you think the Super Eagles will get to the finals, at least for this next this AFCON? Straight answer.
Let's be honest. I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right.
Probably a semi-final, but not final.
Okay, so still talking about the Super Eagles. I don't know if this is going to be a very good news, but the Super Eagles have climbed 3 spots to 38 in the latest FIFA rankings, despite their failure to qualify for 2026 FIFA World Cup. Previously ranked 41st in October, the team's recent performance have helped improve their position, although they remain 5th in Africa behind Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, and Algeria. During the review period, the Super Eagles played 2 matches, including commanding 4-1 victory over Gabon in the semi-finals of the World Cup qualifiers in Africa. Talking about the playoff, however, they faced disappointment in the final, losing 4-3 on penalty to DR Congo, the eventual winners, who will definitely be hoping to actually play against New Caledonia and Jamaica, which ultimately denied them a place. I'm talking about the Super Eagles now in that particular tournament going to be held in North America. Spain continues to hold the top spot in the global rankings, followed by Argentina, France, and England. Brazil made notable progress, moving up to 5th place, while Portugal and Netherlands fell to 6th and 7th place, respectively. The rankings reflect competitive nature of international football. And Maiwa, is this going to be or would I say, is this the kind of news, I think that's the word, is this the kind of news that the Nigerians are actually hoping to hear after the Super Eagles were knocked out of the World Cup? Or is this just one of those tales of Abibat reporting Munirat and Risikat fighting?
Well, it's just ranking for ranking's sake. If you are number 1 or number 1 million and you don't go to the World Cup, whatever it is, whatever position you are on the table does not really matter. You don't make it to the World Cup. However, game against Gabon, all these games that you win as a way of contributing points that you get. If you are beating the DRC, definitely you would have moved up much more higher than that. And if you look at the ranking of DRC has also moved up because of the fact that they were able to dispatch Cameroon and Nigeria in the last week. So definitely, it's just, we won a game, and yes, we accumulated some points, and that gave us, and that moved us up in ranking. However, the ranking is as useless as the second U in Q. So it doesn't really matter when you don't make it to the World Cup. So nobody is happy about this. Nobody's jumping up because what matters most, we didn't achieve it. So it's just one of those rankings. Let's see if the ranking, if we probably do much more better when the Nations Cup. But to be honest, the ranking is just ranking. It doesn't really affect it.
But I know we've overemphasized on the Super Eagles not going to the World Cup and things that should be done. But looking at a side, in the early 90s that actually rose to as high as 4th best team in the world. How are the mighty falling? How did we even get to this particular point that we cannot even? I don't know. I don't think there's been a time Nigeria was actually somewhere around the top 30 teams in the world in the last 10 or 15 years. What did we do wrong in those years?
Well, what we did wrong is very simple. The moment we begin to mortgage the future of your team, the moment you begin to outsource the future of your team, that is the result. And no disrespect to the current crop of Super Eagles that we have. And I dare to say, in the last 10 years, the crop of Super Eagles we have in the last 10 years, none of them will be on the bench in the side that qualified for 1994 World Cup. None of them will sit on the bench because of how.
Including Mikel?
Well, I don't think Mikel will even make the bench, and that's just your honest.
To the bench?
Yeah, I don't think he will make it on the bench, to be honest with you. Because we have players. William Mikel displays a danger of culture. William Mikel displays a Sunday Olympic. You mean we need to displace any of them? No. William Mikel displays a Saskia. It's not possible. Let's just be honest with ourselves. So, the quality has dropped so far. And the reason why the quality has dropped is what we had at that particular time. We didn't have it. Remember, Westhouse came in 88. He was with the team for over 6 years. He built that team. He took them to Algiers 19, Senegal 92, Tunisia 94 that we won. And before that particular game, Algiers 19 we came second, Algeria beat us. 92 we were third, 94 we won. It was a gradual process, and he built that team. That team, the 92 edition that we won bronze, he defeated Cameroon in the top place. Cameroon, so Jamila was defeated. That was how good our team was. The 94 team, there's a particular Michel Basole of Cote d'Ivoire, was one of the hottest, players on the African scene, and we were able to dispatch that particular team, the Cote d'Ivoire team. So that team was as good as that. Look at what we did at the World Cup. If not for our inexperience that cost us, we would have gotten to the quarterfinal of that particular World Cup. So that was how good we were against it. So any of the teams that we have, they are way better than what we have at the moment. And the reason is this: because the kind of quality we had then, we don't have it anymore. A whole lot of our players, before they play one season, they're already out. Most of them, after one season with the club, you go to Tajikistan, you go to Vietnam, you go to this, you go to that, and you are looking for better opportunity for yourself. And at the end of the day, we have players left in the league that can't even play in the national team. And the next thing you start importing players that are second choice, in their country of choice to come and play for our national team. And that's the reason why we are where we are at the moment. So we need to go back to the drawing board, invest in our football. I've said it constantly, we have to keep discussion, because definitely investment in football, growing football, will require us investing money. And if you are not accountable for the money we are investing, our football will never go. So we need to go back to the drawing board and build our 8th grade team. We need to be producing players every 2 years. meaning that every time there's an under 17, we have a set of players. Those set of players move to under 20, they continue to go through the rank. We can have players that will develop through the system, and these are the kind of players that will make it to our national team. Not important players that are second choice, that will not even make the first team in their country of choice.
Sorry.
So that's what we need to do for us to be able to get back to our past glory of 1994.
All right, so let's go from this to the UK, of course, former Liverpool international. Former English international, of course, Liverpool legend Jamie Carragher. Of course, he's been talking tough, after the 3-0 loss to Manchester City, and he's actually saying that Liverpool needs to actually make huge transfer in the January window. I know a lot of persons are actually, asking questions why you'll be actually saying that despite their hefty summer spending of £446 million, the Red boosted players including high-profile signing Alexander Isak and Florian Wirtz. However, following a disappointing 3-0 defeat, of course, the team finds itself at 8th position in the Premier League, and they've actually lost they lost 5 of their 11 games, and a lot of persons are actually putting the issues on the defense of Liverpool. But I'm asking you now, Mayowa, straight ahead as we begin to wrap up. Is the defense Liverpool's major problem? Or Liverpool as a whole, the team does not really look like the same thing that we saw last season?
The defense is an issue, and because of that, you have to be conservative.
But do you agree that they have to go into the market to sign more players after the £446 million they've signed over the summer?
Yeah, definitely. Defense has to be addressed. Van Dijk and Konate, they are out of it, and that's just the honest truth. Van Dijk has slowed down in pace. Konate is not consistent, and that position, is a huge headache for them. Most of the goals conceded, is from that particular position, and that needs to be addressed very, very fast if they want to, make anything out of this.
It's a sad one because they actually signed a very young guy from Italy, talking about Leone, but the guy got injured, and they were hoping that he's going to be the man who is going to understudy Virgil van Dijk. But our time is not our friend right now. Mayowa, it's good to have you join me right here on Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I hope before the Nations Cup starts, Eric Chell finds a way to solve Nigerian problem. I don't want to have a heart attack watching Nigeria at the Nations Cup. Thank you for having me, Kate.
You're welcome. And hopefully, we definitely get to see the Super Eagles play without anyone actually suffering a heart attack like we saw in a just concluded tournament in Cote d'Ivoire, where we actually lost a couple of Nigerians after the game against South Africa. But that's exactly where we'll actually be wrapping up the show, talking about Locker Room on this particular episode. Do well to join us tomorrow, same time, as we bring you all the latest stories regarding the world of football. But do not go away, because Chukwuma Okoro will be here to actually take you through the world of politics, its political lens. And my name is Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a great day ahead.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kiddies Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Well, you can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agbomo. Barrister Agbomo is a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agbomo, and thanks for coming to Political Lens.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
It's a pleasure. Barrister, today happens to be a very bad day for a lot of people because Justice James Omotoshi has sentenced Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, to life imprisonment on terrorism charges. Well, a Nigerian federal court has convicted Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on terrorism-related charges and sentenced him to life imprisonment. Justice James Omotoshi ruled that prosecutors proved Kanu used IPOB to incite violent attacks on security officials and civilians in the southeast. Kanu, who also holds British citizenship, was ejected from the courtroom during proceedings after accusing the judge of relying on unwritten laws and calling the judgment complete rubbish. Kanu was first arrested in 2015 on multiple charges, including treasonable felony. After being granted bail in 2027, he disappeared until his controversial 2021 extradition from Kenya, which supporters described as an extraordinary rendition, where prosecutors sought the death penalty, arguing that Kanu's broadcast on Radio Biafra encouraged unrest and strengthened secessionist sentiment in the region. IPOB, outlawed as a terrorist organization in 2007 by a court, but we also understand that another court said, look, IPOB is not a terrorist organization. Well, the organization has been linked to violent sit-at-home enforcement and multiple attacks across southeast Nigeria. A lot of people also argue that, look, IPOB, because IPOB has said, look, we are not responsible for the violent attacks and blamed unknown gunmen for such attacks. Well, a splinter movement, the Biafran government in exile, led by Simon Ekpa, who is recently in jail in Finland on terrorism charges, has also been implicated. According to the SBM intelligence, separatist militancy has contributed to at least 700 deaths since 2021, while Nigeria's security forces have themselves been accused of human rights violations during operations. The renewed agitation stems from long-standing feelings of political and economic marginalization in the former Eastern region, which unsuccessfully attempted to secede as Biafra between 1967 and 1970. Ahead of his conviction, Kanu wrote directly to Donald Trump, alleging a Judeo-Christian genocide in the Southeast. I don't know where this information is coming from. We're following reports tying IPOB's lobbying efforts to the recent U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The verdict marks another turning point in the pro-Biafra movement's fraught relationship with the Nigerian state. Barrister Darlington Agommo, you listened to my intro. You followed the judgment. It was broadcast live on TV. A lot of Nigerians, millions of Nigerians watched it expectantly. And, Nnamdi Kanu has been found guilty on terrorism charges, by the federal government of Nigeria, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. What is your reaction to that judgment? I want you to speak first as a lawyer before we delve into the politics of it all.
Yeah, Mr. Okoro, the judgment, I listened to it in one of the radio stations all through, from the beginning to the end, even though I am not in Abuja, but I listened and I wasn't happy. It looks like the judgment of the presidential election tribunal. That is what it looks to me like.
Okay.
Because when you see travesty of justice, even you as a professional, you ask yourself, is this what this law all about? The law is supposed to be the last hope of the common man. But in Nigeria, it is the other way around. Seriously. Our judges, the way they are doing, they are going to disgrace this profession. People may no longer have any hope in the judiciary. Thank God you heard what the president said 2 days ago on the judges' conference. You saw how he castigated the judges and the corruption in the judiciary. You heard it himself from the horse's mouth. I was thinking that would have helped the judges to be circumspect whenever they are trying to hand down judgment on critical issues. But the answer is no. What they accuse Nnamdi Kanu for? Look, it's unfortunate even that Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer were not defending him towards the end of his case, of his trial. It's unfortunate because most of this thing they said is what the lawyers would have trashed out.
At that point?
Yes, they would have trashed it out because it is his defense. The things they accused him of, if he had allowed his lawyers to come in, they would have trashed some of them the same way they did it at the appeal court. But for reasons, best to him, he decided to. I know the legal gamble he wanted to, throw in.
Okay.
By asking the prosecutor to now let the onus be on him. This electoral act. They said the electoral act now, if they amend it, the onus will be on INEC to validate any election. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, very good. Go ahead.
So the onus will now be on INEC to decide an election, not you. It is the same thing Nnamdi Kanu was trying to gamble. But already, this prosecution gathered evidence. Most of the things they accuse Nnamdi Kanu of is what he said.
Yes, Barrister.
What he said.
Good.
And you and I know that people have said worse things in Nigeria, Mr. Okoro. Look at it yourself. Everything. He said this one. He said this one should do this. He said what he said is what they are using against him. Is that justice? But these other people that are cutting people's head in broad daylight. Look, I don't want to be emotional this evening, but let God judge at the end of the day. Because I remember Chief Awolowo faced the same thing under his brother Shoemimo. And Shoemimo had to tell him that my hands are tied. Yes, when Awolowo wanted to make, he said my hands are tied. That means the military government has decided that Awolowo should be sentenced.
Okay, so the court was simply working to an answer.
I mean, is it not obvious?
Okay.
Look, I wish we had time. I will point out all the loopholes, because 90% of what they are accusing us is what he said. Not what he did. He told this person. He told this person to do this. He told this person to do this. But Mr. Okoro, please tell me, haven't some people done worse things in this country today as I talk to you? I mean, people who have sacked an entire village, slaughtered all of them, take over their village, rename it, and they are taking over their homes.
Barrister, we'll come to that. Well, I'm happy that you are bringing forward,
Legally, it is wrong in law for what they did. Yes. Anybody may come and tell you, Nnamdi Kanu said this, Nnamdi Kanu said this. These other people that did not only say it, they are doing it with their hands. Because for you to do all these things, you must establish a prima facie case. But how are the mens rea and the actus rea, which is mostly absent? Because you need to establish both the physical and the mental elements in a criminal matter. All we are hearing that Nnamdi said this, he broadcast this, he said this, he broadcast this. But they did not tell us where Nnamdi Kanu was carrying gun and killing people. My people perish for lack of knowledge. The man that was reading the judgment, I congratulate him, he has done well. But you know, Mr. Okoro, some of us, we are going to get that judgment and keep it for reference.
If at the end of the day, you say the CTC copy will be made available, even at the court.
Of course.
Now, Barrister,
we have a copy.
You have many points of disagreement. I listened to the judgment too, part of it, and I heard the judge, the person that read it, say, look, when he wanted to define terrorism, you know what? He said, according to the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, should a judge rely on what the dictionary says to define terrorism and not what the law says?
That is part of it, though. Yeah, I mean, they have different...
Because I was pretty surprised.
No, they had different definitions of these things, so. But they did not relate it to what is going on in Nigeria today. Was it Nnamdi Kanu's activity that made Donald Trump to call Nigeria a country of particular concern? Was it Nnamdi Kanu activities? The answer is no. Apart from Nigeria, mention any other country in the whole world that call IPOB a terrorist group. The answer is no. So, if your organization is not a terrorist group, how can you be a terrorist? Mr. Okoro, if your organization you are running is not known by any standard to be a terrorist group, how can you now, you that is running the organization, be a terrorist? You can imagine. You can imagine.
Barrister, part of the things that the person that read the judgment, I guess it should be the judge, because he was shielded from public.
Of course, now he might be a DSS man. I don't think that man is a
motor show.
I don't think so. The voice and everything, but whoever it is,
the say that one of the information, what the evidence is that, look, DSS said that Nnamdi Kanu imported radio broadcast equipment and that he didn't have documents.
Yeah, he didn't declare it, which is 5 years or so under the Custom Act. Is that so serious? All these smugglers that are bringing things in court.
Barrister, the judge also said that, look, that he didn't have a license from the NBC to do the broadcast. And some people are already asking, what of Radio Kudirat?
I wonder, no. I said, whenever you have been declared a bad boy by the government, they will do everything to drag you, to bring you in. I'm not joking. They will do everything. Even when the law is very clear, they will twist it. I told you here, most of the things they accuse, you said, you broadcast, you said. They never mentioned to me when Nnamdi Kanu went and sacked an entire village and killed all the people there. and they saw pictures of Nnamdi Kanu shooting this gun and all. So anybody can use Nnamdi Kanu's name to perpetrate evil, and they say it's Nnamdi Kanu. The one that is most funny, the one that somebody was telling, we have born Agege police station. And Nnamdi Kanu said, don't tell me that you have done this. Go and do it, you know. And they concentrated on all these things. What Nnamdi Kanu broker, what he said. This was the concentration. Giving you date when he said it, when he did not say it and all that. So that the years make it look like the guy have committed all the crime on earth. Because he said that they should burn Tinubu's hotel, Oriental Hotel. Are you serious? These are things that people have done and they are working freely in Nigeria. That's what they used to nail Nnamdi Kanu. He said something. He said it too. But somebody threatened Tinubu's wife and said they should kill her. Kill the wife of the president. And up to today, no police, no DSS, no army called him for questioning. Sheikh Gumi is running another terrorist organization which he goes to commune with them. Somebody brought terrorists into this country, Mr. Okoro. It's on record. How many terrorists did Nnamdi Kanu bring into this country? Let us start from there.
Barrister, we'll get to all of that. We'll get to all of that. We are still dwelling within the, the evidence before the court and all of that. They also talked about rendition. At a point, they said, well, yes, he was brought back. That they tried to justify rendition within international law. And they now cited instances where the United States of America has also rendition people. So when it is convenient for them, they go to take examples from the United States of America. But then when you try to hold them accountable, they say, no, America is an advanced society. Barrister, what do you call that?
Yes, even at that, it is very wrong in our judiciary for you to make reference with foreign judicial cases. The Supreme Court have banned it. The lawyers in Nigeria we have enough cases here. You should not make reference for foreign judgment. It's on record. Although when they are kind of Phoebes, whatever and whatever, I was saying, look at these people. They were quoting UK, quoting US. You know what? That is propaganda. Trying to make these foreign powers to know that, yes, Nnamdi Kanu is even against them. Can't you see what is going on here? The Supreme Court have told don't bring any foreign judgment here. We have enough cases for you to make reference to. But in this case now, it is convenient for them to quote. The other good part of America and UK, they will not quote it. They will never. They will never quote it. That is just the issue here. It's unfortunate where we have found ourselves as Igbos. Because anybody that wants to catch cruise now, he will use Igbo man.
But is it about Nnamdi Kanu or is it an Igbo thing?
It's an Igbo thing, no. I don't know what we did. The same thing the Jews who suffered until they say no, enough is enough. Is that not true? It's the same thing. Go and check. I have asked you here, what is that thing that the Igbo man have done in Nigeria? What crime did they commit? Mr. Okoro, look at how peaceful these people are, going about their business, contributing and adding value to the economy of Nigeria. Yet, it is not good enough. But look at terrorists. Very, very annoying. Terrorists that are adding nothing.
But we'll still come. We'll still come to to compare notes, between what Nnamdi Kanu is passing through and what others similar to him have passed through. I still want us to remain within the purview of the law of the. Now, part of the thing that the judge said is also that it is illegal for an individual or a group of people, to embark on self-determination, because according to him, the Nigerian Constitution makes it very clear that except you pass through the National Assembly, that if you don't pass through the National Assembly, it's illegal, because the Constitution says that Nigeria is one indissoluble entity. When we talk about the United Nations Charter, African Union Charter, on those self-determination, Nigeria is a signatory to all of those charters.
Yeah, they made reference to it, but they said in Nigeria, the constitution did not allow it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Except to go through the National Assembly.
National Assembly.
So doesn't that constitute a breach to someone's fundamental human rights?
Hold on, I'm coming.
Okay.
It's deliberate. This particular thing they are telling me now, it is not constitutional for you as an individual to seek for self-determination. But Sheikh Gumi told you and I that bandits and terrorists from all over the Sahel and all that, they have the right here that we should even pay them and compensate them for something we did not do to them. Is that not what Gumi said? That we should compensate them. And these are foreign terrorists in Nigeria's soil. And Nigerian said that the federal government of Nigeria should compensate them. But he did not tell us how we offended them or what we did on. Meanwhile, they are not even Nigerians. So, look at the contradictions. Trying to justify evil because you want to be politically correct. Just imagine. If that man had not been speaking and talking, we say maybe. But he came out openly and said it. Foreign terrorists, so foreign. They invited them here, and look at where we have found ourselves, in the hands of the terrorists. Yet the federal government of Nigeria didn't say anything wrong in that. They did not even come to. They have taken over the land. Do you know what that means? This is very clear to the whole world. How these people have come to take over part of Nigeria and constitute a nuisance there. Yet the federal government of Nigeria have not been deemed fit to ask them to get out of Nigeria. But Nnamdi Kanu, thank God they recognize that he was agitating for self-determination. Thank God they recognize that fact. But now use the terrorism, whatever, to add it. So all these people that have been killing people in the southeast, including Asari Dokubo, who told us how we were contracted to kill the Igbos. Nobody said anything about it though. Why are you killing the Igbo? What did they do wrong? What did they do wrong to you? That you have to contract somebody to be killing them. And yet, when they say no, I will not agree to this killing, they become bad people. Abi? We should have gone to sleep or hide under our bed like Benue and Plateau people, and they will take over our land. Abi? That is when you become a good boy, Mr. Okoro. Have you seen it? No. If they didn't say no, we will not allow this. It will have become like Benue and Plateau, where an entire village we are sacked and taken over and renamed. Is that not the crime Nnamdi Kanu committed? Because he said, because I listened to all the things they said. The man was very, very emphatic on not giving up Igbo land. Is that not what he said? That they will not give their land to Janjaweed from Chad and Sudan. Look, Mr. Okoro, or any other person listening, it is not possible for this infamy to continue without any problem coming along with it.
No, Barrister, nobody wants problem.
Listen, I was a problem. It can come in different forms.
Okay.
Look, when you have decided to take over my land while I'm alive, is that not a problem? Or are you not seeing it? No, tell me, is that not a problem? You people like to hide. I don't know why nobody wants to talk.
Barrister, you are talking.
No, we are not talking enough. If we are talking enough, this thing will not be happening. Even what made Nnamdi Kanu to start agitating? Is it not because of what happened? How can you collect people from outside Nigeria and say they should come in here and take over Nigerian land, Mr. Okoro? Our brothers from the southwest, our brothers from the south, you people are keeping quiet. Abi, it is turn by turn, no. It is turn by turn. I'm not joking.
All right. Now, Barrister, do you think that Nnamdi Kanu helped to destroy his own case by opting to defend himself? I want us to expand that discussion.
The man knew already. When he started, when he said he has sacked his life, I knew that they have told him what is up. I mean, that is it. They've told him what is up, so he decided to gamble. And And you can see the gamble himself. You know, I told you here that I know that the one.
And he's been very belligerent recently, attacking
because,
everybody.
yes.
Look at what transpired in court today.
Of course.
You know, DSS were pushing him around and said, "No, you don't touch me. You don't touch me."
If you are in his shoes, Unko, is that not what I was saying here? There's a way you push an old woman, and a very dangerous curse will come out of her mouth. She knows that she cannot fight you as an old woman, but she can issue curses. Yes, that's what's going on here. When you push an old woman roughly, evil words will come out of her mouth. And God help you with that evil word. That's what is going on here. How can you be treating him like this because of where he come from? Is that not the only reason? Mr. Okoro, please tell me, have people not done worse than Nnamdi Kanu in this country today? Have people not done worse than Nnamdi Kanu today? And yet, nobody is even talking about it. They are trying to make it look as if Nnamdi Kanu is the devil himself. Meanwhile, the real devils are there, operating. How many people did you see Nnamdi Kanu kidnap? How many villages did the IPOB go and take over and say people should not go to war farm there? You know?
He was busy defending with his words, defending his people who had been attacked by others.
Exactly.
Now, Barrister, the Chief Prosecution Council, Awolomo, said that the blood of the innocent people killed on the orders of Nnamdi Kanu will find peace with his conviction.
Yes, so yes.
Then Barrister, how about the lives of innocent people who have been and still killed in cold blood by known terrorists like Boko Haram, like Urawa, Mahmuda, and all of that? Don't they deserve peace?
That is the shame of the judgment, the shame of it all. The blood of who and who. This other Nnamdi came out and said, look, nobody should sit at home again. Mr. Okoro, did they hear it or not? They didn't. They will not make reference to it too. Now, they capitalized on that and started doing what they are doing in the Southeast, thinking that God is not watching them. All the army of occupation they took to the Southeast, why couldn't they stop the insecurity there? Mr. Okoro, if actually, why couldn't they do something? Rather, they went to what? Amplify it, and they were using it to chop. They were using it to make money. You can see. I say when you want to hang a dog, you give it a bad name. That's what they did in the Southeast. Because Nnamdi Kanu. Look, do you think that the Igbo man is very stupid? No, he's not. If they were not convinced on what Nnamdi Kanu is doing, they would not even listen to him. They would not follow him. They would not care. But because they saw what is going on, the propaganda, the deceit by the federal government, that's why they believe that this young man has a very good case that he's pursuing. If Nnamdi Kanu did not do what he did, Southeast would have been worse than Benue and Plateau because that was their target. If you check, they have already taken over the north. They have taken over part of the middle belt. Of course, the Southwest, their people are already here. It's a question of order and everything will go over. So the Southeast was their target. And then Nnamdi Kanu saw this thing. By the way, why is it that the federal government has not asked themselves, why is this insecurity coming from a particular ethnic group that came into Nigeria? Please, is that not what you and I am talking of my brothers from the Southwest and the South? Are you not supposed to have a meeting and say, come, why is it that these people are giving us headache, taking over our land, raping our women in our farmland? Is that not a serious issue? You people that are keeping quiet, it will get your turn. I remember by that time you said, when this thing was going on, what was that thing that happened that time? They said Igbo did not take part, Abi. End hunger strike. Good. It will get your turn. It will get your turn. I'm very, very convinced. It will get your turn. Let me see what you said that time. It will get your turn. Where is Igbo today? Because of the same people This young man was defending his own people. That the foreign terrorists that the federal government allowed was killing his people at Igboho. And this young man said no. They chased him into exile now. And oh my God. I don't even know what has gotten wrong to us. I'm not joking. I don't know why indigenous people of Nigeria are keeping quiet. Why the foreign terrorists are taking over our life. Just yesterday, Ghanaians were telling us that they have surrounded the Southwest. I said, really? And you are on a Kakanfo. You are telling us that terrorists have surrounded your people, Abi? In part of Ogun State today, you cannot go to farm. You dare not. Somebody's land, somebody's farm. Foreign terrorists came here and took it over. And the federal government just pretend as if it doesn't matter. But they can kill Nnamdi Kanu or, vilify him. And everybody say, hey, it's okay, yes. Hey, he was belligerent in court. He was very aggressive. He was this and that. Didn't Nnamdi Kanu kill them in court? These other ones that will tell you they are coming and they will come. What would have you done? Mr. Okoro, what have you done to them? Is it not when you take care of small issues that may result into bigger issues? You cut it off. Is that not true? But when you allow this thing, you remember how this thing started with Boko Haram? You never knew it was an agenda. All of a sudden, 7 of them appeared. And more are still coming as we go into 2026. More are still coming. Who is allowing them to come? Federal government of Nigeria.
Barrister, how do you say it's federal government of Nigeria?
No, it is me.
Them to come.
Somebody
we have porous borders. We understand that we have 1,900.
Please keep quiet.
Unmanned borders.
Let me hear. They gave you 400 names of those sponsoring terrorists. What have you done with it? If you are not in complicit, if you are not in cahoot with them, why are you trying to shield them? But you can bring Nnamdi Kanu to court, expose him. By the way, have you heard or seen anywhere where they are trying all these terrorist commanders?
Yeah, one of them was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment.
You only had it. When was he tried? Did you see when he was being tried? Did you see when that man was being tried? Did you see it? We only had that he was sent to
court sessions hold every day. Do I need to go to court to know that?
But Nnamdi Kanu on
because Nnamdi is a political. He's a political case. He's a freedom fighter.
They said he's a terrorist. What are you telling me? They said he's a terrorist. They said he's a terrorist. That's what they call Nnamdi Kanu.
So why are they giving him this prominence?
Well, I don't know. He's a political. I don't know for you. What I know is that they tried him for terrorism.
Okay.
These other people, they tried him for two fighting. That's it. Yes. You can see the contradiction and infamy. It is a shame on federal government. Shading people. For the one that paid, these people came from outside Nigeria, Mr. Okoro. They are not even from Nigeria. And you are pampering them.
Barrister, we have porous borders. That is part of the problem.
Look, how did the Toju Bello come into Nigeria?
That's a porous border that we are talking about.
And now he has entered here.
As at last count, 1,907. It's unmanned border by customs, by immigration, by police, by the army. So why wouldn't they come into Nigeria?
Yes.
Why would they pour into Nigeria?
Listen. It is not enough for you to have porous borders. Okay. But when they have entered...
Not just porous, unmanned. The word there is unmanned borders.
Listen. When they have entered into your territory, territorial jurisdiction called Nigeria, and they are operating here, and you are now dining and whining with them on daily basis, Mr. Okoro, what does that tell you? Please, what does that tell you? Is that not what gave them the impetus to be coming? If the first set of them that entered here were wiped out, wouldn't they know that here is too hot to? They won't come. But when they enter, you start pampering them, giving them all the logistics, giving them all the privileges you can't even give to our military. You gave it to them. Why wouldn't they work stronger? You can see. You can see what is agitating in Nnamdi Kanu's mind. Because when you see all these things, what does that tell you? Every Everything that man said in his broadcast is against taking his land. Is against what is going on in Nigeria. Did he say he want to take over the whole country? No, he said Igbo land, Biafra land. That was what we were calling upon. Yes, he want to protect his environment. What is wrong there? Since the federal government cannot do anything.
Okay, now Barrister, I'm happy that you have brought us to this point once again. Now, what will be the consequences of this sentence on the state of security in the Southeast? What do you expect? What do you see coming?
Look, I will advise my people, let them keep calm. IPOB or ESN, just remain calm. God will fight your battle. He said the battle is his own and vengeance belongs to him. Don't bother yourself about these things. Look, Mandela suffered the worst thing. At the end of the day, what happened? Ms. Okoro, we even shaded them when they were fighting apartheid. Is that not true? They went through worse experience. Today, what happened? So, please, my people, don't be discouraged. Just keep calm. Go about your business. Pretend as if nothing happened. The shame will be on them. Sebi is life sentence. Nnamdi Kanu, don't worry. If your lawyers want, they can go out for appeal.
Yes, I was coming to that.
So let them.
There are options. It's open to appeal.
Like I said before, yes,
the Court of Appeal, then the
Supreme Court. So let them do what they want to do, but don't do what? Don't play into the hands of your enemy. Let them do what they want to do.
Barrister, I'm happy that you are giving this advice, but let's take away emotions and sentiments. What do you think will be the state of insecurity in the Southeast? Do you think that the young men will pour into the streets?
No.
So how about...
we are past that stage.
Okay, but Barrister, how about Monday sit at home? Do you think it will come to an end?
Why not? Why not?
Already in some parts of the South, it is already gone by,
Yes.
People don't sit at home in some places.
If the security agencies of government does not take advantage of it, that's the truth. If they don't take advantage of it and claim that I don't know whom they go call now. I don't know who they call now. Whether they will still call it ESN and IPOB.
Because Simon Ekpa is in jail. Kanu is in jail. So who else?
I know what I'm telling you now. So let's see how insecurity will continue in the Southeast. Then you now ask yourself, who is now behind it?
Okay, now, Barrister, do you think that this thing is going to prop up, this sentence is going to prop up another leader of the IPOB?
It's very likely.
Okay.
Because I remember what Mandela said when you were released. They asked him the same question. He said, look, if the situation that warranted what they did with ANC comes up again, that he will do the same thing all over. He said it. Because nobody wants to be a slave in his own land. Is that not what causes problem? When you are unleash foreign terrorists into my land, to come and take by force. So, Mr. Okoro, have you seen where a Fulani man went to do his business and he bought, a land or paid the necessary fees and all that to do his business? Is it not by force of arm? Please just mention. My brothers from the Southwest, just tell me where every Fulani man is doing legitimate business and then he paid for it, for the land. So, you will come somewhere and take my land, Abi, and you are there oppressing me, telling me what in my own land, and you want me to be happy.
Barrister, I like for us to be fair and factual. We also understand that some of the lands occupied by these Fulani men, that they are given to them in exchange for cash by leaders of some communities. Haven't you heard that? Yes.
No. Hold on. Please, hold on.
They don't just We understand that some community leaders take money from them and say, okay, you can stay there.
Mr. Ogoro, the reasonable thing for you to do in acquiring any land is to what? Documentation. No matter who want to scam you or whatever, it's not enough. Is there any tribe in Nigeria that does business more than the Igbo man? No, tell me, is there any tribe that does business more than the Igbo man? But anywhere they go, they rent a shop or buy a land and build a house there. Is that not how they do things, Mr. Okoro? How can you go and tell me that one chief gave you as if you don't know what you are doing, Abi? By the way, the land they gave you, are you not supposed to demand for documentation? If they gave you that land legitimately, are you not supposed to show that yes, this is, you know? But why should you come all the way from the Sahel to come and take the dot in a circle that is Igbo land? The land in the north is not enough for you, Abi. Eh? Look at all the vast land in the north. It's not enough for you. It is for you to come here and take the small piece of land that you and your jihadists left for us. That's why they took Kwara and the Kogi from the southwest. They now want to go to the southeast and take the land to Abi. Just look at how these people are gradually. And the federal government of Nigeria is not seeing anything that is going on here. We thought a Satana will correct all these anomalies. Do you know that what is causing problem in South Africa today? Ramaphosa said, look, I am going to redistribute the land so that the indigenous will have a share of their own land. And that is what Donald Trump is raising hell. That the whites have been shortchanged. You can imagine. Look at all the vast land in the north. Something that you and I should be talking about if you want fairness. Niger State is the south of the entire southwest. Can you just imagine? Yet they will leave it and come here to dominate again. And you people are keeping quiet, Abi. You are keeping quiet, Abi. Okay. Are you to hear Yoruba Ronu, Igbo Suronu, South Ronu? A time will come when you can no longer Ronu. By that time it will be too late.
But what's the meaning of Ronu?
Think.
Okay.
Think. Because it's better to pursue the black sheep in the daytime. It will get to a point, it will be too late for all of us. I'm not joking.
Okay, now Barrister, we are still in the southeast. My question specifically was this thing now. Okay, how is it going to affect the state of security in the southeast? You have advised them, okay, not to do anything.
Yes, no, that's not.
Put everything in the hands of God.
Of course.
Barrister, you have become philosophical.
Because the matter have not ended until
the matter has not ended.
Yes, until this.
Okay, we'll talk about the appeal in a bit now. I want us to look at the political solution. Now, some people have said that, look, that the government knows what it is doing, that the government is just giving him this life sentence to say, look, young man, you are not beyond us, we can deal with you. But that the government is not going to do that. That is a matter of time that they will say, okay, probably, because our lawyer Jimako said we are going to appeal to our Court of Appeal and probably to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, of course, I said it here now. That's
now, Barrister, do you think that the political, because we heard Bianca Ojukwu said, look, it's a matter of time that Nnamdi Kanu will be released when she was made minister. We didn't see that happen. It's over a year that happened. Barrister, is it now that the political solution will come? Like a lot of people, like you say, that the president should enter another prosecution, for Nnamdi Kanu. Do we expect the president to say, okay, now I give you presidential pardon? Is that going to happen ahead of? Because some people have also said, look, that the president is going to use that to score a political capital, political goal ahead of 2027 to win the Southeast. Do you see that coming?
Whatever is happening here now, I can see that the government want to please the northern oligarchy because Nnamdi Kanu did not give them the opportunity to do what they wanted to do in the Southeast. So, because I remember them calling on Gulak. Is Gulak the only person? Making these people, they think they are clever. They don't pinpoint, go and pick some points here and there to make it look like, in fact, that is the worst crime anybody can commit and all that. Gulak, that it was IPOP that killed him. But the other people that all these terrorists were not killed, Igbos, high level Igbos that they killed. Did anybody mention their name? Did they talk about them? You can see. When they kill you, it's okay, but when you retaliate, you become a bad boy. They'll ask you, why did you do that? I remember when one lady said he's going to poison the people from Lagos, Yoruba and the Edo people. You remember that girl from Canada?
From Canada.
Good. Yes. Abike pursued her to Canada and said they should arrest her, this and that. The Canadian police now called the lady and said, come, did you look at what your people are saying? Why should you say such a thing, this and that? The ladies now said, he brought out evidence that they started this thing. Now look at what they said to her and her people. The Canadian government said, oh, if that is the case, please, this is your, you have no case to answer. The Nigerian government should go and settle their tribal issue. Case closed. Do you see where people balance issues, Mr. Koro? You can imagine. I said, when they call you a thief, say, yes, I'm a thief. That's the only. But when you say, no, I'm not a thief, you have the mouth to say you are not a thief. When I call you a thief, why not accept you? Who are you to say, to challenge me? That is what they want you to be in Nigeria, Mr. Koro. The other one who claimed to be a man of God, you hear what he told us? That the Igbos are under a curse. We can never rule Nigeria. Eh? These are the type of narrative they want you to absorb. You can imagine an Igbo man coming out to say what will happen. These are a primate, a man of God. Though, look at what he vomited from his mouth. When you now reply him, they will say, don't you know he's a man of God? Why did you reply him? Why should you talk to him? As if he spoke with God or God spoke with him. These are the things that really, really annoy me. You see a people that are diligent in their work, peaceful people. Instead of you to appreciate it and even embrace them and copy their way of doing things and all that, you say no. Because they are peaceful, they have now become what? Your whipping dog. Eh? Anybody that wants to do anything now, as long as you just talk and say it, and what will you do? But when you react, look, I have told you, Mr. Okoro, I have told the government, you see, you can't beat a child other than not to cry, you. Not even to an Igbo man. We are very peaceful, quite all right. But if you say an old woman cannot run, that does not mean when they go to carry her snuff box. So, did you hear me? This thing that Igbo man is very peaceful. Igbo man, yes, we agree, and you are taking advantage. The day you put them to the wall, don't blame anybody, because this insult is getting out of hand. Where did they go to talk to Primate Ayodele that the Igbos are under a curse? Who caused them? Mr. Okoro, who caused them? Meanwhile, I don't have time. I would have told him who actually is under a curse.
No, Barrister, there's no need.
I know. You will not agree. But let his conscience search him.
Okay.
For saying that. This is a part of what the Igbo man have suffered, though.
Barrister, we
for
are
no reason.
Barrister, as we custom, we talked about what this sentence would mean, for the state of security in the Southeast. Now, do you think that this sentence, Nnamdi Kanu's sentence to life imprisonment, will end the agitation for the sovereign state of Biafra?
Look, it will end it because right now, I wouldn't want anybody to do anything unto us. Just keep calm. Okay. Like I look, let them keep calm. There's no need. Their conscience will judge them at the end of the day. The matter is still ongoing. It has not ended. The Supreme Court is still there. Let us get there first. And then when that is now, rested, we now say, okay, this matter is rested. But for now, please, let nobody anywhere, both outside and inside Nigeria, say you are an Igbo man, this and that. No, please, relax yourself as if nothing happened. That is the way to embarrass your enemy. When he's making noise and threatening, just pretend as if you didn't see him at all. Okay. His conscience will not judge him.
So apparently, both the marginalization, which led to this agitation, and the agitation itself will remain frozen.
Of course.
For how long, Barrister?
For as long as the occasion demands. Mr. Okoro, as long as the occasion demands, we are going to... we have seen 99. What is 100? Don't worry yourself. Egypt, Israel, how many years in Egypt? 430 years. At the end of it, what happened? Mr. Okoro, at the end of the day, what happened? Forget that thing. I've told you. With what I know of this thing they are doing, they are even making the Igbo man more stronger and more bolder. You don't know? They are making him more stronger by this thing they are doing to him all over the place. They said, if you are holding a brave man on the ground, you are holding yourself. Is that not true? Is it not when you release the brave man, you now stand up? Thank God all of them have recognized the potentials in Igbo man in Nigeria. They know. So continue to suppress him.
Isn't that recognition part of the problem?
let them continue to suppress him now, and let's see how Nigeria will move forward. Don't worry yourself. Is it not a shame that up to today, at 65, Nigeria cannot manufacture ordinary nail? I mean, quality product that can compete with any of them from America or UK. Up to today, we are still behaving like kindergarten. Meanwhile, the Igbo man have the potential to take Nigeria to the moon. But you keep him down, thinking that whenever they make any move, you say, as long as from Igbo man, no, don't agree. Don't agree.
So, Barrister, should I take that as a concluding thought, or do you have 30 seconds?
You know what they did at the Project Development Agency in Enugu?
Yes, I know.
This is about, by now, that place would have been the hub of technology in the whole of Africa. But the Nigerian government deliberately keep it down because it's an Igbo initiative. Is that not true? Let them continue to suppress us. No, don't worry, we'll not bother. It's a shame on them.
Okay, all right, Barrister, we are out of time. Barrister, I would like for you to use 30 seconds to give your concluding thoughts on this.
My concluding thought is that nobody should bother himself about this judgment.
Okay.
Even didn't they crucify Jesus Christ? Today, every Sunday, you now go to church and beg the same man for forgiveness after you have crucified him. Mr. Look at that.
All right, thank you
so when they're persecuting you, just relax. Your God is fighting for you. Don't worry yourself. When the time comes, the truth will be revealed.
Okay, when the time comes, the truth will be revealed.
Exactly.
We will have to end this conversation because we are out of time. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. We appreciate your presence. And according to Barrister, please, people from the Southeast, other Nigerians that feel aggrieved with the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, don't do anything untoward. God is the ultimate judge, according to Barrister Darlington Agomo. On behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nnamdi. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nnamdi. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics, from court sentencing Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, to NLC, the crying Kebbi Kwara attacks, calling for urgent attention. Also, NAD least conditions to end doctors' strike. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. A federal high court in Abuja has convicted Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on all 7 counts of terrorism brought against him by the federal government. Judge James Omotosho held that the prosecution successfully proved this case, noting that Kanu refused to counter the evidence and persistently challenged the legitimacy of the charges. Immediately after the verdict, government lawyers demanded the death penalty, citing the Terrorism Prevention Act and the severity of the offences. Kanu, who's been detained for years and represented himself in court, had previously filed motions arguing that the law under which he was tried was invalid and that his trial breached constitutional protections. However, in a twist, the court sentenced Kanu to life imprisonment rather than yield to the government's demand for a death sentence. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Then joining us virtually is Comrade Destiny Nabulele. He is the former member of Edo State House of Assembly, a public affairs analyst, and a human rights activist advocate. He will get to join us later on in the show. Sir, let me start with you. So, would you applaud this ruling? You know, every Nigerians were all at standstill, if I could say that. Everybody really wanted to know the case or how the case would end, and of course, we've heard it, the life imprisonment. Would you applaud the ruling, or would you say that the judge was lenient with the ruling?
Well, it's not a question of applauding or otherwise. That should be the context here. I think the import of the judgment should be our focus. Honestly, when the conviction came before the sentencing, I was extremely apprehensive because I know that some of those charges carry death penalty. And I've had cause to ask some few lawyers. But when the judgment came and it was life sentence, it's not as if it's still better, because for a vibrant young man to imagine spending the rest of his life behind bars without limit is even more excruciating. But the joy about all this is it's not the final stage. It still has the appeal court and the Supreme Court to argue his case. But as it is today, I am looking beyond the sentencing. I'm looking at Kanu as a person. I'm looking at how he will feel. I'm looking at his children, his wife, and his immediate family. Nigerians are funny lot. They quickly forget I tell you, if in the next 1 or 2 weeks, if anything more serious happens in Nigeria, majority of people would even not remember that Kanu is behind bars. And that's why I've always advocated, I said it in the afternoon here, that I wish that the political solution route had been taken before now, so that we can settle this. But of course, it's still an open thing. We can still open up discussions aimed at getting reprieve for Nnamdi Kanu. Because beyond the agitations, I have listened to him early in the struggle, and I know that he exudes some measure of brilliance. He's not just an ordinary person on the street. And a talent like that shouldn't just be sacrificed on the altar of this kind of thing. So I want to say that hope is not lost. Kanu can still be redeemed. It could be a prerogative of mercy. It could be a victory in the appeal court or a victory in the Supreme Court. But people, well-meaning Nigerians, beyond the Southeast, should come together and see how best this situation can be handled, so that everybody will now get a semblance of a win-win situation, and there won't be any victor and not any vanquished.
Okay, some persons have said that Nnamdi Kanu was literally sentenced on what he said and not what he did. That people have said worse things than what Nnamdi Kanu said, and that there's no right to him being placed on life imprisonment because it's just a freedom of speech. What's your take on this?
You see, I might find it a little bit difficult to answer that question because I am not a lawyer. I don't know to the extent to which you can talk that it becomes very vicarious liability on your part. So it's a very difficult and dicey question for me to answer if I am not a lawyer, because I don't want to stand the risk of saying something that lawyers would So for me, it will be better handled by a learned person.
Okay. Would you say that Nnamdi Kanu destroyed his case when he chose to defend himself and not allowing lawyers defend him? Because we could see how he behaved in court. Maybe a person of his temperament might not be in the best position to defend himself. Maybe if he had lawyers, don't you think that's something, he would have had a more lenient, how would I put it, a more lenient judgment given to him if he had lawyers that defended him?
You see, the caliber of lawyers assembled by Kanu should have been allowed to file their defense in this case. A lawyer of the stature of former Attorney General of the Federation, and there are, I think, about 5 or 6 senior advocates were there in that team. It would have been, because law is about technicalities, and it would have been an advantage to him if those lawyers had taken the case to a logical conclusion the way they started. Of course, they may have some aces up their sleeves that could give a lead to why he should not be convicted. And the court gave him that opportunity, I think more than 2 or 3 times, to file a defense. Because from what I was listening throughout to the judgment, they just said he pleaded not guilty to those charges. And the fact that you pleaded not guilty, that means you have reasons, you have evidence to show that you didn't actually commit the offense. It would have allowed those lawyers to take it to a logical conclusion. But it's quite unfortunate that it went this way. Law is so complex. You may think you may not be able to get out of it, but just one loophole may be enough to bring down all the array of evidence marshaled against you in the case. But that opportunity was lost in the course of the trial. And you can see, if you listen to that judgment, the judge relied heavily on the prosecution to arrive at that sentence, that conviction. It could have been otherwise if there are there is a process that allows for opening and closing of defense, and then there will be cross-examination and all that, and then maybe there could be just what we consider as medicine after death now, that these lawyers are saying that he shouldn't have been convicted based on vicarious liability, more so when he was not the one that actually committed the murder that was attributed to his instruction. But we didn't have that opportunity to go to that extent in the case. So it's rather unfortunate.
Okay. Do you think the judgment would deepen political tensions, especially among his supporters in the Southeast?
Of course, they cannot be happy. There's no way they can be happy. But I would advise that there are windows. Appellate court is there. The apex court, which is the Supreme Court, is there. Political maneuvering is there. So hope is not lost. It can still be made good. So rather than escalate tension, I would advise his supporter to remain calm, and let's see how it plays out in these 2 appellate courts. And then finally, how we have gotten to a point that the choices are not too many. And for the sake of the man himself, his immediate family, and his extended family, let us find a solution, a political solution to it, so that the man can return to his family.
Okay, and we have our virtual guest join us at the moment. Let us have him, weigh in into this discussion. Good evening, comrade. Evening.
Maybe he needs to unmute his mic.
Okay, to join us later on in the show. Let's move on. Okay, the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has issued a stark warning to the federal government following a terrorist attack in Kebbi State, where 25 female students were abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, and the vice principal was killed. NLC President Joe Ajere mourned with the victims' families and called on the federal government to urgently review its security strategy, saying the worsening crisis shows that existing bogus budgets are not producing real protection. At the same time, the NLC raised concern over a separate incident in Kwara State where suspected bandits abducted 4 rice farmers in Bokungi village. The union warned that insecurity is not just a regional issue, but a national threat, urging the government to confront this evil before it consumes us all. So, do you think the security situation in Nigeria is spiraling out of control with these incidents we're seeing now?
Yeah. Nobody's comfortable with the level of insecurity in the country. As a matter of fact, anybody that deludes himself or herself that is safe anywhere in this country will be playing the ostrich. It's a difficult thing to assume that you are safe anywhere you find yourself, because the way these people are spreading their tentacles, soon, except something drastic is done and steps are taken, it could get to a point that anywhere in this country may not be safe. Initially, when this insurgency started, it was in the northeast. Later on, the bandits came and started attacking people in the northwest. Today, they are in the middle belt, the north central. And they are also itching to make incursion to southwest and possibly south or southeast. So, I just pray that the whole country will not be enveloped with fear to the extent that we may not be able to even go about our normal daily chores without looking behind our shoulders, and these people, they are no respecter of anywhere. If they could go to church and kill, if they could go to mosque and kill, if they could go to farms and kill, go to homes to abduct, sometimes for ransom and all that, then if they could also ambush soldiers and kill them in their numbers, then what else can they not do? So I align with the Nigerian Labour Congress, though their voice is not as strong as one would have expected. But for the optics, I align with them that something has to be done, at least for us to have some respite in this country. And it has to be done quickly.
Okay, some reports or some persons had said recently that the just after the statement made by Trump, U.S. President Trump, that it looks like these attacks are now more frequent. That it looks like the terrorists or the bandits are daring U.S. president for him to actually come and do what he needs to do or do whatever he wants to do. Would you think that? Would you also toe that line?
No, I don't want to toe that line. See, all these things had been orchestrated, had been pre-planned, and because there's a pushback from government. Initially, when Trump made that pronouncement, these bandits were fleeing to the extent that our neighbor Chad had to close his borders against them. But after a while, then when they discovered that nothing of such is likely to happen, it emboldened them to the point that they believe that they can still carry on with their attacks without let on hindrance. And this is where the federal government should have taken steps to constantly begin to assail them, to begin to denigrate them, to the extent that they will not have a hiding place. But unfortunately, even those soldiers that were going to rescue those 25 young girls were ambushed and some of them were killed. That is to show you how bold, how daring these terrorists are. And it is quite unfortunate that the sovereignty and the power of the state is being whittled down on daily basis. And we seem not to have a solution to some of these things. It's quite unfortunate. I don't want to see Nigeria going under as a result of the lack of political will by the federal government to contain this marauder. Government should live up to its responsibility and take bold steps to fight these insurgents.
Okay, while you were speaking, you made mention of something about it being pre-planned. That the whole issue, the whole entire situation has been pre-planned. Can you throw more light on that? Sorry.
You see, it's just like the police and the thief. The police wants to be one step ahead of the thief. Then the criminal also wants to catch up and even overtake the police. How best can you explain that there was an intel that there is likelihood of attack on that school? There was also an intel that 2 weeks to the attack on Yewata that some people were planning. And when security operatives were asked, they said the intel was misleading. The fact that there was an intel shows that it wasn't just a spontaneous thing, that it was pre-planned. I mean, all this would point to the fact that most of these things are not just a spontaneous or impulsive reaction or action. They knew where they were taking off from. They knew where they were to attack, and yet nothing was done. So it simply means that you and I, somebody, a neighbor, may have an idea of somebody coming to attack and gives intel to the intelligence community, and they will not act until the deed is done. So is that not enough evidence to show that these things were pre-planned?
Okay, what security? What comprehensive approach can we take on these security situation? But before you answer that, former Governor Amechi recently said that the federal government lacks the political will to curb this terrorism or to curb our insecurity. Do you think that is the situation here?
You see, he didn't only say that. He also said that he has the answer, that they should come for help. And I asked, Amechi, since 1999, when the Fourth Republic took off, and now, that's about 26 years, Amechi consecutively enjoyed 23 and a half years out of these 26. The only time he's been out of government was from May 29, 2023 to now, which is just about 2.5 years. Now, for 8 years, he was a key player in the last administration. He couldn't give us this information to fight insurgents. He was governor for 8 years, and while he was governor, Boko Haram was already dealing with us in this country, and he couldn't give solution at that time. So what solution does he now have after leaving government for just 2.5 years? Politicians, they play to the gallery, and unfortunately, Nigerians take them serious. When I heard about it, I just took it with a pinch of salt. That what nonsense. How could you have said that? He just wanted to be noticed. That's why he's saying that. And somebody like me would not take him seriously. So then on the issue of how best to address this. You see, if you talk about it for the next 48 hours, it still boils down to that political will. It still boils down to that political will. And that political will that is lacking would have to be brought to bear for us to find a lasting solution to this insurgency. Because if you ask a military man that probably had been to Sambisa or Zamfara or anywhere and was lucky to come back alive, he will tell you that if the political will is there and the soldiers are given the right incentive, the right weaponry, and the right atmosphere to work, that these are ragtag army that can be denigrated in less than a month. So who is that person holding the lever that will not release the rain for this? If a non-state actor like Gumi can locate where these people are, you should know. Then you should know that the security agencies have enough intel to route them. But we have seen examples. A private in the Nigerian army was among troops that were fighting these insurgents, and just when they were successfully repelling this armed group, order came that they should retreat. But this soldier felt that his life was on the line and that of his troop. He went after these insurgents and he was able to single-handedly push them back to the extent that they retreated. And what was the compensation? He said he violated lawful orders and he was dismissed. Is that not instructive? Look at that Major General, that government set up a team, a task team, to fish out leaders of these bandits and insurgents. And this team was able to pick some of them. And the only reward that Major General got was compulsory retirement, interrogation, and it was, according to reports, put in solitary confinement for 64 days. That's over 2 months. What is the incentive for the ones serving now to want to go all out to defend the territorial integrity of this country? If your predecessors had suffered this kind of fate, would you want to dare? That is why I said the political will is not there. And until that political will is brought to bear, we may have to contend with this for a long time.
So it means that you're actually in line, you're actually supporting, even if you don't, the Amaechi's statement about the political will, federal government not having a political
Yes!
will. So you actually support that statement?
Yes, I support it, though it's not coming from a good messenger.
Well, of course, leave the messenger and take the message.
Yeah, I'm taking the
case,
message.
exactly. Let's come to go to our virtual guest, who is Comrade. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Okay, so we
Thank
are
you for
talking
having me.
about the NLC's call on the federal government to take urgent steps in addressing the insecurity in the country. So I want to ask, what's your take on that? What's your take on the insecurity in that? Do you think the federal government isn't doing enough, or you feel, what do you think?
Yeah, let me again appreciate you for having me this evening. the issue of whether they are doing enough, they are not doing at all. That is the gospel truth. Because if you look at Aristotle, when he tried to understand the state, he said the state is when the citizens are happy and have a honorable life. The question I ask people now, are we happy? Are we living a honorable life? The answer is with a capital no. So that's to tell you that, as we speak very just now, the Nigerian state that it says is a failed state. That is the gospel truth. You see, the issue of insecurity, it is quite disturbing. And why I'm a little bit not very happy is that the man at the time that one castigated, that one say that Nigeria should bring the head of the then president to a Golgotha, is now in the helm of affairs. But here we are. He's dumbfounded, he's handicapped, and to be very sincere with you, he has lost touch with reality. I read in one of the distinct just now that they said that the Kebbi school abduction, that there were, some kind of, intelligence, that despite the intelligence still happened, then there is a fundamental problem. Our security architecture in this country, we will be saying it. We'll be saying it, that the security formations in this country, they are no longer in tune with their constitutional duty or requirement. Rather, they are in bed with publicity, with money, and they are not behaving like overfed last born, whose parents virtually, even to the go and write exams and all of that. When we were in school, we saw them in SS3. Overfed last born. They are no longer with their usual senses. That's exactly what our security formations have turned into. The DSS, for instance, I must be very frank with you. They are now the armed wing, the top wing, or the militant wing of the APC government, of the APC-led government. When I was attacked with over 30 persons, the DSS led the 30 persons to attack me. And there are cases, there are incidents like that. They have abandoned their constitutional requirement to now chase and begin to sing, on your mandate we shall stand for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, like what happened in the judges' conference. That is to say that of a truth and of a fact, as a country, we have missed it. We have missed it. We are no longer concerned with the lives of the average Nigerian people. They are playing politics with us. Not, I think, two days ago, yesterday, Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, the governor of Benue, a whole reverend father, earlier, said that there's no genocide in Benue. For some months ago, April, if I'm not mistaken, I know how I listened to him keenly. He told us that what is happening in Benue, it is religiously executed. What does that connote? It means that the execution is targeted towards a religion. What is genocide? I think people should go and ask that to Reverend Father. What is the meaning of genocide? The whole Reverend Father. When I listened to him yesterday, I was just as a person, I was just confused. I sat down, even my wife asked me, what does that mean? Is it because I said yes? I tried to explain to my wife that we will find ourselves at a crossroad. We are finding ourselves at a crossroad. As a people, we are handicapped. Nobody is defending us. If a whole governor that once in April, you can Google what I'm saying. In April, that what is happening, the insecurity that is happening in Benue, that it is religiously executed. And just yesterday here, he's saying that there is no genocide. Genocide. That what is happening is not genocide. The whole Reverend Father. I think we must give a white chalk to Tinubu and every other governors if you hold a reverend father, a religious leader, before now, all the changes, revolutions, no same society that we all clamoring for, or perhaps that some of us inherited or met on ground, they were canvassed, they were fought for by front religious people like Martin Luther King Jr., the Martin Luther King of the Protestants. We all knew what happened to the in the Martin Luther King Sr. in Germany. What happened? That he broke away and formed. See, and many others, they were all religious leaders. They stick their neck to enable us have the society that some of us met and inherited. And today, our religious leaders are now beginning to be, according to that Bobsy in a religious song, they are now eating jollof rice with in Aso Rock, or perhaps with men in government. They suddenly, lost their cognitive reasoning. Is in shambles, and they can no longer think right. This is a wake-up call to all Nigerians. A wake-up call to all Nigerians. We must rise up, because a closed mouth is a closed destiny. We must speak out, and the time to act is now. If we are all waiting for a governor somewhere, or a House of Rep member, or a senator, or a deputy governor to come and fight for us, we will all wait in eternity, or perhaps some of us will be consumed in the process. So for me, the insecurity that is at the doorstep of everybody, my dear sister, I tell you, from what has happening, I'm in a sober mood, because it's only a fool that will say what befell my neighbor. This is right. It's only a fool. I'm always concerned about my neighbor, because there's a saying in my very rich Benin language. When your neighbor is not at peace, you yourself will not be at peace. If, for instance, you share a place with a neighbor and it's not sleeping well, it's having cough, and you yourself, there's no way you have a very sweet sleep. That is the gospel truth. Nigerians, we must speak out, and we all must act and rise up to defend our country. Patriotism is not about telling lies. Patriotism, but what I understood, or what I have learned, the meaning of patriotism. At least I have a master's in history. I will have a first degree in international studies and diplomacy. Like what some of our leaders, like what the what's his name, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, went to one media and began to insult the sensibilities of the average Nigerian. The average Nigerians. He insulted us and he disgraced himself. You see, your patriotism is not to the man in the aim of affair. Your patriotism is to the collective will of the people. Who are the people? The electorate. And we must defend this country.
Okay, when you talk about defending the country, do you really think Nigerians will get to that point? Because we saw what happened during NSARS, and we saw how that degenerated into something that nobody liked in Nigeria. And now you're talking about defending ourselves, or defending Nigerians defending themselves. In what way would you really say Nigerians should defend themselves in this kind of situation?
Yeah, I appreciate you for this question. You see, I must say this here and now, that the present people in the helm of affairs, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and the co-travelers, they are not concerned about our security. What they are concerned with now is 2027. So they are not concerned about whether we are alive. It is even better off for them that the very few that are subservient to them are alive, for them to govern. And that is a big fallacy. You see, I said something just now, that we all must rise to defend ourselves. One, as I have advocated and admonished Nigerians, as we all go out weekly to gym, this has been my message, and this be my message through to 2027. As we all go out to gym, we must set aside 2 to 3 hours to practice madness. I grew up in the village. You see, when a mad person see a fellow mad person come in, Perhaps they are coming in an opposite direction. The other one will go to, if the other one is in the left, the other one will go to the right. I've seen it, I saw it when I was growing up in my village. I think Gobazowa, the administrative headquarters of Yovia Southwest in Edo State. I saw it when I was growing up. And again, because I grew up from a very large family, if someone, assault my cousin, because I grew up in the midst of girls, we want march there to go and, clear the doubt of that person by trying, wooing our sister, and she refused, and started, insulting or assaulting her. But there was one incident. Us marching there, we saw some able-bodied men coming from that house. We have to retrace our steps. What it means that there are able-bodied men in that house. We are able-bodied men, and we have to have a rethink. 2027 as is approaching, Nigerians must begin to practice madness towards 2027. When the people know that we are resolute, the men in power know that we are resolute, and they cannot survive the will of the people, they will have a rethink, and the people's vote must count. The issue of hearing a gunshot and going under your mommy's bed or your daddy's chairs in the sitting room, I think the days are gone. Nigerians must rise up. That's why I love what Yeriman, that naval officer, what he did when my brother Eyendeba said, "You are a fool. I'm not a fool, sir." You must challenge the status quo. You must tell them that you know you're right. That's why, again, I love what Governor Bala Makande did in PDP House. That they stood against the man that have been saddled to make sure that all oppositions parties in Nigeria, they are in comatose or they are in disarray. Okay. They stood, and that day they had their way, and they prevailed. That is what I'm admonishing Nigerians, that we must rise up. 2027 is sacrosanct. We must see it as if our life depends on it. And we must begin to send a clear message to those that are piloting the affairs of this country across board, whether in APC, whether it's PDP, whether it's ADC. The coming election is not about political party, it's about Nigerians. And we must take our destiny in our own hand, because a closed mouth is a closed destiny.
Okay, a closed mouth is a closed destiny, according to Comrade. Let me come back to the studios. We know, the president, at some point, he had called a state of emergency in Rivers State. Do you think there's a need for a state of emergency on insecurity?
Well, I think, except for the level at which it would affect those in government, but from all indications, I support a state of emergency on insecurity, because we have seen that these people are ready to consume this nation if something drastic is not done to push back. As we speak, there are some communities that they have to pay heavily taxes to non-state actors for them to survive, for them to even go to farm. What manner of extortion is that? That a country that has a president, the full apparatus of security, would allow such people to reign unhindered. So there is no way something drastic will not happen. And I expect that before these people overrun this country, government should take bold steps to push back this menace, so that we can have, because where there is insecurity, you can't even debate development. You can't talk of growth. The economy of the country will not fare better. Look at today. A lot of people can't even go to farm. Benue and Plateau used to be the food basket of the nation, and Are we not already? The World Bank and some other international institutions are even told us that we are likely to experience famine in this country. And this is not a natural disaster, but man-made disaster. If you cannot go to farm, who tills the ground? Who plants the seed? Who waters the seed? Who affects the produce? Who takes it from the forest to hinterland? Who takes it from hinterland to the cities for some of us to feed? Of course, inflation will rise. And then we'll have to contend, because when much money is chasing fewer goods, inflation sets in. And that's what we are likely to witness maybe in the next couple of months. You know, so rather than wait for such to happen, God has blessed us in this country. The rain falls at its time. The dry season comes at its time. We have vast arable land. Niger State alone, Niger and Benue alone can feed this country and even feed West Africa. If the right incentives, if there is security in place and government is determined to support farmers. But here we are today, we have to import rice to bring the price of rice down. We have to import, I'm told that we are even importing gari just to bring down the price. I mean, who does that? A state in Nigeria can produce the gari that we need in this country if there is no issue of insecurity. And so, if it requires state of emergency, so be it.
Okay. Thank you. Comrade, please, before we go, your final thoughts in just one sentence, if that's possible.
Nigerians must wake up and defend themselves. If they are relying on this crop of persons in the saddle of leadership, God forbid,
okay,
we will all be consumed. Because what they are after is not our survival. What they are after, it is how they can secure 2027.
Okay.
Just barely a year and 6 months into this administration, they started campaigning. And I said it in this platform that they have missed it, and the issue of governance is in comatose. So what are we experiencing in this country today?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade, for joining us all the way from Benin City. And thank you so much, sir, for being with us in the studios. Yes, you're welcome, sir. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, reconciliation effort, and of course, electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnamdi. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programs